Ooh, look at that. I did not mean to do that. Okay, wow, I didn't mean to do that either. I'm making all kinds of mistakes on this. Okay, hold on. This is what I meant to do. Boflow. Okay, I think I just heard a... I think I may have just heard a... Oh, yes. Yes, I did. I'm hearing notifications go out. How exciting is this? Wow. Wow, there goes another. Wow, see, my code worked. The way I spelled Russia and Ukraine, you see that? Oh, I fooled the algorithms. Hey, what's up, Billy? Let's turn on the chat because we do have it off right now, but let's turn it on. Okay, they are on. Hello, guys, and welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Oh, man, I did it again. I keep moving that. I mean to move the chat. I want to move the chat. Okay, that's what we want to do right there. Okay, cool. Billy Ballantyne, hello. Josh G, hello.
Holly Horn. You did it.
Yeah, I cut my hair off, Holly. I did it. Are you happy I did?
Holly Horn. Hi, Nay.
Hi, Holly. So, yeah, it's 420. It's like, I'm going to get Gorilla Glue, so I got to de-seed it really quick, so just bear with me. I'm
Josh G.
ripped for this show.
Is your code still active at Sheath? Holly Horn.
Yes, Nay's Garden at Sheath, 40%
nice
off.
Haircut,
bro,
too.
I'm wearing my sheaths right now. Look. I'm wearing my sheaths right now. I love them.
Killer GB 420. Hey, I seen that you had a live stream where you said that you cut your hair off. I had to get seen it. It looks good, suit you well.
Highly recommend my sheaths, guys. I love them, and you guys should all have them, guys and gals, if you want the most comfortable underwear you've ever
Billy
worn.
Ballantyne. Nancy Pelosi's teeth are like bright shining stars. They both come out at night.
Hey, I seen that you had a live stream where you said that you cut your hair off. I had to get seen. It looks good, suit you well. Killer GB, thank you. Well, I hope you stay for the debate, which is going to happen in an hour and a half. So don't leave, stay all night, hang out, or if you got to leave and come back, but make sure you come back because I'm going to be debating something that I know absolutely nothing about, but I feel very passionately about. So I don't know that I might go in there and get my ass handed to me, but dude, the price of Bitcoin is going up right now.
Did you make it on the panel?
Yes, I
Killer
did.
GB 420.
I talked to Queen.
What I meant to say was I had yet to seen it.
This dude's name was Queen something or other. Queen Alexa, I think is his name. And I was like, do I have to worry about like pronouns, gender pronouns or nothing? And they were like, no, dude. I was like, okay, because I saw this guy's name was Queen. I didn't know if I didn't call him, her or she or something like that, I was going to get in trouble with y'all. And they're like, dude, these guys are so raunchy and bad. They're so dark web. And I was like, oh, God, do you know what they asked me? They said, hey, man, you know how to avoid getting shut down on Twitch. And I go, well, actually, can I smoke cannabis on there? And they're like, yeah. They're like, we're talking about the words you say and the way you say things. And then we start going over things, which I can't even, well, we're on the show. So I can't even say some of the things that we talked about, but I have a very good understanding of what not to say to get a channel, in trouble on the internet. And we were basically talking about hate speech.
Lanzetti. Hey, hope you are having a great day.
Amelia Faith Lanzetti, that is so sweet of you to say. I hope you're having a great day too. Thank you so much for saying that. Thanks for popping in and saying that. I hope you stay and watch until the debate starts at 7 o'clock. I hope you'll stay.
Amelia Faith Lanzetti. Yes, I'm on Twitch, and it is a little crazy.
Well,
Big Merc 83.
They're younger people.
Yo.
And
Killer
there's
GB
a lot of confusion for them.
Well, I got my hardware wallet, and I'm slowly moving stuff over to it.
Dude, why are you doing it slowly? Do it fast. Do it now.
We rednecks been using gender-neutral pronouns for ages. Used to get corrected for using it growing up. Y'all is about as neural as it comes.
As neutral as it comes. Y'all.
Josh G.
I call everybody bro.
Saw that in a comedy skit on a YouTube video, LOL.
I call everybody bro. So I was like, can I just call everybody bro? And they're like, yeah, you can call anybody whatever you want. They're actually cool about that. But they made some comments that made me feel very uncomfortable, and I had to leave their Discord. I told Cyber, I was like, dude,
Amelia Faith
they talk about
Lanzetti.
fucked up shit over there.
I'm
That does
actually
not
a
interest
TS
me at
woman,
all.
and I tried having trans related. Holly Horn.
Tried having trans.
So who are the debaters? Killer GB
The trans woman,
420.
I tried having trans related.
I have some of it on exchanges. I don't think we're going to go down like
the
PayPal
debaters?
and Cash App. One have a feeling they're pretty secure. Amelia Faith Lanzetti.
That's what I thought about BlockFi.
Discussions and almost lost my Twitch
Potato
account.
chip.
Josh G.
Trans-related
Vertatica.
Discussions.
Billy
and
Valentine.
Almost lost your Twitch account.
It's pretty simple, really.
It's hard to talk,
There's an internet fence, if you will. This fence moves often. But if you can balance on it, you'll go far.
That's well said.
But if you go over it one time, kiss your ass goodbye.
Listen to what Billy said. He's right.
Killer GB 420.
Algorithm alligators waiting for you.
It locked up in Defy right now
down below that
I can't
fence.
move. And also, I'm going to have to be at least 2 months out before I can move any of that.
Yeah, you got it locked into. I got you locked into a deal. Like I've got some locked in a deal. I got some algo that's locked up on crypto.com right now in a 90-day APY thing. And I can't pull it out for like 40 more days or 50 more days. So it's just stuck there, you know, and it's, you know, if I lose a couple thousand, I lose a couple thousand. It's the way I look at it now, because I'm having, man, my cousin that runs my business for my whole family, he made a comment tonight, really got under my skin, man. You know, he said, you know, investing in this company and doing what we're doing, it's really smart. It's not like investing in crypto. And I was like that to the phone, you know, it's like, because he knows I'm way into crypto.
Are you using the same name on Twitch?
Yes, I am Amelia Faith Lanzetti. I am absolutely. I am at Nays Garden on Twitch. Thank you. Thank you for looking me up. Thank
420.
you.
Same here. I've got Cardano Ethereum, like 1.25 Ethereum locked up on that same exact exchange, and a bunch of Matic also about 1,500, 1,800 worth.
I understand. It's a little frustrating, and we got to kind of play through by their rules until, you know, things change. Maybe some regulation will come along. Who knows?
I'm a go follow you now.
Amelia, thank you so much for following me. Wow. You know, I really appreciate that follow. It's not often someone comes in and says, I'm going to follow you. So thank you for that. I just want to make sure my friend Cyber is here.
Hold on here.
He's here, and is he ready to smoke cannabis?
Oh, I am.
Okay, 9 minutes late for 420. No law regarding cannabis. Cheers, Cyber. Cheers, Amelia. Cheers, Killer GB.
Yes, bro.
Cheers.
Cheers,
Cheers, Billy.
everybody.
Cheers, Josh G. Everybody in the chat. And if you're over there on
Killer GB
Rumble,
420.
Nays Garden on Rumble too. Thank you,
Tony,
Token Tony Z, Cyber. Cheers.
Are going to go down like any of the other exchanges if they don't have multiple coins on their. I mean, Cash App only has Bitcoin. So plus their banks. Josh G. Cyber Cypher smokes. Holly Horn. Cheers. Big Merc 83. Bot status increased to 56%.
Yeah, mine is like around 56 too.
Big Merc 83. Cheersy. Mr. Blue 313 Setsfin. Both.
So, Killer GB, what's the point of leaving your cash on Cash App? What's the point of leaving your Bitcoin sitting on Cash App, though? Tell me, what's the benefit?
Josh G. Merc, pretty soon you will have access to the AI algorithms. Chili Dog.
Access.
Cheers. Killer GB 420. I mean, PayPal alone was around for 15 years before Bitcoin even came along, so they got their fingers and so much other financial stuff other than crypto.
But once again, I'll ask you my last question.
Wicked Witch _
Thank you, Wicked Witch.
LOL. Just shared you Wick 6 heart. Killer GB 420.
Okay.
I'm only leaving a couple $100 on there in case I get broken my account. I can use it as an emergency fund.
You do not have an offline wallet, bro? You need to get one if you don't have one. I mean, that Bitcoin is doing you no good sitting in Cash App, except it can get hacked. It can get stolen by somebody, right? If it's in your offline wallet, you're not going to have to worry about it.
I plan to move 90% of what I have available over to it in the next 24 hours.
Excellent. Okay. Because you can always pay for shit off from your offline wallet. It's a wallet. You can pay right out of that. But okay, cool. Just, you know, I don't mean to come down on you like this, bro. You know, it's just, this has happened to me twice now. First it happened with Celsius, and then it happened with fucking BlockFi. And I'm over it, man. You know, I'm not going to deal with that anymore. I'm not going to put myself through that anymore. I'm done with these fucking exchanges, man. I'm fucking done with them. I didn't realize how easy it was for someone to just lie to me when I was giving them my money. You know, it was just, I thought I was like doing them a favor. I'm giving you my money. The least you could do is be upfront with me, right? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I should have learned from Donald Trump. Think about this.
Killer GB420. Trust me, I understand. I lost almost half of everything I had in BlockFi, almost all my Bitcoin, so.
Well, it's not lost, right? It's just locked behind a Chapter 11, just like my Celsius is, correct? You're going to get some of it back, I believe. But it's like...
Billy Ballantyne. I bought an offline wallet, but it's a piece of dick. Broke my driver's license, and I can't even get my insurance cards in there.
Ha, ha, ha. So, Donald Trump had a bunch of people doing work for him, contractors, and many times he just wouldn't pay them, right? He got into business with people, and then he fucking ripped them off. And the fact that America elected that fucking cunt as their president shocks me.
Killer GB.
It means, it's like credit means nothing to people. You know, learn what a credit report is.
The first major hack in Bitcoin Mountain GOX wasn't like 2015.
I wonder what Trump's credit report looks like.
Or
you know, what's Trump's credit ranking? I'd love to know his credit score.
Holly Horn. What I heard was by exchange, then put it in a cold wallet. Wicked Witch _ Muse thanks. Billy Ballantyne. Ha 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 ha. You said yeah ha ha. I'm cracking up.
It was a funny fucking joke, dude. Yeah, haha. It was a good joke. I'm glad you appreciated that response, bro. It was a dry response.
Kind of an off-ramp, though, during the bull market to be able to sell it and exchange it for like stable coins or something. Wicked Witch _ Ops, I actually didn't mean to hit that emote, haha.
Oh, I can't even see the emote. My screens are pushed back further than usual, and I've got I've got the font kind of small. I could make it bigger actually, and I should, so let's do that. Dude, I love using these quad screens. I am so down with this sickness. Oh my God. How's that? There, now we can see your faces. Look at that. Isn't that great? So what, you put in some kind of an emote, you said? Oh, Jesus? It's the Jesus dude. That's hilarious. That's okay. That doesn't offend us. We're very, very hard to offend here, actually. I'm offended. I'm so offended. It's
Billy Ballantyne.
16,800, guys.
I love it too. I've actually been thinking of a camera.
I just brought you the daily high of Bitcoin, everybody.
Nothing
live on the show. We just hit $16,799. If we hit 800, that's another high, but we just hit $799.
Yeah, I am a Kevin Smith freak, haha.
Yeah, Kevin Smith's great. You're thinking of a camera solution? Are you not happy with the camera setup, bro? What do you mean? I love it too. You love what? What are we loving here? I'm confused. I can't remember what we said we love. I love that I just brought you the daily high of fucking Bitcoin, man. $16,799, and we are $6 under going to the next level. Let's see if it happens. Let's go to 16,800 and see if we're hitting a Bollinger Band. I don't even know. I don't think we are. But it's definitely hitting resistance at 16.8, man. Look at that bounce down. There's resistance there. We got 99. We got it logged, man. 99.99. You know what that means? That means there's a whole bunch of buys happening at that exact price.
Go BTC.
Go Bitcoin. Yeah, we don't say that here. You can never cheer on Bitcoin. You just can't do it. You know, and every time we do, we watch the price drop. So we have to bet against it. It's a weird thing. It's kind of a weird thing. It's kind of like, oh, I got to redo this chat now. Here, hold on a second. Yeah, let's redo the chat. So it's going to look, let's get rid of that.
Okay, sorry, sad face.
No, don't be sorry. You're good.
Nice one, Maine. Short hair looking good, boss. Billy Ballantyne.
Hey, nice one.
You mentioned
Whoa,
using
thanks
the quad
up.
monitors are rad,
Bro,
they are, but it looks weird
where have you
when you go full
been?
screen because of the space for the camera.
Nice one, Maine. Where you
I've
been,
been
bro?
brainstorming, but no light bulbs yet.
Wow. I can't believe you're here.
Like break a leg. Wicked Witch
like
_
break a leg.
It's crazy I've followed you for a while on FB and didn't know you was on Twitch. I'm definitely on here more, so I'll probably catch more lives now.
Good, Wicked Witch. Thank you.
Billy Ballantyne. Light bulbs were such a good idea. They became the symbol for a good idea.
That is ironically true. Way to go, Billy. Nailing it once again with his rhetoric. All right. Is this a seed? Is this a seed? Oh! Boom! I found a seed. I found a seed. Can't really see it there, but I'm gonna drop it. I'm gonna be fucking around. Oh my god, I found a seed. I felt it in the bud. I was like, dude, I'm gonna squeeze this seed right out. That was exciting and beautiful. I want you guys to see this. I know what some people probably think. They're like, dude, that guy Nay smokes seedy bud. What a fucking, you know, what a noob. He's got seeds in his buds. Wow, blah, blah, blah. They have no idea. This is, well, yeah. Here, I'll just try to do this. That is Gorilla Glue 4, guys. So you can laugh at my seeds all day, but I can say that I've got probably more than 10 Gorilla Glue 4 seeds now in this jar. And, you know, if you don't grow, then you don't know. That's what's up. So, are we happy about the Gorilla Glue 4 seed? You betcha! You betcha! I'm a maverick. I'm a maverick. You betcha. I'm a maverick. You betcha. I'm going rogue. Tee-hee. How's that hopey-changey thing treating you? How's that whole hopey-changey thing working out for you? Hopey-changey. Hopey changey, hopey changey. I've got the window open. Did you guys notice?
Billy Ballantyne. Seeds are eggs. Which came first? The chicken or the buzz? The fucking seed. Keep it. Josh G. Oh, I know, bro, 'cause I have grown. Grow is how I stay, bro. If you go grow, then you know, no, bro.
Right. Well said, Josh G. All right. This is bottom of the hour, you guys. No law. I brought you another
Josh
high.
G.
I brought you another high.
Sorry, that was my cat.
16,802, guys. We beat through 800 and we're going to go through it again because that's the way Bitcoin works. Once it gets through, it goes up. So we hit 16,802 exactly. And we're going to go right through it. Watch. It might not be the second, but we're going to blast. Wow, man. The 24-hour just rocked while we were live, dude. We just went up like $200 since I started. This is phenomenal. Phenomenal. It's great, man. It's great to see progress, man. You never know when it starts going up like this, if this is going to be the one that breaks out of the freaking bear market, you know? You never know. Where's that bull coming from? Waiting for the crashing China shop sound. All right. Cyber.
Yeah.
You know what we say and what we do. We say no law regarding cannabis. Cheers, Cyber.
Cheers, bro.
Cheers, everybody. I'm going to close this winder so we get some good smoke ring action this time. Oh, and switch hands here. Ambidextrous, luckily.
Billy Ballantyne. Cheers. Durban poison, fuck. Here we go. Dab Kush. Anthony Bourdain Churs.
Wow, they've got a strain called Anthony Bourdain. Okay, now I'm totally too high to do this debate now. Not going to be able to do it. I'm just going to sit there and drool like a carrot that drools. Okay, man. Harmony 1 is back up to 14,014. It's almost at 1.5 cents. It's almost at my buy-in. Polygon's down 87.7 cents. Not bad, but it's still down from my buy-in at 90 cents. That's what's up. You guys that want
Billy Ballantyne. Ah, the Gentile seed, grow it,
Sticky.
raise it, love it, tell it it's special, shoot it in the parts and smoke it. But keep its eggs to do it again.
exactly. My lips are sticky from the and this was a bong rip. And my lips are sticky like I smoked a joint, guys. That's how resiny that Gorilla Glue 4 is. You want to laugh at my seeds now? My lips are literally, and I can taste the beautiful, wonderful resin on it. It's so oily. What a crazy strain. I'm going off the grow with this crazy
Billy
strain.
Ballantyne.
What crazy
My
strain?
lips got sticky too. It was from chugging honey though.
I know my plants are growing tall for me. Burn it, Nana, you've got to smoke along with me. And Cyber to burn out, burn out.
Billy Ballantyne. We're gonna lose Aussie soon.
I know we are going to lose Ozzy soon. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
Dude, he has
don't have a lot of
defied,
time left.
he's defied the laws of life. He has defied
He
all
fucking
of,
has, man.
bro, he's lived the most toxic life that a human being can live, and he's not dead yet. And hey, man, what about the dude from the Rolling Stones, man? What's his name?
Keith Richards.
Keith Richards. He's still alive. What about Keith Richards?
Yeah, he fell down off a tree a few
Billy
years ago after
Valentine.
doing coke. At
I wonder how Keith
76 or
Richards is
something like
holding
that.
up.
He fell out of a tree.
Holly Horn.
Yeah,
Keith
See,
Richards.
he crawled up in a tree and fell down and broke his arm
Oh God,
on a coke trip.
that sucks.
Billy Valentine. Notice we haven't seen him in a few years.
Dude, I grabbed my bong. Guess that means I'm ready to smoke. Where are we caught up yet? I don't think we are. I think it's the bottom of the hour. We did 420, right? We did 4. Let's do retro 710. Let's do retro 710, my friend. Yeah, I'm way too high to do this debate. I'm just gonna have to clock out. I'll just be like, dude, I really want to debate you on this stuff, but I don't know anything about it, and I'm just gonna have to forfeit. I forfeit my position in the debate. Actually, I keep calling it a debate.
Billy Valentine.
It's a panel discussion.
Last film Keith
It's a
Richards
panel
has done was
discussion.
the
It's not a
Netflix
debate.
shit, You
It's a
Got the
panel
Silver.
discussion.
He's been
I'm on the
quiet ever
panel.
since. Big Merc 83. When Keith Richards was 69, he looks 70 now. That he is over 70, he looks 69. He has found the fountain of youth.
Does he look 69 now, bro? All right, on. All right. Cyber, I got my bong here, bro. Smoking some Gorilla Glue.
Yeah, and they find the corner.
Corner boy, corner boy, find the corner boy. Looking for a corner so I can do a bong rip.
I don't know if it's true, but
Coca-Mad.
according to Lemmy,
Far out, you
he
got a
could not
doozy
get a
setup
blood
going.
transfusion because he had
Thank you.
so much drugs and alcohol in the blood that a blood transfusion would be toxic for him. So he couldn't get it. But I don't know if it's just something he said, because when you think about it, it don't really sound possible. All right,
Billy
I'm back.
Valentine.
Okay.
If
No
the fountain of
law
youth makes
regarding
you look 1 year
cannabis.
younger
Cheers,
than the Palm
Cyber,
Springs
and everyone
fuckers
in the
can
chat.
keep it.
Cheers,
Cheers.
everybody. Cheers, bro.
I'm not high at all. I murdered, death, killed that bull. Cyber, what movie was that referenced from?
Say it again.
I murdered, death, killed
Billy
that
Valentine.
bull.
Hello, welcome to Recall. Please take a minute to relax.
That's some bone pillows?
No, I murdered, death,
No.
killed. I murdered, death, killed that bull.
I don't know, bro.
It had Sylvester Stallone in it.
Big Merc 83. Demolition Man.
Murder, death,
Was that
kill.
Demolition Man?
Murder, death, kill. We're investigating a murder, death, kill.
Billy Valentine.
That's what they call him, Demolition
Steel
Man.
Magnolias.
It was Demolition Man, right? With Sylvester
Yeah,
Stallone
that's the
and
one with Sandra Bullock also, right?
yes,
Sandra
and
Bullock
Wesley Snipes. Oh, what a great movie. There's just so much funny, like quirky humor of,
The one with the seashells.
yeah, exactly. He doesn't know how to use the toilet. I love that shit. Oh my god, that is so
Velma
fucking funny.
and Louise.
You don't know about the seashells? They're all laughing at him. Like, I don't know about the seashells. Hey, Adrian, hey, tell me about the seashells. It's the plumbus. Needs to understand the plumbus.
I learned the other day that Sylvester Stallone, he don't own any of the fucking rights to the Rocky movies, any of them. Even he fucking produced them and played in them. So,
wow.
you don't
Billy
know
Valentine.
shit.
Thought that was Judge Dredd.
It was Judge Dredd. It wasn't Demolition Man. My bad. It was Judge Dredd.
Judge Dredd, that was a great. I remember Judge Dredd, man.
Murder, Death, Kill.
As a kid, man.
It was Sandra Bullock, though, wasn't it? In Judge Dredd, we just had the name wrong. It wasn't. It was Judge Dredd.
There was a female in Judge Dredd. I'm not sure if that was Sandra Bullock.
It was Sandra Bullock. She was the police officer that was his partner. Was Sylvester Stallone's partner in the movie. They ran around together.
Big Merc 83. Dude, it was Demo Man.
No, it was Judge Dredd.
Trust me.
Wait, wasn't
Billy Valentine. I may be fucked up.
It's one of those two movies. I think it's Judge Dredd.
I need to see that movie again, man.
Which one had Murder, Death, Kill? Just tell me which movie had Murder, Death, Kill in it, and Sandra Bullock, because they both couldn't have had that. Demolition Man, I think, was Schwarzenegger, wasn't it?
Right, there was a female both in Judge Dredd.
Wasn't Demolition Man? Wasn't Demolition Man Schwarzenegger? Wasn't Demolition Man Arnold Schwarzenegger? Demolition Man?
No, it was Wesley Snipes and
Wesley Snipes.
Yeah, Wesley Snipes.
I'm just thinking of that character he probably played in fucking Batman or something. I don't know.
Have you seen Face Off?
I'm sorry, who? What?
Face Off with John Travolta and Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, they want to take your face.
Yeah, they swap face. One of them is a police officer and the other one is a criminal.
It's a great one. They do a great impersonation of each other in that movie. They're very talented. They're very talented.
It's a really good movie.
Yeah, that they could.
And hey, actually, now when you got your quad set up, you should go and watch Swordfish.
Demolition Man, Murder Code 187
also with John Travolta and Halle
Big
Berry.
Merc 83.
And I don't recall what the name of the hacker is, but there's a kick-ass fucking... I believe it's not a quad setup, but a triple 3x3 setup. But it's really fucking cool, man.
Okay, so Merc...
And it's a great movie.
Merc says Merc says it was Demolition Man. It's funny. Give her some credit. Do you even know how many times that lady has had to glue her skin back on her skeleton? And you know what's funny about that, Billy? Do you know who liked that for you?
Billy Valentine. Wait. Yup. It was Demo Man. Judge Dredd is way too similar and released in the same decade.
Okay.
I'm confused.
Okay, yeah, I got confused too. Judge Dredd was Sylvester Stallone got unfrozen. He was a criminal, basically. They found him guilty.
Yeah, that's Demolition Man.
And they unfroze him. But wasn't it Wesley Snipes, the bad guy in that movie?
Yeah.
All right, we should watch both those movies tonight on Rumble after the debate. We could start watching them now up to the debate.
Big Merc 83.
That would be cool as fuck.
Also had Rob Schneider in it.
Yeah, Rob Schneider, because he's talking about the seashells. So, wait.
Billy Valentine. Nope, the Frozen was Demo Man.
Billy, you know what's cool about your tweet,
83.
bro? Pat the Burner.
Wesley Snipes.
Pat the Burner liked your fucking
Big Merc
tweet,
83.
dude.
Demolition Man was my shit.
He's got 68,800 followers on Twitter, bro. He just liked your tweet.
Big Merc 83. He was in both. Billy Ballantyne. Who's at the burner? A cook.
Pat the burner. Yeah, he's. You should check him out.
Big Merc 83. Schneider in both.
Schneider was in both movies? Oh my God. Sylvester Stallone was in both movies. Rob Schneider was in both movies. That's so funny. So funny. Rob
Cassie.
Schneider.
Hi, guys. Billy Ballantyne.
Hi, Cassie.
Cool. I'm kind of a big deal.
You are kind of a fucking big deal, bro. Goddamn right you are. You're a big deal when somebody with 68,000 fucking followers on Twitter likes one of your jokes. Where is the fucking... Oh, I know what I'm looking for. Pelosi. LMNOP. Pelosi.
Billy Ballantyne. I used to be famous enough to want to hide. So I hid. Now I'm not. YAY.
It's cold as fuck outside, man. So the woman that works for us that helps my father eat, she has to remind him to chew his food. He might just stop. He'll just stop chewing, and she'll sit there with her hand, and she'll chew, basically get his mouth to start chewing his food. So this is gonna be. You guys want to watch Judge Dredd, or? I was like, this is gonna be a while before this freaking thing starts. You know, we got an hour. What could we do for an hour? Crypto dropped back down $100. So right now there's nothing to see there. We could talk about the news, but there's nothing in the news. So there's that. We could drink some coffee. Oh.
You could play video games with me for an hour.
I thought about that. On my little 4-screen setup here. Have I tried that yet?
I don't think you have.
I don't think I have either.
Spurt the Third. SM Orc, SM Orc, SM Orc, SM Orc. Wolfeye. Hello, streamer and chat.
Third, Wolfeye. What's up, son?
Bach 804.
Bach 804.
Kochev flag,
From
Kochev flag,
Nikichka.
Kochev flag, Kochev flag.
Yes, we
D3
love
D3
RLA. We love her. Nikki, thank you.
2241.
Thank you, guys.
Hi from Nikichka.
Yes.
Spurt the Third.
Very
Orc
nice
Invasion.
of you.
The _ Punisher 2022. Pot friend, pot friend, pot friend.
Hello, what's up, Punisher?
Nikichka. Vlurade, 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 Vlurade. Nonzum 0
I'm only
per.
going to do this once for you. You know that.
Radica 128 kit.
There you go.
Nikichka. You're welcome.
I was a little teapot.
Schlatsky.
Schlatsky!
Roland 110 raid. Love.
Schlatsky's here. Why don't you...
Sono Ferkel.
You know...
Radica 128.
You guys know I go live 3 times a day, right? So when RLA is not live, you can come here. And then when she's live, you can let me know and we can all go watch her together. Right? 3 times a day, man. Come on. Follow along. This is unbelievable.
Schlatsky is gonna be on the panel.
Schlatsky, we're gonna be on the panel discussion.
Radica 128 Vladryhea, Radica 128 Vladryhea, Radica 128 Vladryhea. Schlatsky. Talark Spognut. SSJ for Curtis. Radica 128 Drakea, Radica 128 Drakea. The _ Punisher 2022.
Thank
Looking
you.
sharp with the new haircut nays.
Thank you.
Spurt the third. SMORC, 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 send nukes.
I don't know, man. I could turn that off where it'll read just what you say, and it won't express the emotes. But I kind of like it expressing the emotes because I'm weird like that. So emote away. So I can hear your emotes.
Glaver.
Don't turn it off. I'm not gonna.
Don't turn it off.
I want to hear the emotes. I like it. I like to hear them. I like to feel them. I hope RLA, are you on the panel? You said you're on the panel tonight? Are you on the panel? You're going to be on the panel, right, RLA? I'm going to see you on the panel. I'm so used to calling you RLA. Now you're Nikki Chica. Nikki
Billy
Chica.
Valentine.
Chica.
I like the emoji alerts. Shows intention when I'm not looking. SGT Dornan 2241.
See the other one?
Nice bong.
There's one I found in my creek. This is a crazy story. You're not going to believe this.
900 and Ninity. Sup. Are national security secrets only a scheme to trick peasantry to ingest fear? As nothing but a control mechanism using the boogeyman to infiltrate the psyches of mass psychedelically poisoned children to create the next generation to bow and kneel to nothing but tyrants that keep science of manipulation in their back pockets. Cass 1972. Yes, she said so. Tadpole 200. Got the microscope.
You're going to check out them trichomes with your microscope?
Radica 128.
Let's check out the microscope trichomes, baby.
Bach 804.
California.
What are we going to sing tonight, bro?
California smoking. In Orlando too. In Orlando too.
Rocks 1 SMF. High
Smoking Gorilla Glue for is good, and it's good for you, and it's good for you.
900 and Ninity.
Smoking with this garden.
Left the for rock, kapow, left the for rock.
And the skies are gray, and the skies.
Drugs are bad.
Okay. Drugs are bad. Okay. You left that off, but that's okay. I got you. That's my line. Drugs are bad. Okay.
The _ Punisher 2022. Radica 128 Vladryhea. Spurt the third. Smoking is bad MK. Drugs are bad MK.
Really? Drugs are bad MK? Okay. Drugs are bad MK. So funny story with this bong right here. It was 420 of this year, right? It was on 420. I was
Spurt the third.
Okay. Okay. And I was down in the creek, and I was going through the sand looking for glass bottles and shit. And this thing right here, this edge, I kind of felt it in the sand, and I started taking my hand and going like that, and I could see like up to there, and I was like, dude, I swear to God, I think that's a fucking bong.
Oxnaboni. What is good with the water level in that tree perk LUL?
Oh, it's broken tree perk. So you can put as much water in there as you want. So I've got enough to get a slight bubble. When I pull the water up, it's enough to get a bubble out of the tree perk. That's why. And trust me when I tell you, it's broken. It's all snapped off in there. See the tree perk? It's all broken in there. I remember now. I got this out of my creek. It was. I'm pretty sure it was broken when I found it.
Ogsnaboni. Oh, okay.
The guy who ended up, it was the guy that hid it in the creek. I think he said it was already broken. I found out whose it was, and he said, "You dude, you keep that thing, and you keep the creek bong legend alive." That's what he told me, man. I was like, "I will, bro, on my show. I'll keep it on my show. 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 That's what I told him. Keep it on my show. Show. Aqua Teen Hunger Force reference. We're down with that shit. That they weren't down with me fucking posting some of their shit on my YouTube channel.
Sure he wasn't hiding a murder weapon or something.
He hid a glass bottle that he drank all of his dad's alcohol out of. He had that in there too, and I found that too.
I can share how people got high in the USSR by using poppy seeds and milk. Kokomad. Are you familiar with tank glass?
I think I am, actually. Yeah, Kokomad, I think I am. I wouldn't call myself familiar with it, but I think I've heard of it, and I think I've seen them before. Man, my left coast bong in California, that thing is beautiful, thick glass. I love that.
Sonofurkel.
God, I'd love to have that.
Tanks need windows, I guess.
Tanks need windows? Just, not anymore now. They can just have cameras outside. You know? They could be completely fucking enclosed inside something. And looking on monitor screens like we are right now, looking on freaking getting the information. What do you think about this creek bomb? You want to see me try to get some through the you'd be surprised how easy this thing hits. Let's do it. 7:10, man. It's time to smoke. I got this thing loaded up and ready. I can't find the camera here. I guess we could bring it closer. And the bong smoked in high places must be the ones who start and forge a new high energy closer to the heart.
Such a mighty shaft.
I know, right? All right, no law regarding cannabis. Cyber cheers.
California _Fools.
Cheers, everybody, in this live stream. Steve Running, California Fools, son of Urkel. Cheers, guys. That
Cheers.
I can see in the immediate chat. Guys over on Rumble. I'm at Nays Garden on Rumble. We're live over there now, too. Token Tony Z, Bab Blue Jaws over on Rumble. And, of course, Les Peter Guitar Jam, one of the coolest people on Rumble.
Aww.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
California _Fools. You got a new look. Rock on.
Vortex is on the way back down, which is pretty cool. If you set it up straight, it does a perfect little funnel right in the middle.
Nikichka. I'm here.
Nikichka. Nikichka.
California _Fools. Nikiachka sounds like Pokemon noises. 900 immunity. Smoke government poison, guys. For it will take away the frustrations of that which your government installed inside you in the first place. Pretty smart, eh?
Yeah, well, that's the way the system works. It's devised specifically for those
California
intentions.
_Foles. Nikki Imbach from L Dentist.
Ah, the
Big
dentist,
Merc
yes.
83.
I have an errant tooth myself.
I just tweeted at Libdred01, hey Jimmy Dore, what's good? Watch me get blocked for that. California _.
No,
Foles.
he's openly admitted on his
Seems
show.
good Munera 7 LOL. SGT Dornan 2241. Also I can share how people got high in the USSR by drinking the insecticide filtered by milk. Holly Horn. Big Merc Ha.
Man, I don't want to have to block people on here, but dude, if you keep mentioning fucking, you know, how you can mention shit going on in other places, you know, and you're going to put my channel at risk
900 anonymity. Government is only
of
those that
getting blocked,
intimidate you in your dreams.
I'm going to have to block you, bro.
Kapow.
You know, because I let you guys have a voice. Doesn't mean you can fucking take it.
SGT Dornan
All right.
2241.
Thank you.
Okay, I will stop.
You should do your own dental work.
So no
yeah,
purple.
man. Do your own dental work, like
Should do your
that
own
guy on the
dental work
island,
like a
man,
real man.
with the freaking what was that? A freaking ice skating
California
blade.
_Foles.
Oh yeah, that's a true story.
This robot sounds like Alexa. She creeps me out.
This robot. Oh, really? Like, you want a new voice?
Into the barber, give me the Bourdain
Here,
LUL.
I can give you a new voice.
SGT Dornan 2241. California _Foles. Russian woman voice. Billy Ballantyne.
Russian?
No.
Who said Russian woman voice? They've got Czech. That's close. You guys got real quiet real fast, didn't you? You all so busy reading the different voices I'm going through?
900 anonymity. What does government control this very free assembly of people as they healthily vent out the frustrations they purposely installed in the first place?
You know, Lithuanian and some of these are close to Russian.
Holly Horn. Nothing to say. SGT
There's
Dornan
Romanian, that's close to
2241.
Russian. Serbian's close to Russian.
Let's use
Here's
German
Russian.
man's voice.
All right, here we go. Dimitri. There you go.
California Falls. Close enough. Big Merc 83. Deleted млишерствует. Щладски. Nice.
Dude,
За подчеркивание
what you
Punisher
said to Elon,
2022.
you tweeted at Jimmy Dore?
Redditor 128 Дрейкер.
What was it you said to Jimmy
California
Dore?
Falls. Дадил View. Сгатидаурнерн 2241. Ох. The Accent. Санферкл. Баяясит.
Based.
California Falls. Дади Путин is beast.
Daddy Putin is
Хали
based.
Хаурн. Fun voice.
Fun voice.
Щладски.
Schlatsky.
This accent.
This accent. What? Huh? I'm a quick study. I got cannabis, like to smoke,
Никихка.
hanging out, and I'm not gonna
I'll
joke. I'm
get you.
smoking cannabis
California
before the
Falls.
show tonight. We're just
Yeah.
hanging out in the garden doing stuff and having
Свети
fun. And
Даурнерн
look at us. We're
2241.
hanging out.
Проверка голоса.
Ooh, hanging out in Orlando. watching mom as she's watching a home show, and the
Ваза.
people are watching along.
Щладский.
Yes, they are.
База.
They're watching.
Билли Балантайн.
Everybody's watching.
Идея
Everybody's
Камерей.
watching.
Лес
Everybody's watching.
Дринкватр энд Пенетрати Сергасты.
Everybody's watching the show. Oh, the show. Dude, I have to.
Бак 804.
I have to look at this
Ильюль
nine.
Веселый переводчик
Yes,
Рыдикр
it's
128
crazy.
бист.
Beast.
Калифорния Фалс.
California fruits.
Даш видания бедрн.
Dash vidanya bin.
Хали Хаурн.
Halachun.
Ацма Муачинг.
She's watching a home
Сбекидорн
show
2241.
on TV. Home
Давайте,
show.
признавайтесь,
They're
сколько
building
тут
stuff.
штирлицев в
They're
чате.
breaking it down. They're building more stuff, and it's the same old thing all the
Schwatsky.
time.
Кулкрт.
She watches 10 different
Санферко.
shows, and every
Эмой
single
туббер
one
бит
is just
апэмой
like the
батамбер.
other one. Some dude's got a tattoo on his neck. One's a tiger, the other's a dinosaur. Yeah, she hates that guy, but she likes to
Нина
watch the
Андредан
show.
Ниниты. Аспирин Куаур Лаурц Сут Ливинг Чилдрен Тургетер Тортемп Тууси Авроэлминг Фир Энд Унимагинабле и Трачитис Зет Авроэлм Зеди Прстфирс Of the Cameron Citizen To Eventually Dominati Their Very Faust Loyalties Via the Eldest Control Mechanism Non to Life. Fear.
Dude, I think
Диспетер
I'm just gonna. Who was it I told to
Сука,
stop that shit? Sergeant Dornan.
Бак 804. Собака с Гатидаурнерн 2241 Тут только Блинкин Эльюэль. Билли Балантайн. Welcome to Disneyland Moscow. It is against law to say Joker unless everyone understand. Otherwise we kill you. California Falls. All the singing makes me wanna watch Muppet Christmas. Сгатидаурнерн
I want to see a
2241.
cartoon. Like I want to see like Super
This man
Friends,
seems
man,
having a good time.
with
That's
Zan
nice.
and Jaina, or Jan and Zaina. My bad. Zan and Jaina is I don't know. I can't remember. My brain deleted it. It's a miracle. I actually deleted information I didn't need. Zan and Jaina, right? Yeah. The Wonder Twins. Wonder Twin powers activate. Form of an ice bucket. Shape of water. There's a fire. Psh, water in the bucket. The bucket puts out the fire.
Юси Мус and Squeal.
You see Moose and Squirrel. Ha ha! You see Moose and Squirtle.
Нинеон Дредан Ниниты.
Must have brought the wrong hat.
Америка. California Falls.
California Falls.
Низгардерн is best garden. Девай. Сгатидаурнерн 2241. Собака Бак 804 Эльюэль.
Dude, RLA.
Биг Мерк 83.
Oh my God. Radical leftist agenda, everybody on Twitch did this for us. And I can't, I
California
can't ever
Falls.
thank you enough when you do this.
Драдер Камерейт.
Thank you so much for bringing all these people in here. God damn. Da, comrade. Come on, say some more stuff with Russian accent. You guys I like the Russian accent. I like getting used to that. I think we all need to get used to it. You know what I mean? Cannabis side effects may include breaking out. Dude, you made a clip. Look at you.
Санферкл. I feel on a my bathroom. California Falls. Фаур Шизралдаук. Хали Хаурн. I don't know, Captain.
I turn that shit off. I'll retweet that shit. Dude, nobody sees your shit on Twitter. I swear to
Сгатидаурнерн
fucking God, dude.
2241.
Nobody
Урлиса
sees
Муайбер.
you.
Бабушка and Nuclear Reactor. California Falls. Ха-ха-ха-ха-ха-ха-ха-ха. Big Merc 83. DMZ Hooker has taken all my money. Only vodka can help Saves now.
A lot of smoke there. What's this?
Got their money in and who got their money
Oh
out.
yeah, there's a lot of smoke there coming out of my bong. That was funny. Yeah, I kind of had to clown the convo couch a little
Buck
bit, but that, you know,
804.
what else is new?
Have you smoked
420.
throughout?
It's 420.
I mean through a
I'm here to
water
tell
bottle.
you, it's 420. I'm
Не надо
ready right
древом
now
днимите.
to smoke a bong rip.
Santa Claus book funny
Going to go
bandage
into
pension lucky
this,
shower sink.
what how do you say, debate, panel discussion, and we're going to discuss some things tonight. It's gonna be nice. So we're going to get together and we're gonna smoke a little bit. You ready, Cyber?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. No law regarding cannabis. Cheers, Cyber. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, bro. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Нинеон дредан днините. Santa Claus book funny bandage pension lucky shower sink. Billy Valentine. I come to America but streets are not gold. Is bullshit.
It's bullshit. Rogie just came over here. You got everything you need, buddy? You all right? Mom Bees, I've been sitting here for a while, right? An hour. Okay. I took him for a walk before I did this. He did a little hard charging outside. He's a little hard charger. You should have seen him.
Jovin trolli livede until Jove ben kaut kamerate by a drone crashen.
Son of Urkel. You guys are fun.
California
Hey, phono.
Kepower ois srirs tombrate manara 7 tabge.
You guys are funny. Are you guys ready for this panel discussion?
Nick Brown.
Nick Brown.
Hey guys.
Hello, Nick Brown. How are you? Get ready
Big
to learn
Merc
to talk like
83.
this. We're all going to have to learn to
Hey,
talk like this.
I will work. But my hands have
Everyone will
splinters.
be talking like this.
San Ferkel.
Just learn not to do it
Did I
now.
do that? California Falls.
Which California?
Nikki is favorite Russian girl. She is best.
She is best.
Holly Horn. Fearless leader.
Fearless.
California Falls.
Cyber, I'm gonna give you a link.
Нинеон дредан днините. Santa Claus, 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 Santa Claus.
I like how he finished at the end. Santa Claus, Santa Claus.
Бак
That was
804.
hilarious.
Собака California Falls.
Cyber, I'm gonna leave
128 без трегикр.
Discord for a second. I'm gonna bring you back a link to another Discord
128 без
server.
Airfox, Airfox,
Where it's
Airfox,
happening at.
Airplov. California Falls. Is there an American
there's a lobby in
accent?
there you and I could chill out in.
San Ferkel. They give you some good painkillers. Собака California Falls.
I'll be right back.
Нинеон дредан днините. Эльюэль к Powerlifter 4 рак.
Okay, now I gotta just go back here. Go here. All right, Cyber.
Yeah, bro.
All right, here is a link to the
Billy Valentine.
Discord server.
My Disneyland comment
Roger
went
that.
over the internet fence. Now I go to prison camp. Сгатидаурнерн
And it's the
2241.
bottom room, or second to the
You
bottom.
will truly
It's
live
called,
there until you
waiting
hit
room.
Banya, Russian sauna, and swim in the hole
Roger
in
that.
winter.
I'm gonna join now. If you
Okay,
do.
cool. Yeah, go there first. I'll follow you in there. Make sure he gets out of. There he goes. Cool. Oh, he's already in there. Great.
Yeah.
Okay, cool, man.
Бак 804. Собака California Falls by the way. The American accent is very funny when they speak Russian. Ризо.
Join voice.
California Falls.
Oh yeah, join the.
Хр. Нинеон дреден днините. Водка, 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 водка. За подчеркивание Punisher 2022. Ха-ха. Нинеон дреден днините. Эльюэль Кэпаур, Эльюэль Кэпаур, Эльюэль Кэпаур, Эльюэль. Никихка. Редикр 128 Гримсейн. Бак 804. D3 Элбиухиский, 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 D3 Элбиухиский. Нинеон дреден днините. Стер FRY. California Falls. Switch to American accent now. Сан Феркрл. Хаур миничок суут и вуд чак чак if и чак вуд уд демит. California Falls. Исити Кианю Ривз Войс. Сгати Даурнерн 2241. Собака Нинеон дреден днините BTW. Fun effect. Russians drink less than some countries in Europe.
Dude, this guy's accent is so funny.
Нинеон дреден днините. Собака Сгати Даурнерн 2241. Лол.
Where's
I
Cyber
believe
at?
that.
Cyber, you gotta join the
Бак
voice chat.
804. D3 Элбиухиски
get
для
in the voice
киски,
chat?
D3 Элбиухиски для киски.
Where I'm at? You're
Микеро.
still in your voice chat.
Саури MY Family Спор.
Let me see if he switches over. Cyber. Ooh, they moved me. Somebody's moving me. People moved us into general.
Yeah.
Okay, they moved us into general. I guess. That's weird. I don't see anybody else in here. I see a bunch of names, but I only... Oh, maybe because only you and I are in voice. I don't get it. Because there's
Нинеон дреден днините.
Oh, those are
Брунит вумен,
rooms.
брунит вумен,
those
брунит
are
вумен,
rooms.
брунит вумен, брунит вумен.
Those are all rooms underneath us. Let's see, I thought those were people. So wait, who moved us up here?
I moved myself.
Dude, I didn't move to General VC. I was in the waiting room.
Oh, I saw you jumped out, and then I waited a long time, and then I opened up a browser so I could hear what you said, and then I joined.
Cool. Well, this is fine too. I guess no one else is in here. I just don't want to bother anybody over here. The debate is going to be in the panel discussion is going to be in. Thank you so much again. Your hair looks great. Thanks. You know, I swear there was a room. It was called debate or something, but I don't see it anymore. Oh, there it is. It's up there. It says debate.
Camerate, when is your debate?
It might be under there, yeah. It's in 30 minutes. It starts at 7 p.m. And it's a panel discussion. It's not a debate. Because the guy that invited me in here, I like agree with everything he was saying. I mean, he's a Democrat. Him and I might disagree on some things.
Даурнерн 2241.
But when I listen to him speak, he seems like he's just a he honors the truth like I do, and I just appreciate that in somebody, you know. So.
Нинеон Дреден Днините.
Topic is
Америка Брунит Вумен, Америка Брунит Вумен, Америка Брунит Вумен, Америка Брунит Вумен, водка, 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 водка.
It's pro woman.
Заборнтен Collection.
Pro woman.
Ah yes.
Pro
I have
Russian
panel discussions
or
with
pro
my
Ukraine.
wife every day.
Pro Russian versus pro Ukraine.
Нинеон Дреден Днините. LUL. Snowbjorns. I have ice in my veins with a heart made of stone.
Snowy burns. I have ice in my veins with a heart made of stone. I like that one. That one's good. Dude, I'm in this general VC chat. Nobody's chatted since 12 p.m. today in that chat.
Сгатидаурнерн 2241. Pro Russian or pro Ukraine. WHY someone should choose between snake and scorpion.
That's one way to look at it. And you want to know the way I look at it is what's the solution, you know? We could argue how we got here, but what's the solution? I mean, I understand that understanding how we got here is how we avoid from getting there again. So that's why I'm going in. At the same time, what's the fucking solution? You know, I've got mine. I've got my recommendations, you know. I'd love to hear what everybody else's are. Even the people that are totally pro-Ukrainian, you know. And it's going to be interesting because I don't know who else is going to be in there. I don't know how many people are showing up. But I'm early AF as fuck. And I don't see anybody in the fucking server. Are we in the right server? Yeah, political shit show 2.0. Yeah.
Zabelrenten Collection. I got kicked off your Facebook for telling a Russian Disneyland joke.
What was the joke, Billy? You got kicked off of my Facebook? How?
Сгатидаурнерн 2241.
Yeah, off my Facebook.
Solution is to give
you're
them
watching the
the
live stream?
opportunity to deal with this by their own.
Billy, it was a Russian Disneyland. Yeah, dude, that was hilarious. That made me laugh my ass off. It was welcome to Disneyland went over the internet fence. Now I go to prison camp. Where is it, dude? Where's the joke at? Welcome to Disneyland Moscow. It is against the law to say joke unless everyone understands. Otherwise, we kill you. That's fucking Billy. That made me laugh so fucking hard. They blocked you for a funny joke like that? What's up, Harley? You want to go outside? Mom's going to be pissed. Mom's going to be so pissed off if I let you outside. Want to go outside? Mom's going to be pissed. Go outside. Mom's going to be like, why does the cat keep getting out? I love that shit, dude. Oh. No, oh, I was going to say no Harleyan look. Boom, right out the window. There he goes. Oh, he's over here. You can't. Oh, no, there he is. You can see him. It's a good boy. It's a good boy.
The Burlington Collection. The Or I Kill You joke. My commenting was suspended till the Kremlin can review it.
I kill you.
Сгатидаурнерн 2241. And what kind of solution do you see? Lazy me. We see some shadow.
Okay, this is the solution. Okay.
San Ferkel.
You
It's International Men's Day.
you fucking do exactly what Vladimir Putin. You honor what he accomplished, and you call it even, and you walk away, and you stop putting NATO installations on his fucking border. But that territory that he took,
California Falls.
my recommendation
Not for Saimentau.
would be to give it to Russia, because Ukraine already proved they can't fucking treat those people properly. And Vladimir Putin's whole intention was to come in there and defend those poor people, who had nobody stopping the shells coming in and murdering them and their children. They said about their kids, man.
Shlatski. Собака не из
They said
Гордон.
their kids can fucking
Не
cower
неумдрен
in
мините.
fear in their bomb shelters
American
while our
Brunit
children are
Women's
getting the
Max
best
Legal
educations
Cannabis
available
KGB Spice into American Preschools.
and playing outside,
San Ferkel. Only beef men.
That's some crazy shit, man. I wonder if my cat's gonna go outside totally proud.
California Falls.
California
Yes.
fools, California, and the
Неумдрен
skies are
мините.
gray, and the skies
American
are
Brunit
gray.
Women's Max Legal Cannabis Tusnik KGB Spice into American Preschools. The Burlington Collection. GB Spice was the best Spice Girl.
And Juby was the bestest Spice Girl. Juby was the bestest Spice Girl. Can I reverse the output of my? Can I reverse this profile? Focus, edit,
Lazy me.
rolls, move
But
to
has gonna ruin
show.
whole point of Sfaurin policy.
I can't
Heavy spread
reverse.
NATO on East for 30 years, and now you suggest TRM to destroy whole point of NATO. Sounds unreal.
Cyber.
Plan to make
I can reverse
Afghanistan
it here,
from
bro.
Ukraine
Can't I?
with uncontrolled guns and gangs, and 10 rest of Europe something similar, starting from Poland. Sounds more American and realistic approach.
Can I reverse the whole goddamn scene, bro? I mean, I can reverse this, that, and the other, but it's got to be. I can reverse things. It's fucking pain. He has to do them one at a time. I'm like, fuck, it's. Ugh. What is.
Неумдрен мините.
Going backwards on.
KGB confusion, KGB
Well-
confusion, KGB confusion, KGB confusion.
Cyber, are you viewing my camera in Discord?
No, I have you up on my second laptop on your YouTube channel. Hold on.
I just wonder if it's all backwards for you. You see everything backwards in Discord?
Let me see. Hold
All
on.
my writing and my shirt.
I have you in general. Hold on. No, you look normal.
Oh, cool. You can read all the writing on the screen.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
cool.
the thing on your shirt is facing the same way on both.
It says
Yep.
sheath for you.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Because not for my monitor in Discord, that's really weird that it's showing it backwards. Oh my god, dude, I am HAF high as AF as fuck. AF as fuck. As fuck. AF.
Hold up your right hand. Yeah, we're good. We are good.
I mean, as long as you can read the
You
writing.
had to think about that.
I know, dude. I do. It's been a long time since I've had to distinguish between, because I'm ambidextrous. I do things with both hands. It's like it's really Okay, and the skies are gray. Okay, now
Светида Орнерн 2241.
cat's gonna go back around and
Good
piss on
thoughts,
my
but this is not the solution. This is the ideal outcome. She is not interested to stop the conflict. Coit City is the great opportunity to make money from military industrial complexes and damage the economy of Russia and EU.
Right. I know. I totally agree with you. It's what I preach on here all the time. It's, just listen to any song, any heavy metal song with the lyrics written around the industrial war complex. There's a lot of them. As the war machine keeps turning, there's Megadeth talking about you take a mortal man and put him in control, watch him become a god, watch people's heads roll. It's an old behavior of humans, and it never stops. Vicious cycle. I just can't believe there's absolutely nobody in this. Is it that they're hidden inside the rooms?
15 minutes, right?
Yeah, but maybe they're like hidden inside the rooms or something. Like, here, wait.
Neon Dread Ninite. KGB breeds children in petri dishes to collapse at the feet of fetal tissue torturing monsters of science.
I'm such a noob. I'm such a noob when it comes to this. I don't know. But I clicked on the debate channel. Oh, is that not a channel? It says voice. Oh, it's not a channel. I'm supposed to be in the waiting room. Okay, let's go down in the waiting room, Sober.
Roger that.
All right.
Billy Bellantine.
That's what I was told.
Did you know in Matrasha, we make Rarcaster out of solidified coarse magma?
Oh, Billy, you're so humorous and funny. George Bush idolizes Zelensky. Never did. So we got about 15 and a half minutes. They said 7 p.m., right? I want to say what Vladimir Putin did was overreaching and out of line and unnecessary and whatever. I feel like, yeah, okay, you win that point. I agree with you. I'm not debating that. I'm not going to debate facts that I agree with. You know?
Nineon Dreaden Dninite. The Great Reset tricked me to breed dummy children to kneel at the feet of Russian KGB monsters that inject radiation into children's fetal tissue to control TRM by installing the fear of God into the DPTS of their buttocks. Billy Valentine.
Oh.
A man expert in potatoes. Some call TRM tubers. Russia smart. Nineon Dreaden Dninite. LUL Power LUL Power LUL Power LUL Power LUL. Сгатидаурнерн 2241. The whole economy is holding by the dollar. Have an opportunity to make money from air, by increasing the national debt and getting the credits from Federal Reserve System. But the problem is that due to risks of inflation, should burn somewhere spare money from the local market, and what is the best mechanism to do that? Crises and hours.
Well, that's the way, that's the way the
Billy
system's set
Valentine.
up.
I'll mustard on meat pie. Yellow mustard.
To profiteer
Lazy.
off of war, but it
Explain
doesn't
to
have
me
to be
burn
that
money
way.
mechanism. Собака
Let's
с
talk to all the
Гатидаурнерн
anti-globalists out there.
2241.
People who just like war. Let's talk to those people. People who glorify war. Let's talk about those people. You glorify war. That's a problem. We're thinking the wrong direction. We're trying to solve our problems by killing people. If you're one of those people getting killed, man.
Nineon Dreaden Dninite. Thank you for allowing freedom to express itself in your channel Garden. Nothing but full respect to you, kind sir.
Thank you, 9. It's not freedom. It's not full freedom.
Billy Valentine.
But it's as much as I can allow.
WHO, you stop me in airport. I American, you filthy dog.
Why do you stop me in airport? In the airport? Why is my bowl reduced to nothing but ash? Bruh. Sounded like a seed, but I guess it wasn't. Didn't feel any. I don't think I felt any seeds. All right. What time is it? Cool. It's 4:20 in Newfoundland right now.
May I suggest a healthy hamster FRY? You don't need a wok, just a good non-stick pan and some fresh ingredients.
Stir fry? I was thinking about that actually. No law regarding cannabis. Cyber. Cheers, bro. Cyber. Oh, did I lose Cyber? Did I lose you? Cyber.
No,
Oh,
I'm sorry, I wasn't muted.
oh, cool. Cheers, brother.
Yes, bro.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, everybody.
Edwin Sparks 420. Cheers.
Edwin, cheers, bro. Welcome to the show. I'm in a chat waiting right now. We're in the waiting room. We've got Yankee Tanky in here and Cyber's in here.
Nineon Dreaden Dninite.
Is this the room where they're gonna have the panel
Just
discussion?
make sure to usinan palun saturated oils
Yankee,
like
do you know?
canola oil,
Or they
avocado
move-
oil, Peanut oil, coconut oil, and the freshest ingredients a spice cerebral.
Let me turn that down. Do they move us into another channel? Got sound? You don't know? No. Got sound, bro?
Can you hear me?
Oh, now I hear you. Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, to my knowledge, I think this is the room we're all supposed to be in. Am I correct?
Yeah, this is where I was told to
Discord
go.
is.
I was told to go to the waiting room. I'm like, I'm in the waiting room in Discord.
So is this the waiting room or no?
This was where Queen Alexa told me to go.
Is that non-smoker I'm talking to right now?
No. I mean, me?
No, who am I talking to right now?
I'm Nays Garden.
Okay, I have no idea who you are, but cool. I also have no idea to tell who you are. The two cameras I have on the screen are frozen, and then there's this random bubble with dude who's here. No idea what's going on.
I guess we'll know everything in 8 minutes. All shall be revealed.
What are you politically?
I'm sorry?
What are you politically?
Independent, progressive, and I'm a free speech gun rights advocate, cannabis advocate.
I definitely agree with free speech and the guns rights and the communists. So that's where I lie politically.
Right on.
I used to be a progressive long ago, but that changed back in 2020.
You got converted to communism.
I guess you could say that.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of examined, the prospects after seeing Bernie Sanders having the election rigged against him again. Kind of was an anarchist for a period of time, and then I started coming across people like Richard Wolff, regrettably Kel Baldwin, people like Hosley and Red Community, Jackson Hinkle, and I
Jackson. Yes, big influence on me.
What's up?
Jackson's a big influence.
Who's that?
Jackson Hinkle.
Who was the big influence? Jackson, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, based. Yeah, Jackson, he's pretty cool. I really like his politics. He's been A1 on the whole Ukraine conflict. So
Great.
definitely appreciate what's going on.
Yeah, I the last time I tweeted at Jackson was, "I hate your muscles." I tweeted that at him. He put up a fucking...
I have a feeling that just got into the ignore category.
Dude, I swear to God, he put up a fucking picture of him with his hands up like this, and he looked like Popeye. His forearms. I was like, you're juicing, motherfucker. Fuck you and your muscles. Fucking juicing.
I can't say shit. I mean, it's not like I bodybuild.
I just started recently trying to. That's why it's kind of funny, because I started and he's half my age, and I just watch him just get fucking.
Okay.
I remember a year ago when he was just this. He was tall, but he was lanky, and he went from that to just.
Yeah.
Now he's a monster in 1 year. It's pretty frustrating.
Yeah, I think he's definitely built up a lot. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Are we about to go live?
What time is it? It's 6. We still got 5 minutes, man. I wouldn't be surprised if people show up late. But I was going to ask you. So I'm live.
Yeah.
I'm live on my show. Everybody can hear you. I'm broadcasting to 15 different channels and Rumble. Do you mind if I pull up your camera and the?
Yeah.
Is that cool?
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I'm
Okay,
going
cool.
on the show expecting to be in camera a little bit anyhow. So
Cool. All right. Because I asked Queen, I was like, can I go live with this on my podcast? And they were like, yeah, absolutely. So I was like, great. Let's see.
your audience might have to get who I am.
I'm sorry, what?
I said your audience might have an idea of who I am.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, my face is kind of a little bit in people's faces nowadays more than it used to be. So
On Twitch, or are you all?
What's that?
Are you on Twitch or are you all over the place?
I'm on YouTube mostly right now,
YouTube,
but
okay.
I am trying to get to a point where I can expand on all platforms. So I'll eventually be on Twitch. I'm going to be streaming on Facebook too.
Hey, non-smoker. So, yeah, well, YouTube's, I've been on there for years. How long have you had a channel on there for?
I mean, I've had the channel since 2020, but I wasn't really on it until this past year.
Has it been growing nicely?
Pretty quickly.
Have you been building?
What's that?
Building a following nicely on there?
It's growing faster than I expected. I have over 500 subscribers now.
Nice, brother. Congratulations.
1,600 followers on Twitch. Sorry, on Twitter rather. And the old censor NATO army came and fucking like mass reported my account. So now I have another Twitter, CPUSA. I think it says like PA 2036 or something like that. You can see me on there. I have like 400 followers now.
Nice.
But I mean, I've debated Bosch. I've debated.
Oh, nice, bro. Nice. How did that go? How long?
Yeah.
How long did you guys talk for?
Talk to. If you ask me, I destroyed Bosch in that debate.
Dude, the Vosh debate was your best debate, in my view.
Probably. I mean, I really just decided to say fuck it when it came to Dylan Burns. I knew coming into that debate, I did not know enough about him in the first place. That I just decided I was just going to fuck it crazy. Like, that's what I did. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat that.
Yeah.
And then there was that debate with
Hello.
I guess somebody's moving.
Hello.
I think someone's moving us around. I'm not doing anything.
What's going on?
I think someone might be moving us into another room. Live show.
You guys are being pulled into the live room. Welcome to the live room, everyone. You guys will be live momentarily in the live room.
Pull me. You've been pulled. You're here.
Okay. So you're here, all the pro-Russia people. Now we're waiting for the Ukraine people.
There's no Ukraine people here yet.
Oh, yeah.
Flawless victory.
Hey, Nikki.
Unserious people. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know who they are.
Typical. We're waiting on Dylan Burns. We're waiting on Sprout. We're waiting on Ginger. And yeah. So we will be live.
Didn't you have a debate with Dylan Burns before?
Yes. We had a long chat, me and Dylan. It was actually not a disaster. Like, I thought it was pretty respectful. But, you know, he is like a slippery snake, bro. You know, like, he kind of wiggles and coils and bites and, you know, so...
He's a bit more cautious.
Yeah. Well, Vosh was, like, ridiculous with you, bro. Particularly at the end. Like, I thought you definitely won that debate, I'll be honest with you. And then he just sort of, like, started to troll you. But the thing is, Vosh is not funny. So it was like a fail troll. But I thought you did well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, if I'm serious about a debate, I think it's obvious that I'm going to be victorious. At least by the neutral observer.
Camera not gonna work. Oh, it's gonna work. Okay.
All right, it's getting real now.
Oh, welcome all new people who've never been on here before. So welcome.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for having.
Thanks for having us on.
Yeah,
I don't know how much I'm gonna talk. We're probably gonna be watching. Let's see. Let's see what happens. Let's see if I get rage.
We'll just start calling everybody a cuck if you can't think of anything to say.
That'll work.
I usually express towards the word degenerate.
Also a good choice.
Man, my mom sounds pissed back there. Why did I lose sound?
I don't know.
Oh.
I don't hear your
Oh, no.
mom, though. Which is good.
I just saw non-smoker was talking, but he was.
Oh no, I'm instructing chat on what's about to happen.
Oh yeah, I
telling
think
them
I'll
in.
look at your chat.
Yes, yes. Look, all of our favorites are here.
Hey Doc, what's up, buddy?
Uh-oh.
What's up, Doc?
Shay, why did I spell your name? I just
The older Twitch poll gets, the more late people become. This is what I've noticed.
Yeah, that's true.
Like fucking a year ago, people were always on time.
They get too used to it, I guess.
I think the drive in the space has just went down considerably. So I think a lot of it is just people don't care like they used to.
Yeah, that makes sense. Especially Russia, Ukraine, they're probably tired of debating.
To be honest, when I put this out, non-smoker helped a lot. Which thank you, non-smoker, because you fucking pro-Rush people are really hard to find.
Dude, that's because they chased us all off the fucking platform.
I know
anybody who's like remotely pro-Russia gets banned.
Welcome, Dylan Burns.
I hear an echo. I hear a non-smoker's voice. Where am I? Where is it from? Everything's muted. Okay, it's from somewhere else.
Damn chair.
How has everyone been today, though, as we're waiting?
Okay.
Things are good. Things are good.
All good.
Welcome, Dylan Burns.
Thank you. Thank you.
Waiting on a few more.
Where's Schlot?
I was wondering that also.
Is he still gonna come?
I hope so.
Oh well, if he doesn't, is he just not going to?
He was the one I was looking forward to the most, to be honest.
I was listening to him talk to that guy.
There I am. Thanks for bringing me in.
Oh shit! There he is, the man, the
Only been waiting for 5 minutes.
Oh, I didn't. I wasn't paying attention though.
All right.
I swear to God, Sprout no shows again. I'm gonna show up at his house and slap him in the face.
I would pay to see that.
You're in death mode. You're all black. I never saw it like this. I didn't get the memo. I guess.
That's right. We should have coordinated.
If Sprout does no show, might have to remove one of you pro Russian people because I don't want it to be too counterbalanced, right? I don't want it to be like a dog pile.
Okay, remove me if you need to be removed because I want to.
I think we'll be all right, Alexa. We've got enough pros here. We'll be fine.
Well, I mean, is everyone out from the pro Ukraine side? Are y'all okay with No.
I'm fine. Sprout gets here, we'll pull him in late. It'll be all right.
All right. Okay. Well, that's how it's going. All right, we'll get started in 4 minutes.
7:10. It couldn't be a better time than 7:10. I love it.
Yeah, it's when I usually officially start. I just tell y'all 7, that way I get here in like at some point.
Hopefully.
Gotta do something to do it.
7:10's like.
Yeah, they're not moving the show back to 8 though, so I might start moving the show at 8 because 7's worked out for a while, but I think I may move it back to 8. Oh, there's Sprout. Speaking of the devil, he shall appear, and there he goes. And now he's back.
I thought I was gonna have to pull out my Sprouticus cosplay.
There he is.
The longer you leave Discord up, the higher chance it has of crashing your computer when you try to open up the camera. Or not even crash your computer, just crash the program.
Alrighty, is everyone good to go? So that's everyone. Resounding.
What do you want the person who's not here to answer? To say, no, it's not everybody, please wait.
Yes, let's do it.
Alright, let's get started. Bring it. Alright, welcome. I'm going to like to this Political Shit Show. If you want to come join, press the discord.gg/Political Shit Show. We have to set rules. Fucking Dylan! Let him come back in, that way I can tell you all the rules.
Easy win.
Yeah, right? We need the guy who went to fucking Ukraine.
They're having internet issues over there. It is a war zone.
I think he's back, isn't he? Yeah, I thought he's back.
Yeah, he's back.
They got Skynet.
American internet.
Now he's actually back.
All right.
So.
Now he's back. Right. Oh yeah, I forgot. We have one more person. Now we actually have everyone.
Hello. Sorry about that.
Yeah, William.
How you doing?
Good. Okay, we need to set some ground rules. This is a really controversial topic. No calling.
Yes. Yeah.
That being said, I found that this whole discourse has become like really, really, for lack of a better term, like totalitarian on the pro-Ukraine side. I found that the pro-Ukraine side tends to act as though there is no valid Russian perspective whatsoever. So just having any Russian sympathy means that you're automatically on the side of pro-Russia. And if that's true, then I guess I'm on the side of pro-Russia. I don't think Russia is a perfect country. I don't think Putin is like a perfect leader or anything like that. But I also try to look at world events very pragmatically. So with that being said, I think I try to consider both perspectives. And first and foremost, obviously I want peace. But I also think that what gets lost in this entire conversation all the time, far too often, is the autonomy of the people in eastern Ukraine and their right to sovereignty of their own, whatever they define that as. So I guess if that makes me super pro-Russia, then I'm super pro-Russia.
Ginger.
I would say that I am pro-Ukraine. I feel like Russia has no business there. They clearly have Ukraine wants nothing to do with them. Putin is a dictator, not a leader, and they need to leave. And if we can do something about it, we should.
Schlatsky.
I'm just a guy in America, and I think that we should keep all of our weapons at home to defend Americans and we have no plans, it seems, to include them in any of our alliances, whether that be the EU or NATO. So we should probably just drop the trade and stop sending weapons over there. I'm all for humanitarian aid, medical, food, that kind of thing, but not for exporting food from Ukraine. I don't think that's worthwhile. But yeah, basically, no weapons to Ukraine.
Days Guard.
I think that Russia has been provoked and felt they were backed into a corner. And we denied talking to Putin since Obama was in office. We wouldn't talk to him. We made jokes about it. And if you're not going to have dialogue, you're going to end up having a fight. So, go to the table, start talking, and put whatever got us to this point, we can debate that tonight. But if it's so that we can not repeat it again, great. I'm all for finding the solution so people aren't at war anymore. That's it.
Somebody online.
Well, howdy, hi, Queen Alexa. Thank you very much for having me here. I really do appreciate the Political Shit Show for hosting this event. Of course, I am somebody online. Some of you folks might know me. The rest of you folks don't yet, but I'm sure you will by the end of this. As far as the whole Russia versus Ukraine thing, we have to remember that, there used to be this kingdom in, Eastern Asia or Eastern Europe, Northern Asia. It was like the Federation of Russia. It was ruled by the Romanov family. Then there was this whole Soviet Union thing, and they conquered a whole bunch of extra area by annexing all these places. And then a new country was founded, and it's the Russian Federation. It's a whole completely different thing that came to be. So there's this distinction between these two different places. Now, back during the Cold War, there was the East versus the West, and you got to remember we're the West, and there was the East, and it was the Soviet Union versus. Well, the Soviet Union lost, and they don't exist anymore. And now the West has conquered the rest of the world. And Russia's throwing a little temper tantrum over here and being we're still the Romanovs. We still get to own the whole Soviet Union. We get to control the world. But I'm sorry, that's really not the way that it works. Everything belongs to the United States now. So you have to do what we say, and you have to stop throwing your temper tantrum in Eastern Europe. That's ours now.
The Spartacus.
So it's very clear what Putin's trying to do. Putin is trying to, before he leaves power, he's trying to have this big momentum of I got this land back from Mother Russia. I find this war as something that was completely avoidable had Putin's ego not gotten in front of him. But Russia needs to back out. Russia needs to leave Ukraine to Ukraine, and they need to sit quiet for a little while. If they continue to push this, especially if they continue to try to take other nations that were part of Russia or USSR or whatever you want to call it, the basic same country, then you're also talking going into Poland. You're talking going into several other nations that are part of NATO, and the NATO agreement is that if someone attacks their country, we treat it as if they attacked ours. So if Russia does not want to get blown out of the water, I would highly suggest leaving Ukraine and not attacking another country.
Yankee, thank you.
Okay. With this, the facts are that Vladimir Putin has done nothing. He was defending his country against the expansion of NATO and the U.S. imperialists. It is our responsibility as anti-imperialists within the United States to fight against a third world war. We are escalating quickly, fastly, to a nuclear holocaust that would kill billions of people. I hold the United States and NATO as fully responsible for that future reality.
You want me to turn up your mic a little bit? Because your parts of your words would cut out.
Are you in a bunker somewhere?
You said my mic needs to be adjusted?
Yeah, you sound like you're far away in like a tunnel.
Alexa, look, like Russia's being sanctioned. They can't get new mic equipment.
True. All right, the floor is open. Go at the throat.
So yeah, I'm going to stand again on there's a difference between what the Soviet Union was and then this thing that we have now that they keep calling Russia. But I'm going to remind everybody that the Russia of old that used to be there doesn't exist anymore. This idea that there is this big Russian confederation that owns the entire East is imaginary. And Putin's got this pipe dream, and he's all upset about, I'm supposed to be able to control these nations outside of my border because they're like my little puppet states. But they're not anymore. They're our puppet states now. We bought them. We get to control them.
What Ukrainian state formation would you like to return to?
The one that we had before 2014.
Because I guess what I'm trying to get at is, like, you're trying to say that Putin is sort of trying to reform like artificial borders like the Soviet Union or the Russian Empire. I guess the point I'm trying to make with that question is, what were the borders of Ukraine prior to that? Do you know?
So what were the Ukrainian borders prior
to the Russian Empire?
There was no Ukraine before the Russian Empire, before
there was
the
no
Romanovs conquered that area?
There was no United States before the British. That does not mean the United States is not valid and existing just because it didn't exist prior to the British.
You know, there's a lot of different
20 times older
there,
than
right?
Ukraine.
Disregarding the age, we were just as valid when we had fought the Revolutionary War and won it that we are now.
What Revolutionary War did Ukraine fight and win?
So during World War One, I can answer that. Yeah, during World War One, you had the whites and the reds in Russia during the Russian Civil War.
I said one.
Huh?
What Revolutionary War did they win?
Yeah, so there was a period during the Blacks' occupation where they had some control over the idea that what we would call Ukraine, and it was really an absence of Russian administration or Soviet administration, and also like the whites having no power to do so.
1917 to 21.
Yeah.
Right, during the Russian Civil War.
Yeah.
When there was no like firm control over Russia itself.
Yeah.
Is winning
Does
a
everyone
civil
here
war
respect the rights of the Confederacy?
Is winning a civil war or winning a
Wait,
revolutionary
okay.
necessary to form a sovereign nation? There's
can
been
I
a lot of
Yeah, you
nations
have
that
to
have
win
been
a
formed
war.
without.
Let me respond to that.
No, there have been a lot of nations that have been set up without wars. I'm sorry.
The
Dylan,
difference
go ahead.
is okay. I would say there's a vast difference between the idea of a Ukrainian state and the idea of a Confederate state. Because the Ukrainian state is based in Ukrainian culture, it's based in Ukrainian language, it's based in the identity of Ukrainianness, based in the Constitution. The Confederate state was based in slavery. There was no Confederate language. There's no Confederate language. There's no. I mean, you could say there's like regional Southern.
The only
culture,
thing you can point to is language.
Well, the difference
They-
is the
they do have a
Confederate state was
distinct
founded
culture.
in slavery.
Culture
Ukrainian
is the
state was
outgrowth of
created in
economics.
Ukrainian identity.
Culture is the outgrowth of economics. So the Southern slave economy obviously resulted in a totally different cultural formation in the South than they had in the North.
Would you say that there's a difference between basing your country in slavery and basing your country in national identity? Because the Southern economy, the Southern nation state was created because they were upset that they couldn't do slavery. Like the Ukrainian nation state was created because they were upset at the Russian nation state banning the Ukrainian language. They were upset at the suppression. The Ukrainian language is not Nazism. The Ukrainian language is a language that millions of people speak. But the Russian,
Ukrainian? When did Russia ban Ukrainian?
1880.
Before the Soviet Union.
Yes, the Russian
Ukrainian was
Empire.
banned.
The Russian Empire.
You
banned
know
Ukrainian
what the
language, yes.
Soviets did to the Romanovs, right?
What am I supposed to take from that? I'm talking about Russia, not just the Soviet
Yeah,
Union.
I'm talking about Russia. I'm not talking about the Tsarist Empire.
Okay, so it was okay then for the Ukrainians to break off when the Russian state started to collapse and say, "Hey, we're going to create our own country," because historically our language has been banned, our culture has been prosecuted, and we want to
Never
be able
banned
to
in the
practice it
Soviet
freely.
Union. In fact, it was supported.
It was not supported, but it was. I mean, it wasn't. I would say it wasn't banned to
There are
speak
more ethnic
Ukrainian.
groups within Russia
But they
than there are
viewed
within
Ukrainian as kind of like a backwater, kind of like a redneck hillbilly people, and you
What
could
does it
think
matter
that
how they view Ukraine?
Well, it's because it's how they
why
treat
should we send
Ukraine.
weapons to Ukrainians? Because of
We
how
should-
they view them?
Well, I never said
Because
that.
they
I don't know why
violently
you're
attack.
jumping to that.
That's
What's
You're
wrong
on
with
the side.
Ukrainian language?
You're on
Well,
the
yes,
Ukraine
I am
side.
100% in favor of sending weapons, but we're talking about Ukrainian history right now. And Ukrainian history.
But that's
Do you
what
want
I'm
to
wondering,
skip? Do you want to skip the historical argument? I support it because I believe the Ukrainians are fighting a righteous revolution. I think Euromaidan was good. I think that the liberal democracy that they've set up is much better than the system they had before. The Ukrainian people seem to want to go their own way, and I think they have the right to do that. And I think we should support them in that effort. I think we live in a global economy. It's very difficult for us to kind of isolate ourselves from the world and say we're going to split off and we're just going to let everything go as it will. And I do believe the United States should have a moral foreign policy where we do get involved in foreign affairs.
We're
and
not the
support
world police. You know that
independent
movie was a parody, right? It was like satire.
You can say we're not the world police, but I still think the United States should be active in world affairs and supporting countries' rights and independence.
The State Department agrees with you.
Okay, I don't care.
I mean,
How
yeah.
many billions of dollars do you think that's worth giving Ukraine to defend itself?
400. Hey, what, do you want a number? Or?
Yeah, well, where does it stop, Dylan?
I think it
That's what I'd
stops
like
when
to know.
Ukraine wins. That's when I think
So
it
we should
stops.
just pour money into this until whenever. Maybe they'll
last
never end.
Ukrainian?
It could go on for 10 years.
You can say it's a less Ukrainian, but that takes agency away from the Ukrainian people because it's
You
not
have
like
no problem doing that.
it's not like what was that?
I feel like you have no problem doing that.
What
love
makes you
to
think
speak to
that?
Ukrainians. That's kind of like your whole spiel, isn't it?
I went there and I interviewed Ukrainians. I let them speak into the camera and give their own opinion.
Does that give you the authority to speak for the whole country?
I don't need to speak on the whole country, but if I can look at
You're
polling
doing that
data
right
and
now.
tell you what Ukrainians believe, because we can just look at data and we can see what they believe. Like if I told you that the majority of Americans don't want to give up their nation state to the British, right? I can say that. I can also say that the Mexicans don't want to rejoin the Spanish Empire because I can look at polling data and the general vibe in Mexico and say they don't want to. So I can look at polling data and from my personal conversations with Ukrainians and tell you that the majority of Ukrainians don't like getting bombed, they don't like being invaded, and they don't want their land taken away from them.
Do the rest of you guys not see how much of an op it is that Dylan keeps comparing Ukraine to America fighting the British for their independence?
What do you
those
mean
two
it's an
things-
op? What does that even
the
mean?
two things are not related whatsoever, but you're just trying to get Americans to
Wait, no,
empathize with
he was
Ukrainians
using,
like
he
they're like
wasn't
us.
talking about like he wasn't talking a direct comparison between.
He did that at
He
Liberty
did that
Con.
previously, but
No,
it was
you
a
didn't
limited
understand.
He's
You
done
didn't,
it.
you didn't
He did that.
understand. You're not understanding what I'm saying right now. What I
No, if
said.
you understand,
No,
you're
you're
full of
not.
shit.
I'm clarifying. Okay. You can be an
Talking
asshole
about
if you
polling
want
data
to,
now. He's using-
but if I'm talking about my point was that in the United States, the majority of Americans don't want to be part of the British Empire. In Mexico, the majority of Mexicans don't want to be part of Spain. I don't need to be Mexican to tell you that information. The majority of Mexicans don't want to be part of the Spanish Empire.
The
I don't
majority
need
of
to
the
be
Donbass
Ukrainian.
doesn't want
I
to
don't.
be part of Ukraine.
They do want to be part of Ukraine.
According to
There's no
what?
polling data that suggests otherwise. But I'm not
According to
done,
what?
by the way. Look, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna.
There's
if
this
you guys,
referendum they held.
if you guys,
They voted.
The one in 2001.
Yeah.
No other
They voted.
nation considered it to be an actual valid. You talk about that one, the one that no other established nation considered it to be valid.
Yeah, let Dylan finish his statement and the next person go.
I was just responding to things that were thrown at me.
I don't need to be Ukrainian to tell you what the majority of Ukrainians believe if there's clear polling data to indicate that. As for the idea that the majority of the people in the Donbass want to be part of Russia, there is no independent polling data suggesting that. If you want to point to the referendum, I can tell you a few. I can tell. Jesus Christ, my God, is this going to be the whole debate? I can tell you that if you look at the referendum that you're citing, let me tell you some problems with that referendum. First problem, no displaced people got to participate. If you're going to be voting on the future of your land, I feel that everybody who lives on it should be able to get a say.
They weren't living there, were they?
If you were forced out of your home by war, yeah, they were displaced. So they should be able to vote on what their land, their property, their belongings, what should be. They want to go. They want to because they were forced because of the war. So let me ask you a question. Do you think during the American Civil War that we should not allow people displaced from their homes, due to fighting, to vote in elections? Like we do this. Like during the American Civil War, we allowed people displaced from their homes by fighting to vote in their state elections.
People who live there asking
yes,
what they
if
want.
you're
And
displaced,
if you didn't live there, then you didn't vote.
But nobody voted. Basically, 15,000 voted, and basically no one voted because the problem was they set up this
for that.
Yes, the Russian government. So the Russian
government said no one voted in the referendum.
They said about 15,000 people voted. They had about 15,000 people voting around each province. Barely anybody participated, which isn't a huge surprise when you don't allow displaced people to participate, when you set up the referendum in 3 days because you're panicking because you're lying around Kharkiv. What percent? A very large percentage, probably like 40 to 50%. Like that's a lot of people who did not get to participate in the election.
The population of Donbass is in the millions, right? So 15,000 out of like what? 5
We're talking
million
about
voted.
all the referendums, correct? We're talking about the referendums, like the referendums that Russia did recently. They did it in Kherson, they did it in Zaporozhye, they did it in Donetsk, and they did it in Luhansk. In each one of these, when they did these referendums, they gave it like 3 days, 4 days to set it up because they were panicking. They canceled it before, and then they relaunched it because their front line around Kupiansk was collapsing, and they wanted to, show to the world that they had control.
People voted.
I'm telling you,
a very millions.
Yes, that's the problem with the referendum. A very
like
small
a source
percentage.
for that. I don't
The Russian government, go look at their official numbers. They published the numbers. I didn't publish the numbers. The problem was they gave 3 days. 3 days for the people to set up a referendum on whether they wanted to be part of Russia. They didn't allow everybody to participate, not the displaced people, not people who were within territory still held by the Russian government, but they were. Like, do you want me to get the? I can get you the.
Please post it already.
What do you mean post it already? I'm debating. Oh, you want me to talk and answer at the same time, or like? What do you want me to do?
You've been talking for a while.
Okay, yeah, but that's because all of you want to respond to me.
I think Sprout had something to say, right? Sprout.
I was just responding to things that were thrown at me. The 2001 referendum has been widely seen as other established nations as invalid and not a fair election. In regards to someone saying we shouldn't send weapons to Ukraine, the United States should assist Ukraine in sending weapons. Mainly because of the Budapest Memorandum.
They have done shit with what we've given them already. I think that it's not helping. It's gonna make them stop shooting, right? It's gonna make the war end. Does that make sense? Does that make logical sense? Does it really make sense to you? Can you please think about it for a second? If we give people more weapons, does that call for peace? How does that work? Can you please explain it to me, please?
Yeah, that's mainly because of the Budapest Memorandum, which was signed by Russia, Ukraine, Britain, and the United States, which is a memorandum that forced Ukraine to no longer have any of its nuclear weapons. The agreement also vowed that if aggression took place, the signatories, i.e. Russia, Ukraine, Britain, and the United States, would seek immediate action for the United Nations Security Council to aid Ukraine.
Sprout, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
I just want to know, like, what is the precedent that you are basing on so much faith that the U.S. can establish peace in other parts of the world?
I'm stating that we are there to assist Ukraine because we signed a memorandum that said we would respect its sovereignty and existing borders, and a co-signer of that memorandum has failed to live up to that memorandum and it involved taking away a country's nuclear weapon system, which, by the way, is a very, very defensive thing to even just have.
Not, dude. So just trying to be clear here.
Ukraine never had Ukrainian nukes. They had Soviet nukes. They were removed.
And when Ukraine became Ukraine, they were Ukrainian nukes.
Yeah, you don't just get to inherit someone else's nukes because they happen to be on your property. Right?
Actually, when Ukraine was in the Soviet bloc, they inherited those nukes from the Central Soviet government of Russia.
Right. That's why they made the Budapest Memorandum to get rid of them.
And the Budapest Memorandum is being violated daily by Russia.
Minsk is being violated by Ukraine.
All over by the Ukrainians. But Sprout, could you just tell me, what is the region in the world that you point to that America can establish peace in other parts of the world?
I would say that if I was going to point to a very specific place, I would say Japan.
Interesting.
Oh, shit, dude.
All right. So, do you know, how much do you know about America's relationship with the Japanese government?
I know quite a bit.
I see. So, do you think that the best case scenario for Ukraine would be for us to establish the same amount of influence and control that we had over Japan following World War II? We should have that same amount of influence and control over Ukraine, just as we did Japan.
I'm not saying it's a one-stop shop solution. I'm not saying that.
Can you find another comparable example?
No, because this area of the world and the different Wait, 1 second. This area of the world and the geopolitics of this area is something the United States has not ventured into until recently, giving weapons to Ukraine.
But there's no precedent for us being able to do that.
I'm willing to dump millions into it to establish Ukraine's.
We cooed the government there, bro. Are you in denial about that?
To establish Ukraine's border.
You say the United States hasn't been interfering with Ukraine? Are you kidding me?
I did not say that.
What were the Bidens doing there?
Nobody said that.
No one said that.
You just did, man. You said the United States. You said United States doesn't interfere. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry I interrupted you.
Wait. Has the United States as a government has not been interfering with any internation conflicts in that area until recently?
Okay. By the way,
establishing NATO bases.
Here, go ahead. Let's go ahead.
I looked at the data. The last numbers that Russia put out for Kherson, for example, if we're going to look at the Kherson results, is that 25,000 people voted as of September 26th, like a day or two before the whole thing was finalized. 25,000 people out of 250,000, right? That's the Russian estimate. That's the Russian estimate at the high end, and that's if you believe the Russians aren't lying about any of those votes possibly being ballot stuff, which they showed multiple times on film, them participating in. I'm not saying that Russia. What does that even mean? What does that even? I'm sorry. Look,
you're just tossing in if we don't believe the Russians are lying, bro, everyone lies.
Yeah,
like
put your
human
guns
lies.
on a leash.
Put yourself on a leash, bro.
And I gotta respond to them. You gotta shut them the fuck up.
Dylan can't debate unless you can filibuster for 10 minutes at a time.
You guys asked me a question. I went and got the resource. The majority of Kherson residents did not participate in a referendum. And that's if 25,000 people out of 250,000 at the high end, if you believe Russian numbers, and don't think they participated in ballot stuffing, which they did. They participated in ballot stuffing. I can show you video of ballot stuffing. But the whole thing this debate's going to be is me getting proof, showing it to you, and then you're going to be like, well, the Ukrainians lied, like you just did.
Dude, we're just asking for one part.
I'm just curious if you had...
Thank you. That was an amazing point. I never thought about that. Thank you.
Yeah, let's
verify that.
You have to get that mic back.
I've seen a few interviews of people who were at the referendums, election watching. So, have you talked to any of those people?
Have I talked to the Russian hired election watchers?
No. Russian hired?
Yes.
International observers?
Yes. Yeah, we're talking about like Scott Ritter, right? We're talking about these.
Was Scott Ritter an election observer?
No, but that's what we're talking about.
Okay, so we're talking. Have you talked to
have
any
I talked? No, I haven't talked to
the
Russian allied election observers. But why do you trust them? Why do you trust them as an election source? Why do you trust them? The reason I don't trust them is I do not trust Russian observers to monitor.
They're
international. Let him answer. Let Dylan answer. You gotta ask him a question.
You know what international means?
Oh, really? I don't know. Please tell me.
That means they came
Waste
from somewhere
my time.
else. Bro, you're wasting our time. They're not Russian.
There were no independent.
They were hired by Russians. Do you have a source that they were hired by Russians?
Yes, multiple of them were hired by Russians. They were locals. They were locals that the Russians hired.
Okay, what about the ones who weren't hired by Russians? There was more than one election observer.
Okay, so
in
which
Donetsk
election
alone, there was
observers?
127.
My claim is that a single one of them was credible. Not one. If you can show me one credible election observer, you're gonna bust me up. Any of them. Which one was one that we would say, yes, this is somebody with an independent enough, that's not biased enough, that they're going to give an honest retelling of events? Okay, why would those people be? What about those people? Who are those people?
Well, they're not related to anything. They're independent.
Because they're from Brazil? What media companies are they part of? Who do they work with?
I don't know.
Because I know
there was
people
a bunch of
money
them. I
from
didn't
the
sit
Assad
there and look at
regime, and
every
they'll go
single
off
election observer and double check their bona fides. But you're saying that
Is
they're
there-
not credible on just as much
No,
information.
I'm saying that they're either all biased towards the Russian perspective
all biased.
or have no record of monitoring elections
All
whatsoever.
media is biased, bro.
But the problem is, there's such a thing as an independent observer. There's organizations that do this independently. It's not like independent observers have not monitored elections that the United States
How did
are
we
not
get
friendly
the
with and have turned it
special
out to be
privilege
true?
of being the only people?
Why do you really?
forced
By the way,
independent observers?
96% of Kherson. That's what the Russians said. Russians pushed out of Kherson. The streets are filled with people cheering, waving flags. They're excited. If you listen to like the Rusich group talk about how their occupation went, they say that the locals despise us. They spit at us. They refuse to speak with us. They don't like us. This is Russian
But you're
soldiers
trusting
saying,
Russians now?
Yeah, I will trust them when they're talking about how the locals don't like them.
You trust them when they say what you want to say?
I trust them when they say things that aren't favorable to their narrative because they have no reason for admitting it. Do you understand why I would? For example, if the United States tomorrow said, "Yeah, we couped Bolivia, we did that," would I say, "Oh, I'm not going to believe that now"? I'd be like, "Of course, I'm going to believe that because why? Why would they admit to that? If they were, why would they lie about that? Why would they lie to make them look worse? Why would Russian soldiers lie to say that Ukrainians hate them?
Poland. I was watching your stream last night. You didn't want to admit to that. Why would you
Can
admit
you
to
answer my
that?
question as this woman rambles?
What's the question
Why?
again? Sorry, I missed it.
Why would the Russian soldiers tell on their blogs to Russian?
They're not
military
Russian
bloggers?
soldiers. They're Rurich, right?
Rusich. They are
Rusich.
working for the Russian government.
Does BlackRock work for the American? I mean,
They
BlackRock's not
are an
American
extension
soldiers.
of they're an extension of the American government. We hire private military companies. They work on our behalf.
Yeah.
We are responsible for the actions of those soldiers. Russian government is responsible for the actions of private military companies they hire. Why did those private military company soldiers say that the locals despise us? They spit at us. They don't like us. Why would they do that? Why?
I don't know what they said. Do you?
So do you think they were
that means
lying? I can link
so
you
that
the
means
blog
Ukraine
if
is
you need more
responsible for
evidence.
Azov, right, and right sector too, right?
Well, yes. If they're under their military banner, they do hold
They literally
responsibility for the actions of Azov. Of course.
So Ukraine
yes.
is responsible for the actions of Azov and right sector.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. If they give them guns and they give them bullets and they say you're our soldiers, then yes, they are going to be responsible for those actions. But so is the Russian government. And what I'm telling you is that the Russian government lied about 96% in Kherson. There is no polling data pre-war that would ever suggest that the people of Kherson wanted to be part of the Russian Federation. Nonetheless, 96%. These are ridiculous numbers. These are ridiculous
That's
numbers. And it
90%.
shows
96% of the
how
people
can
who
you
voted.
prepare?
If only
How do you prepare
25,000
an
people
election?
voted, then it's not. I mean,
But do you have a problem
we
with
already
the
get it.
participation rate? Do you have a
Yeah,
problem with
Dylan.
the participation rate? That
All right,
what,
Dylan.
5% of the population can decide the
Wait a
future
minute.
for 100% of the population.
I got something to
5%.
say.
well, 30% of Americans decide the president, right? I mean, we don't
Yes,
even get 50%
not
here.
5%. 5% is ridiculous.
That's
and
a
that's
difference
and
like
that's
5
if you
times.
believe the Russian government. That's if you believe their numbers.
Dylan, this came up when you and I spoke one-on-one, and I kind of feel like even if you acknowledge that the referendums aren't accurate or not fair or whatever, and you know what, I honestly don't know. I mean, I wasn't there. I didn't count every fucking ballot. Who knows, right? But what I would ask you is, how does that give you automatic authority to just say, well, the referendum wasn't valid, and I talked to a couple of people over there, so therefore I'm in the authoritative position to decide, well, they definitely want to be part of Ukraine. I think that's a little
It's
dishonest.
not that I just talked to a couple of people. All polling data seems to suggest the vast majority of Ukrainians want to be part of Ukraine. There's no data that points in the other direction, including Eastern Ukrainians.
What I'm trying to
I can
get
talk
at-
about my personal
yeah.
experience of talking to these people and
We
them
all know
telling me
that,
they want to
but-
be part of Ukraine, but
Look,
polling data seems to
all
reflect
I'm trying to get at, Dylan, is that there obviously needs to be another referendum, right? At least that's probably what the international community would want to see. The question is whether or not we could do that in a way that was fair to Russia as well as it's fair to Ukraine and fair to the people in eastern Ukraine and fair all the way around. And my issue with that is there any way to like really establish the parameters in such a manner that everybody can agree on it? And I don't know. I mean, I'd like to think there is. I'd like to think cooler heads prevail, blah, blah, blah. But I just don't, and I think you understand this probably. I just don't think that that's how these things usually play out. It's usually one side kind of has a referendum. In this case, it was Russian oversight. You think it's therefore invalid. But if it was UN oversight, the Russians would think it was invalid. So,
it's not
there's
just
almost
that
like
oversight. It's just that there's evidence of fraud that they have participated in. And the numbers are ridiculous. 96% in here saw it. They're not even attempting to cover it up.
Yeah. Well, look, again, I think that the only fair way to do this might not even be totally possible, unfortunately. And so I don't really know what the solution is, but again, I'm sitting over here in my country saying like, well, we're pouring billions and billions and billions of dollars worth of weapons into this conflict, and we are actually, and Nikki mentioned this too, we're not any closer to resolving anything. It's just killing more people, and it's becoming incredibly expensive. It's jacking up gas prices. It's fucking Americans, and it's, look, I know that you have a lot of sympathies for the Ukrainian people, this, that, because you're like a great person, right? Or whatever. But at the end of the day, dude, like, I think the real sympathetic thing to do for all parties involved is to look for a quick end to this conflict. And in my opinion, the most expedient way to do that is to stop funding Ukraine and giving them weapons.
I feel like that's spineless, though. The problem that I have
Dude, not having war is spineless, brother.
Look,
spineless.
Look at him go.
No, are you kidding me? Spineless?
We're waiting for you.
Do you think war is something to glorify?
Hey, you said you were going to let Dylan go. Let Dylan go. And then after Dylan makes his statement, I will let somebody go.
When we talk about the future of a nation and talk about ending wars and ending conflict, it's not just about stopping the death and stopping the destruction. It's not just about that. It's about also making sure that a nation gets to live the way it wants to. For example, if, let's say, a dictator tried to take over the United States, I think it would be perfectly fine for Americans to try to overthrow them, even if it would lead to death and destruction, because it would be better to be gone with the dictatorship. It's better to live outside of tyranny than within tyranny. It's better to be dead than live under tyranny. It's definitely an American principle, and it seems to be the same principle that Ukrainians seem to hold pretty close to their heart right now. So it's not just about, how do we stop the fighting as quickly as possible? It's also about liberating their country and them having a democracy in Ukraine, them defending the Euromaidan revolution, which a lot of people died to protect. So I don't think it's just that. And let's also say that just because the war ends doesn't mean the dying ends. As we've seen by how Russia has conducted itself in occupied territory, they're perfectly willing to execute people and engage in atrocities and torture. So just because the fighting would stop doesn't also initially indicate that the violence would stop. That's why you need to get the Russian soldiers out of Ukraine so they can engage in that type of violent, degenerate behavior.
Was there violence before Russia
Hold on,
started
I want to
the
hear from
special
Ginger.
military operation?
I want to hear from Ginger.
Well, I actually, something that I agree with one of my chatters on is that unfortunately we can't let every nation live the way that they want to, because letting a nation live the way they want to is how Russia invaded Ukraine in the first place. But
do you know how it happened? Do you know how it happened? It doesn't sound like it.
I mean, are you gonna be rude the entire panel, or is it just the first half of the panel thing? Because I'm curious.
You're making a minor disruption into a bigger one.
That's fine. I think everyone was. I think everyone saw that as a little bit off.
They deserve a little pushback. If she's gonna be a knuckle dragger, I'm gonna treat her like a knuckle dragger.
Dylan, fuck you.
You've been
bro.
talking more than anyone, Dylan. Shut the fuck up.
I don't care. Yeah, because you are responding to me, of course.
Dude, I don't know what triggered you here, but like, it's not that serious. Chill the fuck out.
If you call people stupid, don't be mad when people insult you back.
I didn't call anyone
stupid. I bet you don't know.
Yeah, I'd never heard that.
No, she said she bet she didn't know. She said she bet she didn't know.
She's being an asshole.
You're arguing with us.
Wow, man.
I said, do you know why we started?
This is a
do you know
panel
why
discussion
we started? That's literally what I said.
Yeah, and so if you're gonna be that's not exactly what you said. Oh, I bet you don't know. You're saying it's like you're
I said, do you even know? Do you even know how this started? If you think that, like, if I just don't, do half of you even know how this started? I just don't. I don't know. Like,
Do you know?
If you don't understand
I don't know
how
if
it
you know,
started,
Dylan.
Well,
You
Nikki,
know?
Nikki, why don't you tell
Do any
us?
of us
Tell
know?
the panel. Yeah, Nikki, tell us how it started.
in 2014, Eastern Ukraine started getting shelling, right? Who did they get shelled by? Their own people, right? It's been since then, right? And they have Minsk agreements. Why would they have a Minsk agreement? And what happened with the Minsk agreement? Can you tell me why? They didn't go through with the Minsk agreements? Is that any reason why Russia's in Ukraine right now or no? Is that not related at all? Can you tell me? Do you think it is or not?
That where you honestly is gonna say it started with the shelling of the Donbass is your starting point, really.
So there
There
was violence before the conflict, right?
There's a
Before
lot
the
of
war.
places you could start. It's really weird to start with the shelling of the Donbass. It's like, what happened in the months preceding the shelling of the Donbass? Was there
What
perhaps
happened?
the murder of over 100 protesters, the Heavenly 100? Was there possibly economic coercion and the stopping of trucks
Who
that were
murdered
going
them?
into Russia? Yanukovych, Berkut. Berkut murdered them. The Tuduski murdered them. Special police force.
This is Maidan, the snipers in Maidan. Is that what
What
you're
about
talking
the
about?
snipers in Maidan? We're gonna talk about this. We're gonna go to the snipers. This is my favorite
Why
thing
not?
because it has the least basis. We're gonna go.
What do you mean has the least basis? They literally admitted to it. What are you talking about?
They admitted to what? What did they admit?
The people who actually held the guns admitted that they were hired to kill people.
They admitted that, hey, we went out there and we shot
Yeah.
protesters.
Yes.
We were right sector Azov guys and we killed them as a false flag.
I
That's
don't
what they
remember if they were right sector Azov, but they were hired
Who
to
were
do
they?
that.
They were hired to do a false flag.
You
They
got
were
me
to
there,
murder
Dylan. You know more than I
protesters.
do.
Okay, got you. Anyway, it starts. I would think the more accurate starting point would be Euromaidan, not the shelling of the Donbass. Because what led to them? Why did they shell the Donbass? They shelled the Donbass because there was a rebellion in the Donbass. Where did the rebellion come from? It came from the fact that Yanukovych fled the country after protests against him were sparked by him pulling out of the association agreement, which he pledged he would enter into, lied about it, pulled out last second, and joined the Russian side because he failed for Russia's economic coercion, stopping Ukrainian trade. And then they
Donetsk and
protested
Lugansk
against
didn't
him.
declare autonomy?
The people who rebelled declared autonomy, yes. Does that mean that just because there's a rebellion that's what the vast majority of the people over there want?
Does that mean
Or
that
that's
they
what the
get to
majority
just
of
shell
Ukrainians
civilian
want?
centers because there's
I don't
a
think that means
rebellion?
you get to shell civilian centers, but you do get to shell
Well, that's what
rebels.
they did.
That's what the Russians did. That's what the Ukrainians did. It was very sad, but that doesn't mean that's what the Donbass wants. That's what the people of the Donbass wants. They only ended up controlling 1/3 of the Donbass at any point up until the 2014 invasion. And all the polling data from the free parts of the Donbass seems to indicate that they didn't really want to be part of Russia.
What are the
Support
free parts?
Yanukovych. Free parts, like the 2/3 that weren't controlled of it. So it wasn't controlled by the rebels. The Russian
So it's
supported
okay
rebels
for them
that
to
shot
shell
down civilian
Donbass?
airliners. Yes, I do.
Oh, MH17 was shot down by Russia.
So if so if Russia comes to help people, that's not okay. But if the U.S. is coming to help people, it's okay. Why is that okay?
Not even to help people, to send weapons. The U.S. comes to send weapons, that's cool. If Russia sends humanitarian aid, that's bad. They gotta kill them.
Humanitarian aid and weapons are help because you use weapons to defeat an enemy. And if the enemy has invaded your country, you use them as a tool to get rid of them. Weapons can be seen as aid. As
Didn't
a helpful
Zelensky
tool.
only today say that he didn't want to evacuate cities because then what would they be defending if not for civilians in the city? He just admitted to using humans as people as human shields, right?
That's
a war
not
crime.
what he admitted to. That's not what he admitted to, and that's a lie.
What
You
did
know that
Arizona
he was
say?
referring- fucking- how many questions
In
have you asked in a
2019?
row? What? Okay, he asked me. Do I answer his question? Do I answer your question? Whose
You
question?
answer them all. Answer whatever you want.
Okay, so
someone else can answer too.
Yeah, anyone. I mean, this is a whole big panel. Just Dylan talking.
Yeah, exactly. Anybody
You
else?
keep asking him questions. I mean,
Yeah,
so
here, let's say this. Let's have
when
Dylan answer
Ginger
this
tried to
question.
talk, you interrupted her.
Yeah,
Zelensky
okay.
is referring to the economy of Ukraine needs to continue to function. They need to continue to have economic output. They need to continue to produce things. They continue to have their factories run. Because their economy doesn't function, and they cannot support a war effort. They cannot support the continuing.
They already
struggle.
aren't
It's the
supporting a
same
war.
reason why they need to. It's the same
We
reason
are.
why they. It's the same reason why they need to continue to replace these electrical grids and fix them, is because if you don't have electricity, it's hard for your economy to function, it's hard for your people to function. You can't win a
Harder
war
to
if
bomb
people can't
civilians
live.
when you don't have electricity.
It's harder to get rid of the war criminal rapist Russians if they're
Citation needed.
fighting and attacking.
All right, let's have somebody.
Do I need to send more documents? Like I can do that.
Yeah, let's have somebody online go. Somebody online, what do you think?
So back in the day, we had this whole thing where we started the United Nations, and we got all of these member states of the United Nations. And they all had to sign these agreements when they wanted to become member nations in order to ensure that we wouldn't have another World War II. The UN was formed to try to stop that thing from having the League of Nations completely fail to trying to do that. So when we got the UN, everybody joined. They had to promise, hey, we're not going to invade sovereign nation of another territory. I hate to say it, Russia doesn't own Ukraine. I don't care if there was a referendum that took place in Ukraine. I don't care if all of the people that lived in that region voted to give that region to Russia. Unless the federal government of Ukraine votes to cut off a piece of their territory and give it to another country, it doesn't give that country the right to come and invade. I don't care what's going on in that territory. If the UN wants to send in troops to try to solve a local civil war problem, it's a UN solution. Russia has no right to come in there. Now that the UN is trying to step in on the opposite side to tell Russia to stop, they really need to stop because, again, they are the aggressors in this situation. They are bringing conflict to the region, trying to take territory that does not belong to them, and I don't think that it's defensible to say that they have any right to the land.
I would say Russia has more of a right to their ancient capital than America does. Like if the Warsaw Pact started funding Nazis in a breakaway state of Maryland, right, and Washington D.C. became some kind of Soviet stronghold, right, we'd be looking at this pretty differently from our perspective.
So again, the Ukraine is a sovereign nation, and if
as
Ukraine,
of 30 years,
if Ukraine wants to make alliances with the rest of Europe, wants to make alliances with
Mexico doesn't have a choice if it wants to make an alliance with the Warsaw Pact. We have this thing called the Monroe Doctrine, where America controls everything that happens in this hemisphere.
That's their own business if they want to make alliances with these nations around them.
The reality is if there's a big guy in the field, you have to
someone else is
deal with them.
talking and then you start talking over. You keep doing it to Dylan, you keep doing it to me. So, a sovereign nation has the right to make alliances with whoever they want. At no point does another nation have the right to come in, take that nation over, to take their sovereign territory and say, we don't like the actions that this government is taking.
Does a sovereign nation have a right to destroy its own civilians?
Or ban a language? You can't speak Russian here anymore. Children can't go to school anymore.
You can't speak Russian. You can speak Russian.
There are criminal fines.
Oh,
for
fuck.
speaking Russian.
Oh, okay.
Teachers have been seen asking their students,
They never
"What
ban
language
Russian.
do
They
you
never
speak at
ban
home?"
Russian. Okay.
Let's
They never
be
ban
clear.
languages.
You can speak Russian in Ukraine. I saw many people speak Russian in Ukraine. I spoke a tiny bit of Russian in Ukraine. Most of the soldiers I met, most of the Ukrainian soldiers I met, were speaking Russian with their
Almost like
commanders.
they're not even a country.
Why
are they all speaking Russian?
Why are the Irish?
Why do people speak
those dirty potato farmers should go back to the crown because they're a fake Irish. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I mean, seriously though, bro.
Speak a language does not mean.
I'm running 15 channels, homie. Just so you know, I'm running 15 channels. I don't want to lose 6 of them immediately because you decide to use some racist terminology or whatever you're gonna do. So you know the term. You knew what the rules were when we came in here. You knew what the rules were when we came in here, bro. I'm just saying, I don't want to lose my channels. Okay, it was a improper reference. You didn't even need to use it. You know, you're not impressing anybody when you do shit like that. You're just gonna piss me off.
So if you are so concerned about ancient land that people feel they have a claim on, then I am extremely curious on what is your views on Israel's claim to its ancient land.
That claim is well over 2,000 years old.
So you think Israel should maintain the entirety of what Israel?
No, of course not.
Wait, but why can't Israel claim its ancient land?
If Israel has a claim to Jerusalem, then Russia has a claim to Kiev, right?
That's literally his point.
I'm asking.
No, Okay, so I mean, if you're trying to put that to me, then this should apply to you too, shouldn't it?
I'm asking you the question. I'm asking if you're going to stay consistent.
I personally don't agree with Israel's claim to Jerusalem.
So you're not going to stay consistent. Got it. Okay.
No,
Can I say one thing? Can I interrupt you for 1 second, Slavsky?
Thousands of years. Do you understand that?
Can I interrupt you and just say, why can't we just have fucking open borders so we're not arguing about this? Because that seems to be what we're all arguing about, is borders. And if they just open them up.
One hegemonic global government to control them all.
The New World Order.
Yeah, the New World Order.
Yeah, I didn't want to get that.
So, you know, if instead of 1,000 years, let's like dial back like half a decade or maybe like a century. Let's does Kaliningrad belong to the Czech Republic?
I don't know.
No.
No? Why not?
I mean, I'm not even making Schlatsky's argument, so I don't want to speak for him, but I would say Kaliningrad belongs to Russia.
Why?
It's not historically Russia, though, right?
No, I mean, it's historically
something else before.
There are consequences for losing a war.
And there's
There are consequences for trying to exterminate a race of people and then losing that war. There are consequences, yes.
Yes, and Russia's feeling the consequences of fighting their own war against Ukraine right now. They're feeling the consequences. The loss of men.
What, winning 4 regions?
What do you mean winning 4 regions? They just got pushed over the Donetsk River. Like, what do you mean the Dnieper? They just pushed over the Dnieper River. They're not doing it.
Why did that happen? Do you know why that happened?
Because they
why did they move back? Do you know why they moved back?
They were unable to support their forces logistically.
Oh, really? What was going on with that dam? Do you know what the plans were for that dam from the Ukrainian side?
It's a good answer.
Oh, it's because they're heroes. They care about the civilians. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Russians are historically caring about civilians, yes.
No, they
Glad you finally
they have historically raped and murdered.
Russia literally saved the world from Nazis.
Wait.
That's because they care about people.
Please, Dylan. I know you've been
The
talking.
Soviet military raped and murdered Afghans like it was a video game, right? Millions died in the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan, which was mainly made up of Russian soldiers and Russian military traditions, which engaged in a campaign of.
It sounds like Yankee has something to say.
Okay, let's see. Oh, sure.
Fake news. Thank you very much. So yeah, even Afghanistan. Let's see what other countries. It's the Czech Republic again. Poland,
the same place again. We have 800 military bases around the world, but you just keep bringing up 2 examples of Russia.
Guys, yeah, this is a stupid.
What about the rape of Berlin? That was pretty bad,
significantly higher.
What about the rape of Soviet women? Don't you think that was pretty bad?
Yeah,
what the fuck are you talking about?
They were both bad. You're saying though. The thing is,
I'm not saying that, dude. You're the one making claims without sources.
Under American occupation.
By the way, you made the claim that the
I
Russian
said
military-
Kaliningrad belongs to Russia because they won the war. They stopped Nazism.
You're completely on another planet right now. You said that the Russian military has a tradition of respecting and being nice to civilians, but there are many
more so than any other military that I know about.
Currently.
Yeah.
Currently.
You think Americans didn't rape any Iraqi women?
Are you really?
And Vietnamese.
The Soviet invasion.
How many Vietnamese women? How many Japanese women have been raped and tortured by American soldiers? What the fuck are you talking about?
Whataboutism.
Whataboutism? What about? You're doing the whataboutism.
You're trying to paint Russia as like an innocent person, like an innocent nation that's never done anything
You're
wrong.
trying to paint them as like a universal monster. Like everything they've ever done is
The Russian
bad.
military hasn't engaged in horrific atrocities. They have on multiple occasions.
Did Bandera engage in horrific atrocities? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. The national hero of Ukraine engaged in atrocities.
So did many Russian national heroes, and so did many American national heroes.
Name one.
Name one. George Washington.
Russian heroes.
You want me to name?
Wait, instead of going back so far into the past, wait, you guys, man.
Okay.
Instead of, can I talk for once? Bro, you've been talking for a long time. I just want to say one thing.
But let me just
Go ahead.
What did the Soviet Union do with the Tsars?
What did they killed them, and then they engaged in mass deportations of Poles from their ancestral homes, Tatars. They engaged in horrific atrocities in Afghanistan. They tried to cover up the Chernobyl disaster, which spiked cancer rates and malformed babies that were being born in Ukraine. The Soviet Union.
No evidence of that. No
evidence that
for the Chernobyl thing, bro. Like less than 400 people died from Chernobyl. There's no evidence that any increased birth defects whatsoever.
100%.
So the radiation spiked. There's zero literally zero evidence of any increase in infant
Soviet propaganda.
Zero,
Are you
bro.
insane?
Bring up a single source that shows me a single additional congenital birth defect.
You sourced it this time. I sourced everything. You sourced something this time.
You haven't sourced anything. What the fuck are you talking
everything.
about?
I sourced everything. I think I can. The 25,000.
Okay,
Can I-
hold on, I need to step in. I need to step into this.
Sure.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
You referenced it. I don't see it.
You're a VIP of or what? Abolition. Go.
Okay,
And then Winter Sprout.
Yeah. Okay. So, as far as like, who's like, he would be doing these studies, right? So, like, originally it was like German and Swedish scientists discovered that there was a leak in radiation when Chernobyl happened, right? Those same institutions follow through with those findings over the course of several decades, and they report those findings. And one of the things that they find is that there is actually an increase in cancer rates.
Congenital birth defects. Where are the increase? Yes, there was there were a few incidences of thyroid cancer. Yeah, like less than 1,000 total.
Isn't it crazy to think that we're like harping on Russia or the Soviet Union for that when like there are places in America like Cancer Alley, which just because of straight up.
Oh my God! How many times do I have to
like,
say you can? America bad. Dude does bad things.
No, but okay.
Dude,
So why are we trusting them if America bad?
No, man. I mean, I've been sitting here waiting to just say one thing.
Hold on.
Can I talk for 1 second, guys? Can I make one point? Can I make one point first? Really quick. It's going to help you out, okay? 500 rapes every day in this country, in the United States, every day. There's 500 rapes here. So when you're going to start bringing up rape and shit, man, you better address it in the United States first before you start trying to blame the Russian army for rapes. They found 6 of them. They found 6 rapes, bro.
That doesn't serve anybody's interest when we say they're both bad.
Yeah, no, listen, we're in a conversation about Ukraine. Why not have the conversation about Ukrainian rapes during the Ukrainian conversation? But if we're having a conversation about America, let's talk about the American rapes. Right?
Okay, what about the rapes of the Romani people? The rapes of the Romani people, the people that they tied up to trees with fucking saran wrap and shit. What about that? Yeah. Is that a thing or not a thing?
No, say it again. I'm sorry, my dog's barking.
Like the people in eastern Ukraine and the Romani people there, which are quote unquote gypsy people, they've been tied to trees and raped and beaten, and there's numerous video evidence of this happening.
That's because all Europeans are racist to Romanis.
So
okay,
that's
but you just
Does that
said
happen in
we
Russia?
should focus on particular atrocities committed in this region of the world. So now we're mentioning one that was committed by Ukrainians, and you're saying, well, it's just all Europeans.
No, I'm not saying, well, it's just Europeans. I'm saying this is not something unique to Ukrainian culture.
Okay, but
let's just say Ukrainian racism and rape against the Romanis is not okay. Let's move forward. Let's talk about the actual war and not something that doesn't involve that. Yes, we should send them weapons to maintain their border as per the Budapest Memorandum.
Okay, at least I'm trying to get to a point here that when we discuss this, or really any issue in the world, and we start talking about a whole country and we say, well, historically they've done these atrocious things and there are these bad things they did in this conflict and therefore they're just bad and they're the bad guys and they're like Darth Vader, right? We have to stop them. That turns the world into this like binary kind of thinking where it's just like, no, we're the force for good and they're the force for bad. And it's just like a really immature way to look at world events. The fact is, America has committed atrocities. Every country has committed atrocities. No country is free of sin. It doesn't exist. So we can't go in and act like a police force where we're trying to somehow like morally cleanse huge swaths of the earth, because what we end up doing is going in and killing shitloads of people, fucking everything up, and then dipping out.
Like I said, per the Budapest Memorandum, we should be able to, or we should support Ukraine in defending its borders, per Budapest Memorandum, which was signed in 1994.
Yeah, like
And in Minsk, which was signed by Ukraine, they agreed not to bomb the autonomous republics of Donetsk and Lugansk. But
and the Russians understood they would leave.
Then they got attacked.
I'll let you go. I'll let you go.
I'm literally trying to reply to non-smoker. Like let's slow down and just like go one at a time, right? We could do that. So, fuck, I forgot. Repeat the last thing you were saying.
Look, in essence, America and really no nation should be in a position where they're the moral arbiter.
Okay, yeah, what you're saying is very idealistic, and I agree with it in principle, but it's not how the world works. Because we
No,
already,
see, what you're
we've already
saying
done,
is okay. Sorry,
yeah,
go.
we've already the things that America as like a monolith or whatever has done in the past. It's already done it. We have to deal with it, and we're in the position that we're in now because we've done those things. I can criticize them, but I still have to accept that we're within the parameters of that reality, right? And I have to just deal with, the global homogeny is falling apart. It's no longer looking like America is in that position as strongly as it was 30, 40 years ago, right? That's we can all agree on that. And I would say it's a good thing for America to not be super police force. I agree with that principle. I think this is something that we've made commitments to already that we are going to follow through on. Because if we don't, other countries can just start treating us like shit. And so on the way down from the hegemony, when we stop becoming like this like global military power, we're not just putting the people here in the worst possible.
All right, I could get down with everything you said up until the last part. Like, so in other words, and I could be misunderstanding you here, but what you're saying is that, well, we have a commitment here already, and if we don't, follow through on whatever, I'm not sure what exactly you're referring to, but we don't follow through on our commitment to defend this country's sovereignty, then other countries are going to treat us like shit. But in
No,
this example,
yeah, like sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but like the treat like shit, right? Like that can be uh okay, so let me put it this way. You know how France got shitty with Vietnam and Australia because they entered into the agreement? Like shit like that. That's what I mean. Like they can be shitty to us, right? Like there's just plays that can be made outside America's participation, and we don't have to be participating there all the time. But maybe we would like other countries to be considerate to us when they make deals, right? Like that's just a positive thing that helps global peace when people are considerate to. Right?
I have a question.
Yeah, go on.
I was just going to ask, like, how do you guys think that Europe feels right now that like the U.S. has kind of fucked them over via the Ukraine situation? Like, are they still gonna be our allies? Because I
The
believe
European
that
Union has
Germany.
been sending weapons to Ukraine too. What are you talking about?
You know,
So Dylan's not the only one that actually went to Europe to talk to Europeans.
I believe that Germany and France, I could be wrong, already stopped sending lethal aid to Ukraine because Germany's obviously fucked because of the Nord Stream, right? So what's Europe thinking? The U.S. is sold out.
They just sent anti-air. They just sent Panzerfaust and anti-air. They're continuing to send weapons. I mean, is it as large as the United States? No. German defense spending is much lower than the United States, but they are continuing to send aid to Ukraine, including lethal aid.
Isn't most of Western Europe on the side of Ukraine?
Most of Western Europe is in NATO. They don't really have a choice.
Well, I mean, we could say most of Middle Europe.
Yes, I mean, they had a choice to get in NATO. They also have a choice to leave NATO if they wanted to leave NATO. But the idea that almost the entirety of Europe, take out Belarus, take out a couple of nations, are not on Ukraine's side is asinine, and you're taking aside the facts. It's not just based on NATO.
What's going to happen because we fucked over Europe?
We didn't fuck over Europe. Europeans are doing this as well with us.
There's no energy crisis in Europe right now.
There's a worldwide energy crisis.
The thing is, they're European states.
Hold on, please. Alexa, why are you silencing me?
No one can literally hear the guy. He's literally impossible to hear.
I think we need to give Yankee Tanky a turn.
I wish we could. I really do.
Okay, bring him back in.
Dude, we can't hear him. That's his mic. We can't hear him.
I told you the sanctions were working.
He's on speakerphone or something. We keep rolling.
Here, let's try again. Oh, let's try again. Okay, we're gonna try for you. Yankee Tanky.
Yankee,
Give
go.
us your take.
Wonderfully thought out. Wonderfully thought out.
This is the best.
Fucking amazing.
To be honest.
This is great.
Dylan goes like that.
Oh, here he is. Everyone silent. Yankee Tanky, go.
Tell him to turn
I
off
think
his video.
turn off voice suppression or something.
I like this guy already. He's not talking.
Yeah.
So can you hear me now without my video?
Yes.
Yes, I can.
At least you can hear me. I was trying to say, Italy, under the Meloni government, is now moving into the position where they are no longer funding Ukraine. They are no longer going to be sending weapons. This is the direction Europe is going to move into. as of going farther into this conflict because the European people do not want this war, regardless of whether they say they support Ukraine or they support Russia. They do not want this war because this war means that their children go hungry. This war means that they can't afford to put on their gas. This war means that people are going to be impoverished and the economy is going to crash this winter. So there is a reason why does not want to be in this position.
The only people that want this, the only people that want this war is Russia, though.
That's not true.
So Maloney has repeatedly pledged. This is per Reuters on October 26th. Maloney has repeatedly pledged support to Kiev, while her coalition allies Silvio Berlusconi and Matteo Salvini have been much more ambivalent on the issue due to their historic ties with Russian president. So Maloney has repeatedly pledged support to Kiev. And I'm interested on what source you have, because this is October 26th by Reuters. So what source you have that shows that Italy is backing down from its support to Ukraine?
They stopped the funding of offensive weapons. So
Maloney right before that, it says Maloney said that while arms Italy supplies to Ukraine are not decisive for the outcome of the war, they are vital for Italy to maintain. Wait, you missed the second half of that sentence. It's always dangerous when you do that. It's always dangerous when you do that because you can stop at the comma if you want to. But it says they are vital for. Okay. We'll stop at the comma. We'll stop at the comma.
Interrupt the Yankee Tanky, all right?
We'll stop the comma.
It's hard enough to hear you as it is. We can't understand you at all.
This is why I invited him on.
This is why he invited him. This is the only reason anyone invites him on.
He's tailor-made to this.
So, hold on. Defensive weapons that they use today, and soon enough, Italy won't be sending defensive weapons either, because the Italian people do not want this war. They do not want to starve. They don't care if it's Russia or if it's Ukraine.
So the problem
is about the fact that this war is putting the Italian people in poverty.
Just let them finish.
We're going to see the same thing in Finland, and we're going to see the same thing in all these countries that are either joining the EU or joining NATO or have been a part of NATO historically. We're going to see every one of these countries. What do you think in the Netherlands? You have these farmers rising against the eco bullshit that was being pushed by the government in the Netherlands. It's because people are sick and tired of the government forcing them into wars, forcing them to starve out their own people. That is what they're sick of. That is what they're tired of, and that is why Europe is.
Where's your source?
So that would be really interesting if it wasn't for the fact that Maloney on the campaign trail specifically promised to send weapons to Ukraine because she was afraid that
Biden promised a bunch of shit too.
I let the clown do his dance, and I not.
You let the man with the long hair talk, please.
So Maloney on the campaign trail specifically promised to continue to support Ukraine with aid and weapons and stuff like that. And the reason why she did that was because the majority of Italians support Ukraine, and people were concerned that due to her ties with people who have associations with the Russian right wing, that she might decide not to send weapons, might decide not to send over guns and stuff like that. And so on the campaign trail, she made a point of declaring that she was supportive of Ukraine, she was going to support them aid. So you cannot use the fact that Maloney government is moving in this new direction as evidence that the Italian people don't support Ukraine or don't want to send them weapons, when she specifically changed her campaign to make herself look more pro-Ukraine in an attempt to get votes.
What do you?
To what Maloney is saying, the Italian people are not for this war. It doesn't matter whether they think Ukraine is the country this or they think Russia is the country this. They just do not want to go into this war. They do not want to go into this war.
I have a question. Wait, Dylan, you got like, hold on. Come on, Abolition, you've been talking this whole fucking time. Talking about Yankee.
The United States.
Yankee Tanky,
just like the country of people in Hungary don't want to go into this.
Holy shit.
Sounds like an angry robot.
Yankee. Abolition wants to ask you a question, Yankee.
Listen up.
Hey, Yankee, I assume you're still I have a question for you. Do you think you could become president?
Key? The guy in the bunker?
Yankee,
Can
yeah,
I?
yeah. Do you think you could become president?
We're looking into the United States. You American people are slowly moving towards voting against this war. It doesn't matter whether the
Holy fuck. He didn't stop yelling. He didn't stop yelling. He didn't stop yelling. Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah. Hold up. So look, this is per NPR. Polls show fewer than 40% of Italians approve their country supplying weapons to Ukraine. What do you make of that, Dylan?
What's the other percent?
Pulling up the data now. Give me 1 second.
Because
I literally just
I would
Googled it.
suggest
I had no idea.
I would suggest it was still a plurality, wouldn't it? There's a few instances where countries, the majorities are majorities, but a few countries in Europe where it's just pluralities, where it's like 36 against, 40% for, middle ground.
It's fewer than 40% approve of their country supplying weapons in Italy.
That's not answering.
Great plurality
But I have a follow-up question because it could still be a plurality. Is like the percentage against sending aid 41%, or what's the percentage against?
Said less than 40.
So less than 40%.
Okay, so that would mean that a plurality of Italians still supports any weapons.
Is against sending weapons.
No, less than
if the number is 40%, that's in favor of sending, and the number against it is under 40%, then it's the plurality. So
Other way around.
No, the other way around. So what's the
No,
percentage?
it's not the other way around. You misread that, Schlatsky.
Wait, what? No, Schlatsky has it right. It's less than 40%.
Okay, then what'd you say to begin with? Say what you said to begin with.
Dude, less than 40% of Italians support sending weapons to Ukraine.
Okay, so what percentage of Italians are saying we're against sending weapons? Like we're
That I'm
not
trying to
only
pull up.
because there's a neutral middle ground in these issues.
No, I
always,
understand.
so that's why I'm suggesting it might be a
I
plurality.
understand. I'm just trying to clarify because I thought there might have
But
been
even
some other stuff.
even if it isn't a plurality, I would assume it is. The majority of Europeans are still in favor, and the majority of European countries are still in favor of supporting Ukraine conflict. There can be outliers. There can be outliers, of course, but the majority of Europeans side with you. It's not even like a debatable question.
Can I ask a question, please? May I please ask a question? Okay, it's not related to what you guys are currently talking about, but I do want to ask the people who are supportive of Ukraine, what do you make of Arestovich, who is the advisor to Zelensky, saying the national idea of Ukraine, one of the central ideas is to lie as much as possible to ourselves and others? What do you make of that?
What was this in reference to? That's like a very, like, I have no clue what to take from that. Like, is he just saying we should lie, lying is good? Like what was the context of that quote? Like, that could mean a million different things.
So you haven't seen it?
So
no, I haven't seen this 2019 we should lie, lying is good quote. No, I have not seen it.
So
according you don't know anything.
So according to EU opinions,
no, what was like? No, wait. What was the context of the quote? You just brought it up like it was a bad thing. What's the context of the quote?
I'm gonna bring it. I'm gonna send it to you. So you
Dylan, do you want to know that?
Can you tell me it though?
Do you want more info on the poll I mentioned before?
I think her point is that anybody that would say anything so terrible is inherently a bad person.
Okay, I'm just confused as to. I just don't even know what the quote means.
Why would they say?
Well, no one knows what it means. It's provocative.
But no, she brought it up. So I'm just why
I have the numbers.
God damn it.
Okay.
I just wanted to know what people who were supportive of Ukraine make of the.
I don't know what it means. What? You don't even know the context of it. Like, you brought it up. What's the context?
He was talking about the national identity of Ukraine and how they have to keep lying in order to maintain international support something along those lines. It was pretty vague. I'll grant you that, but he was speaking in generalities. Anyway, back to non-smoker.
Yeah, I would have to see the quote because it just seems like it's very out of context.
It's a video interview.
It's the video.
Poll.
Okay, let's go to the polls. All right,
I got the
non-smoker.
Thank you. So it's actually a binary question. It's just yes or no. And should the EU support Ukraine by delivering weapons? 58% of Italians say no. Should their own government support Ukraine by sending weapons. 61% of Italians polled said no.
So it looks like they're moving towards humanitarian aid. The majority.
Yankee was right.
So according to NPR, so wait, 1 second.
The majority of Italians
Inshallah,
support
Yankee
Ukraine.
was
They
right.
just don't
So wait,
agree
this-
on how they should support Ukraine.
This
Majority of
article-
Europeans still want to send weapons.
I want to support Ukraine with humanitarian aid. I want to send lots of bandages. I want to send lots of
One second. 1 second.
Machine guns.
1 second.
Fuck rockets,
You
fuck
can post-
machine guns,
1
no
second.
military, no lethal aid.
1 second. 1 second. 1 second. All right, thank you. Non-smoker. So you brought up you brought up a poll, and
I sure
you
did.
brought up your numbers. I have it's a EU opinions poll. It's by Bertelsmann Stiftung. It was used in a article in November 10, 2022, by NPR. This poll, it says, when asked about measures in support of Ukraine, Europeans generally support delivering weapons to Ukraine, 60%, welcoming Ukrainian refugees, 81%, and welcoming Ukraine into the European Union at 66%.
Yeah, dude, you're reading the same poll as me.
Okay. So point out
the weapons questions at the bottom.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. I appreciate that.
I think if you do Control F, you go to find, just look up weapons or Italy.
Okay, I appreciate that.
But you guys also acknowledge the majority of Europeans.
Well, based on this, it's a narrow majority want to continue sending weapons. Something like, I think, 54% in all of Europe.
And it depends. And you want to know what's interesting about? I don't know. They're not too involved in the conflict.
I think there's
But
more
I'm really
people in China than there are in Europe.
What about
More people in the world
But
are
they're not the. But
don't
okay. The thing is, the Chinese aren't the ones dying, right? And they're not.
Europeans
the
aren't the ones dying, right?
They're
Europeans
talking
are the
about
ones dying.
support from other
No,
people.
Ukrainians are dying. They're not European. They're
Well,
not
some of
the
them
EU.
are. Some of them are Europe. A lot of them are Foreign Legion guys or aid workers.
Is that right?
So I hope as many of those guys die as possible. Fuck
On all these. You want
Foreign
as
Legion?
many-
Fuck 'em.
Wait, you want the aid workers to die?
I want the Foreign Legion to die. I didn't say
they're
anything about
great
aid
guys.
workers.
I wish them all a steady hand and good aim.
I hope the Foreign Legion gets wiped off the face of the earth.
Oh, we're getting
Oh my God.
Hey.
Comfortable home to rail and go die. Real easy from the comfort of your home. to do that.
Absolute child.
We had this conversation prior to the debate that we're not going to do death threats.
Do not call for death. I'm going to give you one more chance left. Only chance.
I apologize anyway.
Either way, the majority of Ukrainians want the West, obviously. So if somebody decides they want to give somebody a tool against the dictator, right? I don't see anybody complaining about how the Soviet Union long guns. I don't see anybody complaining about all of the liberation the Soviet Union funded in Africa against European colonialism. But immediately when we supply a liberation struggle against the Russian invasion, shown itself to fill up mass graves, horrific war crimes, and deny the Ukrainian even right to exist. The idea that their culture is independent, not their language independent. Dmitry Medvedev said Ukraine is a disease of the mind. Former president of Russia, one of Putin's
Maybe as a national identity, but
Putin
not
said
as a
that
language, not
it's
as
an
a culture.
artificial state created by Lenin, even though multiple Ukrainian states existed beforehand. And even Voltaire wrote about the existence of the Ukrainian
Voltaire,
people and their desire for
Right, but
independence. I'm
Dylan,
saying that there's a historical legacy.
Wait.
An
Can I
historical
just
struggle.
talk to you about the Voltaire thing? You do realize the context of that Voltaire quote, right?
What's the context of the Voltaire quote?
So that's Voltaire's history of a Swedish king who was making a conquest into Eastern Europe. And the entire premise of that book is basically, first of all, you should know Voltaire never visited he never went further east in Europe past Germany. He wrote the whole thing as like a secondhand account of a travel history. And the entire book, if you read it, basically describes not only Russians, but Ukrainians as like primitive, savage people. And the whole idea is this Enlightenment assertion of like Western Europe being like this center of civilization, and then the East being this like dark, unresearched or unknown land with these primitive people. Like the whole thing is not. I understand the quote you're taking out of like, oh yeah, the Ukrainians always wanted independence. That section is about where Peter the Great won his greatest victory against the Swedish king and sort of repelled him. So it's kind of like it's not the best source for like trying to support Ukrainian independence or like
what I'm
glory
saying
Ukrainians
is that
or
there's a
anything like that.
historical Ukrainian legacy, language, culture, and this idea of
No one argued
Ukrainian
against that.
isn't this idea. I'm not saying anybody argued against it. Created a narrative, right? A whole narrative. Great, and there's this identity that is created. It is in the world, and that they want to go their own way, and it's pretty clear they want to go their own. I'm perfectly happy, just like I would be happy with the Soviet Union funding African independence struggles. I'm perfectly happy with the United States funding a Ukrainian independence struggle against a neighbor which is invading to blatantly annex territory. Doesn't want to be a part of it.
Speaking for all Ukrainians again, and it's pretty clear that all of Ukrainians want to go their own way.
The polling data is clear on this. Okay?
Polling data is subject to polling bias, and you understand that.
You're speaking. Now, you're speaking about Eastern Ukraine.
No, I'm saying, yeah, I'm saying not all of them.
Look at these referendums.
Yeah, some of them do and some of them don't.
Some of them, the majority don't want to be part of Russia, and there's no data that can reflect that the majority of Eastern Ukrainians want to be part of Russia. There's no data.
Except for the people that actually became Russian citizens willingly, right?
Did they? Of course, there's some people. There's some people, and I'm sure the United States, if Mexico invaded Texas,
The exception does not make the
to be in a
rule.
Mexican
The
citizen.
exception doesn't make the rule.
Okay, so just if they don't want to be part of Russia, then don't make them be part of Russia. But
Yeah,
if
they can leave. They can
yeah,
leave.
And you said, as you
If
said,
Donbass left
They
Ukraine,
can pick up and they can leave.
They
and
exercise-
go join the Moscovite in Moscow. Exactly.
they
can get
exercise
out of
their
here.
UN Article 1 ability right for self-determination. Right.
That's not. They didn't exercise that. Okay.
Oh, they
What do you mean they exercised it? How did they show that? Well, from what legitimacy does the government in the Donbass and Donetsk and Luhansk?
Well, there's a
derive
referendum
itself?
that you don't
From
recognize.
referendums that is not recognized, and no one
Yeah,
recognizes.
you don't
No one
recognize it.
respectable recognizes it. No knowledgeable election monitor is going to say, yeah, that was conducted fair and
You're
independent.
all about the
Most
agency
people-
of Ukrainians as long as they're not from Donbass. That's all.
I'm all about the agency of Ukrainians as long as it's provable that they're acting in their agency. There's no evidence that
Yeah, the
referendum
people who
was legitimate.
voluntarily got Russian passports and voted to join Russia.
Of course, there are
showing
people who
this.
support any occupation force. There were French fascist collaborators. They exist everywhere.
Well,
And
I think-
that does not mean that the majority of these Ukrainians want to be part of Russia. There's no evidence to reflect
It's
that.
How
just
many
a crap
Ukrainians
take.
collaborated
It's
with
just a
Nazis,
crap
bro?
take anyways. It's just
I'm
a
sure
crap
a
take
decent
anyways.
amount, yes. And
Let's say
but
somebody-
the thing is, the majority of Ukrainians died fighting against the German invasion. More Ukrainians died in World War II than Russians.
All right, Ginger, go.
It's a crap take anyways because
they're not.
Because
See,
let's
there
say
it is. You
Hey,
denied
go,
their-
go.
they denied
Let Ginger go.
Wait, no,
Let Ginger
wait,
go.
no.
Just
He
let the
tried to
fucking
slip
girl
that in there.
talk.
No, I'm not
Holy
going to
shit.
let you talk. I'm sexist. I'm sexist. I need to.
I
just
knew
very
it.
quickly.
I'm sorry, Dylan. Ginger, go.
I'm saying it's just an idiotic take anyways because you're saying, oh well, you know, they've done this, they've done that to the Donbass, whatever. Okay, so let's say, you know, hypothetically, something happens to where, you know, somebody's bombing Germany or whatever, and we're not going to send fucking troops in there because of what happened with fucking World War II. Like it's an absurd fucking take to be like, oh well, because they've done this, they don't deserve help. Like,
No, but it still happened.
I'll just say the difference is in
nobody's
historical
denying that it
perspective.
happened though.
Yeah, no.
Nobody's
I'm not
denying that it happened.
Right. The difference
Nobody's
is that Germany did
denying
stuff in
that
the
it's
past.
happening.
What's currently happening is cluster munitions are being dropped on civilians in Donbass. That's happening today, currently, or within like the past couple months.
Majority
of
Documentation,
dropped
proven
in
cases.
Ukraine
That's a
have been
war
dropped
crime
by the
to
Russian
target
government.
civilian centers. That's a war crime.
Why are you
Being
so
committed by
outraged?
Ukrainian
okay,
Why
I'm
are you so
just-
outraged when Ukraine does it, but not
Hold
outraged
on,
when the
Dylan. Hold on,
Russians do?
Dylan.
It's because you don't
Well, if
view
you could show
Ukrainians
me a
as an
case of
independent people?
Russians targeting civilians, then I would be
I
outraged about it.
can show you footage that I took
This
myself.
is mansplaining to a T.
I don't care. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck are you even contributing?
Dude, because
Okay, can we address the thing he said earlier that he just snidely like dropped there and wanted to kind of like think? He said
Well,
that
dude,
you said that there is no Ukraine. There is no
Holy shit.
Ukrainian identity. There is no Ukrainian identity.
I said Ukrainians are Russians when they were fighting
Ukrainians
in
are
they were
Russians.
fighting
Surprise
as
you,
Soviet
nobody
soldiers.
is wondering what you're
What do you mean? Wait,
Texans
so
are
the-
Americans. You don't say that Texas is not America. Texas is part of America.
You little
During the
bitch.
Soviet Union,
I
there
fucking
was
do, you little
Ukrainian.
bitch. Texas is Texas. Get the fuck out of
Right,
Texas.
of course.
So
yeah.
do you recognize the Ukrainians have their own separate cultural identity, who have a right to self-determination?
Yeah,
and a
so do
right to go their own
Eskimos.
ways?
There's 185 nationalities within Russia that are all protected ethnicities Their language is protected. They actually saved languages. That's Russian.
Holy shit, this dude is a Russian op, bro.
He just unironically wants Russia to take over as the Imperial Empire, conquering all the former people.
I'm not talking about the Imperial Empire. I'm talking about protecting people within their borders.
Needs to come back within the Russian.
Ukraine, Bandera worked really hard to murder Jewish people and Polish people, right? Russia doesn't do that.
I would like to recognize Black
Russia doesn't murder Jewish people? Are you kidding me? The Russian Empire fucking slaughtered Jews and
Okay, we're going back beyond the Soviet Union. That's over 100 years ago.
What do you mean?
I told you what the Soviets did with the Romanovs, right?
Wait, listen to him. Wait, no, stop. He says,
Lvov used to be a Jewish city.
He says, Russia, Russia, that's 100 years ago, that's too far. Bandera, 80 years ago, that's basically modern history. That's different.
Because they currently have statues to Bandera. No one has a statue for Romanov. They're not praying to Romanov for how he killed Jewish people. They're praying to Bandera because he killed Jewish people and Polish people. They love him for that. He's a national champion.
They reburied his family. They gave him a funeral. They were honoring the Romanov.
And Bandera is buried in Berlin, so what?
So what I'm trying to get at is all nations have like these monuments to horrific leaders in their past and people they idealize whether they like
America,
it or not.
we took down
in
statues
Germany?
of Robert E.
Well, didn't we have the fucking Confederate like statues? Like didn't we have
Robert E. Lee?
Yeah, like we still have fucking
other ones.
I mean, yeah, like in other states like Maryland and shit. But yeah, we still have schools named after like Robert E. Lee and shit. Come on now.
That's rough.
Jesus.
How many Nazi monuments are in Germany?
I understand Russia has claims to parts of Poland too.
Poland, yeah, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Moldova,
Why is this war larger than what
Kazakhstan.
it is now? I'm sure that nobody
Because
wants
Poland
to
and
defend these
Czechoslovakia aren't dropping bombs on Russian people.
They aren't dropping bombs on Russian people. They're Ukrainian.
Ukrainians are dropping bombs on the Donbass.
Yeah, so are the Russians. They're dropping
Russians are as well.
The Ukrainians
They were
are.
attacking Russians in eastern Ukraine.
The Russian government has killed more Russians in Ukraine than Bandera could have ever dreamed of.
Bullshit.
They absolutely have. Look at their bombing
Absolute
campaign.
bullshit.
Look at the city of Mariupol. Has a very high Russian-speaking population.
The city of Mariupol has been rebuilt by Russia already.
They haven't rebuilt it.
Ukraine's had it for 30 years and they couldn't be bothered to build a hospital there. Russia's already providing medical and humanitarian aid to those people.
Those people
They are!
Electricity. Many of them still don't have clean water. 60% of
Bro, they literally granted Crimea access to clean water for the first time in 8 years.
They flattened the city like they did Grozny.
Grozny's doing great, and so is Mariupol right now. They're doing a lot better after they've been granted the resources from the Russian Federation.
Shot them on the wall. They fucking flattened Grozny. What do you mean it's doing great under Kamarov?
Look at it.
That fucking butcher. The fucking butcher who fucking executes all the
Dylan, you're going back to Ukraine. I don't know. Will you check it out for us, please? When you go back to Ukraine, can you please check it out for us? Prove us wrong.
What, you want me to enter Russian-occupied territory to show you that the city is still damaged? You can just look at.
Like, can't you just go on fucking Google Maps? Can't you just go on Google Maps and fucking find it or something? Why you have
satellite images of the city still destroyed?
Google Maps is like 1 or 2 years out of date. I doubt Google Maps even has any destruction visible. It's all been rebuilt by Russia at this point.
Bombing campaign. Even the Russian government admits they're firing a lot more artillery shells than the Ukrainians are. They're dropping many more bombs, many more missiles. The Russians are not terribly accurate. I've seen it firsthand, and we've seen
less
it
accurate than Ukrainian.
I've seen them just pepper city centers, just full of civilians midday during rush hour. No army men, no soldiers in sight. Like they do engage in this behavior. They engage in the deliberate targeting of civilians.
Yeah, we totally believe.
Tell me that Ukraine doesn't.
There's no, you know what? There are probably instances I can find where Ukraine has committed war crimes, but the scale of atrocity.
So that makes America a state sponsor of terrorism.
Well, we would be a state sponsor of terrorism when we supported the Soviet Union against the Nazis. They engaged in horrible atrocities, pushback. But the thing is, the Soviet Union was better than the Nazis.
Are you saying that the Soviet Union surprised the Nazis?
I can't even hear what you're saying, Yankee. I can't.
I didn't hear that question. Nobody said what you
said. That the Soviet Union was a terror state terrorizing the Nazis.
No one said that.
You're not listening to me. They engaged in acts of terror during the Second World War. But the problem is the Nazis were worse. The Nazis invaded them, and we were correct support the Soviet Union in the struggle against the Nazis, even if they did atrocities like the rape of Berlin, which we talked about earlier. Like we bombed Dresden, we still should have fought the Germans.
Well, that I agree with.
Yeah, the Soviets actually told us to bomb Dresden. They were the ones who wanted us to do it.
Terrorized by the Soviet Union. That sounds like you're backtracking.
What? The Soviet Union did commit war crimes and atrocities and terrorize people during their march towards Berlin. They did, but I don't think it's comparable to what the Nazis did. They did do atrocities. They did horrific shit.
Well, you said it's not comparable to what the Nazis did.
Yes, right. But my point
we're not responsible for individual soldiers' actions. The plan of Germany was to wipe out Slavic people and take their country and take their territory for Germany,
including comparable to what the Russians are doing. That's my point. What the Ukrainians are doing is not comparable to what the Russians are doing. It's on a totally different scale, on a totally different amount. All the fighting is going on in Ukraine. Isn't that crazy to think the majority of these civilians dying because they're invading? They're invading. They're bombing. There's no international monitor that's going to tell you the majority of civilians came from Ukrainian shelling in this war. It's just not true. There's not even enough Ukrainian shelling for that to be the case. These Ukrainian shells, they're firing like one shell for every 4 or 5 the Russians fire. The Russians are not that terribly accurate. I've seen it firsthand. They bomb and pepper city centers with no concern for casualties. They did it in Mariupol. They did it in Mykolaiv. They did it in many locations.
No, they're not using
Sprout. I would like to I'd like to hear from Sprout. Trying to think how much time. Let Sprout go. I'm gonna go with like a lot of what Dylan said, is that Ukraine has committed atrocities. Yes, anyone that's committed a war crime should be tried for that war crime and punished for that war crime. But at the same time, it's not comparable to what Russia's doing. And to say that it is comparable to what Russia's doing is just blindly looking at scenario or ignoring facts. So when we take a look at this, you see one obvious person who is the aggregator in this situation. Not saying that Ukraine hasn't made mistakes. Not saying Ukraine hasn't done atrocious acts in trying to defend its own borders. But we are right to support Ukraine in defending their borders from Russia because of the vastly different level of atrocities.
What alliance do we share with you?
The Budapest Memorandum is one going off. I never said we shared an alliance.
Okay, so why do we have a responsibility to defend Ukraine? We don't have
the
to share
Budapest
an alliance
Memorandum.
with them. Okay, well, what about the Minsk Accord? If you're going to talk about Budapest, Ukraine agreed not to bomb their own people. I think there are no.
If you shit out on one treaty, do you get to break any of your treaties?
What about the treaty that's more recent?
Does it matter?
Does it matter?
No.
Okay, so it doesn't matter.
Thank you.
Oh, no,
you're the one who said it, so they're not agreeing to Minsk, so they get the shit taken from them.
Neither did the Russians. They didn't agree to Minsk either.
Russia had no
any of their
terms
soldiers.
in Minsk.
They didn't do any of
Russia
it.
had zero terms in the Minsk. Have you read the Minsk Accord? They have zero terms.
I read it. They didn't follow it.
There's nothing Russia had to follow. Russia was not a part of the Minsk Accord. They signed it as an
Not
observer.
to mention, the thing is about the Minsk Accords is you put a gun to somebody's head and you ask them to give you your wallet. At the end of the day, those agreements were written under extremely
You
aggressive
sign an
terms.
agreement saying that we promise we will not bomb our own civilians, and then you break that agreement. What do you think should happen to you?
What do you mean? They bomb civilians as well. They bomb civilians as well. They're
Not
bombing
even
more
close.
civilians than the
We were
Ukrainians
just
ever
talking
did.
about like the
If you're
scale of
concerned-
rape and the scale of crimes. Not even close to comparable. 8,000 civilian casualties were on the Donbass side of that conflict for the past 8 years.
There was 13,000 casualties overall.
Total. That's including military deaths.
Yes. Yeah.
What Russia's saying is true, and Ukraine.
The balance of civilian casualties are on the Donbass side. That's not arguable.
And then Russia's solution is kill more civilians.
The Russia's solution is to denazify Ukraine.
And they failed. They don't care about Nazis.
They actually do.
But you can't have
a neo-Nazi paramilitary organization to do the fighting around Kherson. What? You're gonna have Nazis denazify Nazis? It's
Bro,
ridiculous.
Ukraine has Nazis fighting for Ukrainian independence. You can't use that argument.
The
But you
Russians
can't
hired
have it.
Nazis to fight their war in Ukraine.
Yeah, the
They
Russian
did.
hired Nazis to fight other Nazis. So when they both die, it's the Nazis who are dying. Oh my
So
God,
they're
what a
giving
tragedy!
Nazi guns. Wait. You do realize if your argument is why?
Bro, you're realizing that you're arguing for Ukrainian Nazis. You're saying, oh, Russians use Nazis, but Azov is totally cool. Right sector is totally cool. They're fighting for independence.
The difference. Wait, let me.
Wait, so the Russian Nazis are better than the Ukrainian Nazis?
I don't think this war has anything to do with Nazism at all. The Russians do. They believe it has something to do with Nazism. They're saying that they're denazifying the country. Do not use Nazis to denazify Nazis. Definitely, if you're concerned with
Why not?
Azov, because
You use them in the front line. Do you know what a Strafwacht is?
The reason why is because if you're
Convict battalion.
they're
You use the
probably-
people who are criminals first in the most dangerous missions. Why not?
Let me ask you a question, and then let me talk over you while you're trying to answer this question. That way you're not capable of answering the question, because the only point that I'm trying to make are the points that I'm trying to make.
Oh my
Dylan,
God,
you're
go ahead.
trying to say that Ukraine bombed civilians when they didn't.
They did.
Who started this conflict?
They literally did.
Yeah, 100%.
That's not even a question.
Bro, I just.
It's a response, not an aggression. It's not even
I just heard this man say it doesn't matter if Russia have Nazis or not.
Ukraine aggressed against Russian
No one can hear
civilians.
each other. We're all
Ethnic
just
Russians
yelling
in
and no one
Ukraine.
can hear a damn thing. None of us can hear anything.
Whole point.
That's the whole point.
So the thing is, the reason why you don't like Azov, I assume, or right sector, or any of these far right militias, is because you believe that they've done horrible things to civilians, correct? And they're Nazis.
I believe
and
that they
Nazis
are
commit war crimes.
Nazis.
And why is that bad?
there he
Tell
goes
me why
again.
that's bad.
Why is that? Oh my God! Did you just say that, bro?
Nazi?
Yeah, if
Dude, I can no longer even take you seriously anymore now, man.
allow me. You're not being generous here. You're being very.
Are you being generous,
Let
Dylan?
me be clear. Let me just, if you follow my logic for a second, okay? Why do you not like Nazis? Just tell me why. It's a very easy question. Because I don't like Nazis. I want to hear why you don't like them.
Because they have zero tolerance for other
Same reason
people.
You don't like them, Dylan. Does that make it easier?
No, because they're atrocious. They commit war crimes. They use the subhuman, like all these things that we agree. Okay, so if your goal is to denazify Ukraine, choosing the people who hate Jews, who hate Romani people, and do all that to go get rid of Nazism when they're going to be interacting with civilians, they're going to have opportunities to commit war crimes. They're going to have opportunities to do the atrocious acts that the Nazis did in World War II, this time in Ukraine. Why would they be the best choice to denazify the country? They're the worst choice because they're going to replace Nazis with more Nazis.
Yeah, like you don't get Nazis to fucking fight Nazis. That's like a dumb fucking thing to do. Like,
Do you know how a spear is shaped? Like an arrowhead, right? There's the point of the arrow, it's very small. And then the base of the arrow, which is a little bit bigger.
But the
The
thing is,
majority of the Russian forces are normal people, and they use the spearhead, the point of the arrow.
It's got like 5 words in this entire panel. Let Ginger talk. Thank you.
Ginger, go.
Thank you. Seriously, I just want to say that you can't say, "Oh, well, they're bombing their own people. They're bombing their own people. They're bombing their own people." When you're saying that Russia has the right to take over Ukraine, saying that Ukrainians are Russians and Ukraine is Russian, then they are bombing their own people. By your definition, they're bombing their own people by saying that Ukraine belongs to Russia.
So when the police shoot a murderer, right? Is that a problem because he shot a U.S. citizen or something? Like I'm talking about in America.
You can't turn my argument back on me because
I'm
that's
trying to
what you
listen
keep
to it.
doing.
What is it?
No, that's what you keep doing with everybody instead of
I'm
actually
trying to
answering
listen.
a fucking
Will you tell me
question.
what your point is?
I already told you my point, but instead of actually listening to me, you're just responding back to me.
He's trying to he's trying to make a counter argument, and so he's trying to give you an example that might make his logic make more sense to you.
Right, yeah. His logic works if you take this like international diplomacy, make it just to.
Listen, everybody here uses like abstract examples. It's like a very typical way of trying to make a point.
Yeah,
I don't
and
think
I'm
it's
saying
that
it's a bad
unreasonable.
one.
So that's fine, but I don't think he's even talking to you.
Yeah, but he's talking
There's
to me, and
multiple
I'm
here. Are we
saying,
going back to just 2 people?
I'm saying I'm not going to re-answer his question
What was
because
it?
that's what he keeps
It's
doing to
refusing
Dylan.
to
You're
acknowledge
saying
his
that
point.
since I'm saying that Ukrainians are Russians and then Russians are attacking Ukraine, that means Russians are attacking Russians, right? I'm saying it's okay for police to attack people that are citizens of the same country as the police because those people are being criminals. Russians aren't attacking Ukrainians because they're Ukrainian. They're attacking the Ukrainians that are killing other Ukrainians, right? They're attacking criminals. They're not targeting civilian people who are innocent.
They are.
So do they bomb?
Well, that's your claim.
Do they
That's
bomb?
your claim.
So do they bomb cities?
We have more video evidence of Ukrainians actually destroying other Ukrainians.
Wait, listen to your claim. Your claim was they don't target civilians. They have evidence of them targeting civilians. In response is, well, actually, I have more evidence of Ukrainians. So you feel like you backed off of it.
What happens in war?
Whataboutism. Just did a whataboutism.
What just happened with that defense missile that landed in Poland? Was that an accident?
Yeah,
it missed, right? Yeah, some things happen where they miss. There are cases where civilians have been accidentally killed by Russian weapons. That doesn't mean they were targeted, right? Except the difference here is that Ukrainians are targeting civilians and Russians are not targeting Ukrainians, right? That's the difference.
We have a batch of audio that has been that Russian soldiers have called back home to call back to their wives and talk to them. This audio showing them talking to their wives about the things they have done, the people they've shot, the crimes they've committed at the brink, not understanding exactly when they decided to lose their humanity and do these horrible things to other humans.
The devil is in the details, and you're picking these certain details that have no context, and we don't know what was it a Rurich person?
What happened?
You're going to bring up Bucha now, right?
Okay. We can bring up Bucha, we can bring up Izium, we can bring up Lyman, we can bring up any of these locations where mass graves have been uncovered.
You know what CSI can do? They can tell how long a body is dead just by the temperature. Did you know that?
There were satellite photographs of the bodies before it was retaken by Ukrainian soldiers. Those bodies were there before the Ukrainian soldiers got
How
there.
long does it? Do you know how long does it take for a body to decompose? Russia left 3 days before they were found. Those bodies were not 3 days old. This is basic, like ultra basic level crime scene investigation.
Of course.
That means they were killed by Ukrainians, bro.
No, they were killed in intense fighting. They were killed in intense fighting, or sometimes in executions. For example,
It's not even. We don't even have to sit here and talk about who killed them or what. You can just go by the time they were killed. They've been dead for less than a day or a day or something. It could not be possible for them to have been killed by Russians. They simply were not there.
Satellite photographs.
Those, I don't know what photographs you're referencing. Those could be made up. What can't be made up is the level of decomposition of
made up. Queen Alexa. I'm dying here. The satellite photographs were taken before the Russian army withdrew that shows bodies in the street. All reports.
Who put the timestamp on that satellite?
Due to the intensity of the bombing, a lot of people died in artillery strikes in the fighting, and because of how heavy the shelling was, it was very difficult for people to recover bodies. But bodies were recovered and buried behind a local church I personally visited. These people were killed by the Russian military, either executed or killed in artillery bombardments. Like, we can pretend that it was the Ukrainians with no evidence whatsoever, and the satellite photos to prove that the bodies were there before they left, and you can try to become a fucking biologist and talk about body decomposition all you want. The photos don't lie. The eyewitness testimony doesn't lie. All this evidence came together to create this picture of what they did. And the thing is, the Russian soldiers admitted. They admitted to their wives in phone calls back to their home that were documented. And you can listen to these phone calls right now if you Google them. You can listen to these soldiers talking about how they executed people because they were scared. They were going to tell the Ukrainian soldiers where their position was.
Okay, I need to point this out before y'all continue. This was so fucking funny. I muted Schlatsky there, and then as I mute him, when I unmute him for just a moment, he's still mid-screaming. So he continued yelling after muting, and I thought that was funny.
Wow, that was hilarious.
It was.
It was.
Someone clip that.
Clip it.
You can tell how long a body has been dead. It's very simple.
Are you a biologist?
I'm not a biologist. I'm not the crime scene investigators that were investigating the crimes.
Yeah, and what did they all say? Oh, this looks
They
like
say that the bodies were not dead for 3 days.
Yeah,
it's very obvious. A 3-day-old body versus a 1-day-old body. It's a big difference.
That's not all the bodies. There were different bodies. Some bodies were more fresh.
What about the bodies that were wearing armbands signifying support for Russia? You think Russians just killed Russian supporters?
Or wait, what do you mean single? If they're wearing armbands, that means they're soldiers. You don't wear an armband unless you're a soldier.
You're wearing an armband to clarify that you're supporting the Russian.
No, that's not how those work.
So then they killed Russian soldiers. Whatever the fuck. Their point is that they were Russian aligned. Why would they kill? Yeah, so it wasn't Russians who killed them because the Russians weren't fucking there.
I'm not talking about the bodies of soldiers. I'm talking about the bodies of civilians. The bodies of soldiers were killed in fighting.
The bodies of the people in Bucha, soldiers, civilians, all of them. None of them were killed by Russians because Russians weren't fucking there.
None of them were killed by Russians. Satellite photos show that they were. That the bodies were there before they left.
When was the satellite photo taken? Who put the timestamp on the photo? What are you talking about? I'm telling you that a body decomposes at a set rate. It doesn't change whether you're Ukrainian or Russian.
But the thing is, there were bodies that were decomposed, and there were bodies that were not decomposed. It depends on the body. There were a bunch of bodies. Some bodies were already buried in the church by then. Bodies that had been executed with their hands tied behind their backs. You can't do that from a distance.
So Ukrainians tied people up and shot them in the head.
No, that means if those bodies are decomposing and their hands are tied behind their back and they're in a mass grave, and the Russians were the person occupying that part of the city for 2 to 3 weeks, there's only one force that could have done that.
Were the bodies 2 to 3 weeks decomposed? Of course they're going to say yes.
Some of them were,
yes. Yeah. Some of them were.
The only way, at the end of the day, someone can come out of this supporting Russia is if you deliberately look away from the war crimes.
Bro, you're deliberately looking away from Ukrainian war crimes.
Trying to walk
Can
away
I point out the
Ukrainian war crimes.
They cannot accept the fact that they support rapists, they support murderers.
You can't accept the fact that you support Nazis, bro.
Hold on. Can I point something out here?
Channel Russian Nazis, bro. What the fuck is going on?
Wait, hold on, Slavsky. You're picking at the fact that only some of them have decayed, but you're getting the fact that this was in the middle of winter. Okay, so that
all
slows
goes
down
into
the
it.
decay
Okay,
process.
I'm whatever.
Okay,
Everyone here knows more than me. Okay, that's pretty clear. I don't even know why you're even listening to me. Whatever. Go on.
Decomposition. Tell me about it. How does winter affect decomposition? How do you?
Obviously, it slows it down. But the thing is, crime scene investigators who are investigating crimes that happen in winter know that it's winter. Oh fuck, man. Jesus Christ.
And who are you citing? Which crime scene investigator that talked about? Yeah, we accounted for.
I don't know. Who are you citing, bro?
You're the one who brought up the decomposition. I don't need to cite it.
You're the one who brought up that Bucha was done by Russians. I'm saying.
Yes, I brought it up. You brought evidence to counter it, and now you don't know anything about the evidence used to counter it.
Oh my god.
You seem to use a lot of.
I'm saying I have satellite.
Man, you use a lot of examples of violence, bro. Wait, can I, Slotsky? Can I talk for 1 second to him? Let me just break in.
Any more about when those satellite photos were taken than I know about.
Dude, can I say one thing here?
Every individual body in Bucha.
Can't even chime in, man.
Yeah, and you know what you can do with photo.
Thank you. Listen, can I just chime in for 1 second?
I would stop. It's funny as fuck, but you need to let other people go, okay? Y'all are fucking wonderful. All right, I want to let Naysguard go.
Thank you so much, man. Look, it's like, man, you're using a lot of examples of violence, bro. You go, you know, Russian soldiers did this, and Russia did this way back when. And there's a lot of violence that you point to so that you can basically just justify your own violence, man. It's like you don't even realize it. It's all you're talking about is this is my excuse for doing war is because they did all this violence. So now we can go do violence to them. And you should hear yourself, brother. It's like you're an atrocity in here among a bunch of people that want peace. And you're sitting here just preaching war, you know, and I'm sick of it. I'm really sick of it.
Murderers, rapists, war criminals. Right? If they do not surrender, then hopefully they will be pushed out of the country.
Calibrated.
Look, I'm doing my careful to stay within TOS. But if these people go to these places and commit war crimes, that is 100% a justification to say yes, we should push back against the people.
My God, man.
That is a justification. For example,
then it never ends, brother. Then it never ends.
Let me be clear.
It's a great cycle, brother. You want to play right into it.
It's justified because of the Holocaust. And because of the
You do not strike me.
I think that it was justified to fight the Germans that way. I believe it's true of any nation engaged in either genocides or horrific atrocities against humanity. And what we saw in Bucha, what we saw in Izium with the largest mass grave uncovered in Europe since the Yugoslav Civil War with 447 bodies, right? I think those do justify the Ukrainian people picking up arms and defending themselves.
8,000 is more than 400.
End up in those, but that's one mass grave. More people died in Mariupol, 10 times more people died in Mariupol than in the Donbass conflict.
Oh, man.
And that was due to Russian bombing. It's not even comparable. It's not.
Okay, so before we get Sprout, you said that you do need to leave?
Yeah, I have another panel to go to. I didn't think
okay.
this would
Sprout,
take 2 hours.
Yeah. Go ahead and give yourself a shout out and where we can find you.
Okay, yeah, I am the Sprouticus. I am on Twitch and Twitter as the Sprouticus. If you like what you heard, go give me a follow. If you don't like what you heard, yell at me on Twitter, do something. I'll probably respond to you. If you want to have a competition on stream, then I'm open to that as well. So yeah, I'm the Sprouticus, and appreciate Alexa, and enjoy the conversation, everybody else.
Always, Sprout. See you, buddy.
Bye.
All right, continue on.
Donald Trump was just unbanned on Twitter.
Oh, let's fucking go!
Now it's about to get good.
I'm in a hotel. I just screamed.
It's about to get good.
I don't really know where to go with this, guys. I kind of lost.
New bail topic. Trump being banned on Twitter.
I don't know what the fuck is going on anymore. I mean, I appreciate the disagreement before. I just don't know enough to comment either way. I'm being totally honest. But look, I mean, my concern with this consistently has always been this notion that Russia commits atrocities exclusively, or the Russian atrocities are such that we have to do X as Americans or Europeans or whatever to fund Ukraine to, in my view, proliferate a war that's killing more people. To me, like, that just doesn't add up, and it never will. I haven't been convinced otherwise. I think the consequences of the war continuing are more people dying. And I just don't really see the argument that, like, well, if we keep fighting the war, eventually, we keep pouring more and more money, more and more weapons into it, eventually it'll just stop. We don't know how, but it'll just stop. I don't know.
I think we can come to a compromise. You could just give them the good shit, and then it'll just go forward.
Well, what do you mean by that?
Well, the A-10 Warthog. Even though we're not allowed to, I personally believe the Ukrainian military should have access.
Dude, you guys, like, sometimes, and I don't know you personally, I don't know how serious you're being, but I do feel like there is this weird, like, war masturbation that goes on with this. Like, a lot of liberals feel like, well, now we're on the good side, so we can, like, really, like, get into the whole idea of lots of people dying if we utilize this, like, super weapon or these, like, cool weapons, these cool missiles. And, it's like the whole, like, fetishization of, like, war and killing and all this shit. It's fucking really weird coming from people who are, like, insinuating that the other. All right, well, now you just talk, motherfucker. Come on, bro. You filibuster constantly. Just let me finish. It's just like this weird, I don't know, masturbatory, like, exercise with, like, death. And then we're, like, supposedly, like, going in there to, like, correct Russian atrocities. It just doesn't make sense.
I think it's not. We're not intervening only because of Russian atrocities. They could have committed not a single war crime, and I still would support them. Because I believe Ukraine is in run there differently. The Russians lied about this step away when it comes to this is a training operation. You don't need to worry about anything. Then they invaded for like the second time in under 8 years. So I don't think we need to even like bring in the atrocities when it gets to the basics of the conflict. But it's a lot easier for me to make my argument for supporting Ukraine once you look at the full picture of Russia doing the atrocities they have done and the scale of the destruction that it's brought to Ukraine. Now, when it comes to this idea of like masturbatory behavior towards war, if we're going to enter a war, I think we enter wars to win. The idea is that you have a goal and you want to achieve that goal, and you do everything you can to either achieve that goal or get it within close possible of that goal while maintaining the rules of war. And I think
Dylan, you're not in the war, bro.
What do you mean I'm not in the war?
You're not in the war. You're not fighting anyone.
I'm not fighting anyone. You're right. I'm taking photographs and taking.
Yeah, so you're asking my opinion about NATO and all this shit on Twitter is like fucking weird, dude.
I support it. I've raised money for bulletproof vests. I've raised money for ATVs that are used by the Ukrainian military.
Why not for food?
I have also raised money for food and for vegetable cutters and bowls and pencils and medical aid as well. I've raised money for both. But the thing is, it's not that we're masturbatory towards war. It's that we believe in the cause and we want to win. And we see every Ukrainian victory as one step closer to getting the Russians out of Ukraine. And you can tell, hey, you say, I stopped when I interrupted you. Okay. So I think also that when you talk about this idea of like, so when do we stop? Like, we're just gonna send in weapons over forever. I would be more receptive to that argument if Ukraine hasn't shown its ability to overperform expectations at every step of the way. People thought Ukraine was going to collapse in a week. Then they didn't. It's day 265 and the government's still standing. People didn't think they would be able to keep Kiev. They pushed back the Russians from Kiev.
Oh God. Dude, you're really gonna go there? You're gonna play the MSM narrative with us? Who are you, fucking CNN, bro? Really? Are you CNN?
I'm the CIA's favorite intern.
He just wants to be CNN.
Are you freaking?
He just wants to be CNN.
Are you Aaron Burnett, bro, out front with Aaron Burnett right now? Because that's exactly what you sound like.
Whether you like it or not, the Russians
like the war in Donbass.
The Russians had
We
to
listened to
leave
you
Kherson.
guys
The
about
Russians lost the battle for
propaganda.
Donbass. They lost the battle for Kharkiv. They lost the battle for Mykolaiv, and they're on the road.
This is the propaganda, bro.
We should continue to support them. Everything I just said is true. Say one thing out of that.
Yeah, the war in Donbass is also true, but that's propaganda, right? But what you're saying is just plain true.
I didn't say it was propaganda. I acknowledge the war in Donbass. I have a different interpretation of those events. I believe that the reason the Russians withdrew over the river is because they couldn't supply their troops across the river.
I believe the reason was because they're protecting the potential civilian casualties from Ukraine trying to blow up the dam and flood a bunch of people just to get at Russians. They're willing to destroy their own civilians just for a military victory. That's pretty gross.
It's winter. It's winter.
When engaging in this war, if they did, they wouldn't have launched it in the first place, considering how many civilians have died.
If they didn't care about civilian casualties, they would have taken Kyiv by now. The fact that it's taking so long is evidence of the fact that they are being slow and very careful and very methodical about their operations.
They dropped VDV air troopers outside the capital on the first day and claimed that they disabled the entirety of Ukraine's air force.
Bro, you don't believe Russians. I don't know why you're believing them there.
The VDV, yeah, exactly. You should agree with me.
So you shouldn't be believing what they were saying.
The VDV landings happened. There's photograph, video evidence from both Russian soldiers
and in World War II, they propped up a bunch of cardboard in tanks and inflatable aircraft.
Those Russian VDV landings failed, and they lost some of their best soldiers in those landings.
Says you.
Kiev lost them tens of thousands of soldiers. Not says me. Says the Institute
That's your narrative.
War. Says any other war journalist that covered that event.
Did the Russian Ministry of Defense say that we lost our best soldiers and you guys totally fucked us?
Russia's death toll right now is 2,000.
What's the Ukrainian army death toll?
Do you believe that? Do you believe it's 2,000 soldiers? They lost 2,000 in 8 months of fighting, even though they've been pushed back from Kherson.
What does Ukraine say that their death toll is?
Lyman, Kherson, Kiev, like all these areas.
Actually, Russia has a lot of practice of high attrition rates of enemy forces. They've been practicing this a lot since Germany invaded Russia. They're very good at retreating while incurring heavy damage on the invading party.
So why did the Battle of Lyman? Why did they get encircled at Lyman and then get slaughtered? Slaughtered to the point that some Ukrainian soldiers actually had to request therapy for the amount of Russian soldiers they killed.
Dylan, can I just make a point? Because we were kind of...
Guys are so inside the box, man.
Pretending like the Ukrainians have no chance of winning, but at every single intersection, the
You're
Russians
pretending they do.
Bruh.
The Russians have taken L's at every single intersection.
Dude.
It's day 270.
Ukraine lost Donbass, but that's not an L?
They haven't lost all the Donbass. I went to Kramatorsk myself. It's still Ukrainian.
Donbass.
I thought you
I went to the Donbass. It's still controlled by the Ukrainians. Lord
But you couldn't talk to people there. You told me that you couldn't.
I did talk to Eastern Ukrainians, and you want to know what they told me? I remember there was this one person who told me, "I speak Russian here, but I speak Ukrainian here." They were an older person talking about how there are cultural influences of the Russian Federation, of the Russian Empire, and of the Soviet Union.
No Soviets ever banned Ukrainian.
No
time in that person's life was Ukrainian ever banned.
We already went over that. Why are you taking the conversation back an hour and a half?
Is that to me or Dylan? Because at no time in the history of the Soviet Union was Ukrainian ever banned. At no time in that person's life was Ukrainian ever banned.
Thank you.
He is correct.
Thank you for repeating yourself. That was a story.
It's pertinent.
That's a fact. That's why I had to repeat it.
Yeah. Very good. Very good.
Ukraine banned the Russian language. I mean, do you deny that, or?
Oh, no, you're talking to Dylan.
Yeah, no, thank you, because I did have one point to make to him, but I think he, back.
Hello, I'm back. I finished
Dylan,
point?
good to see you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I did go to Kramatorsk. I did go to Eastern Ukraine, right? But I didn't go to all of Eastern Ukraine. I went to Kramatorsk, I went to Donbass, but I didn't go through all the Donbass. But from my discussions with locals, there was very much this feeling of, definitely amongst the elderly population that I talked to, that, you know, they, when they were young, they wished they learned Ukrainian, but they didn't. It wasn't really taught. Or to live in one of the big cities, the idea is that Russian, Ukrainian is the backwater hillbilly language, and a lot of them have actually experienced kind of like a cultural reawakening where they're rediscovering their language that has been suppressed for them. In many, it's the same ways that Irish people talk about not learning the language of their ancestors, English imperialism, English cultural assimilation, forcing them to learn English, but they're trying to, you know, have these classes in schools talking about it. That was the feeling I got from my conversation with local people in the Donbass. There are people who support Russia, but they're a minority from my experience. If you're asking about my experience, but I'm just one person.
That's honest. Dylan, you're talking about that whole Liman, you know, encirclement and all that. And I guess this sort of like speaks to what I was trying to say before about like the masturbatory celebration of like killing and shit. Like you tweeted on September 29th about the encirclement at Liman and something that you just described as this major, I guess, massacre. And you're like tweeting out pictures of like NAFO dogs like shooting machine guns and like these close pan shots to their face where they're like looking psychotic. And it just seems to me like you guys get off on this, you know, like that's kind of my point. And there's something like really uncomfortable about that to me, like a real profound like lack of respect for like human life. It's just a little like disturbing. And you know, regardless, I mean, I guess I could understand if you're just like so hardcore pro Ukraine that like, hey, that's how I feel. But I hate when we get into this whole territory of like talking about which countries' atrocities are worse. Because I basically agree that like, yeah, I mean, well, I don't know if we agree. I think all countries commit atrocities. No country is free of sin. I said that before. So when we celebrate like shitloads of people dying, whatever the circumstances are, to me, that's just like a little morbid. And like it makes me feel like there's this, I don't know, like undercurrents with liberals where they're supposedly like good people who care about everybody. And so then when they like have a cause of some kind that involves, you know, like their side killing people, it's like a good thing. Like, I don't know, just seems fucking weird.
I guess for me, right, this isn't like something I'm passively like just monitoring. This is something I've actively involved myself, either through aid deliveries or covering it on the ground. And I have a lot of friends, people I'm very close with, who are deeply affected by the war. So for me, when the Ukrainians win a victory, that's a good thing. That's something that makes me happy, because to me, that's like we're one step closer to this being over and one step closer to Ukraine finally being free. And so if I meme about it, if I joke about it in a way that is distasteful for you because I posted like dogs with machine guns or whatever, I mean, that's fine. You don't need to follow me. That's my sense of humor. That's the way I joke about things.
I muted myself.
It's not a joke. It's a lot. It's like I can joke about anything.
I muted myself so I could talk to you guys for a second.
How many people on the right are joking about
I will joke.
I
joke about it. And the thing is, my
this
jokes-
guy.
Okay, but you're saying liberals.
This is
so you're
generally a
separating
team
us,
joke, like
aren't
a
you?
dog with a
The reason
machine
I'm
gun,
pointing,
like,
you know,
This guy Dylan, it's like you said, lazy.
The reason I'm
You know, or we need critical thinking. You know, Dylan's bloodthirst, evil.
more ideologically aligned
You know,
with liberals.
he's
right?
so.
Like, generally, when I was growing up, being a liberal,
He thinks that the answer to violence is more violence. He needs to watch the
now it's
beginning
like
to
this weird
fucking
position where the liberals are kind of like how the neocons used
to Fifth Element. You know, when they keep shooting rockets at that fucking fireball and it just gets bigger and bigger.
You know, you know, if anyone fucks with us, I knew a guy from Long Island who said he wanted to join the military so he could go hunting Hajis. Like that shit that right wingers used to say because they had a justifiable reason because of 9/11. And now I'm hearing from liberals, well, we have a justifiable reason to give weapons to Ukraine so they can annihilate Russians and we can just
Iraq
celebrate.
did not do 9/11. Russia invaded Ukraine. That's the difference.
Do you
kill the Russians in Ukraine?
Two of you, I
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, do you feel like that liberals were against us helping in World War II? Like, just because you're against war, no, hold on. Just because you're against war doesn't mean that, or that you're for peace doesn't mean that when there's a necessity to step in, that you're not there for it. That you're not there for helping those people that need help.
So this came up in my debate with Dylan, actually. Why do you think America came in and entered World War II?
Because we didn't want to become Germany.
Really? So what if I told you you're not correct about that? And that there was this thing called Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, I know about Pearl Harbor.
Right, so we didn't enter
Oh, we're
the
from
war
Pearl
before
Harbor?
that. So, in other words, it wasn't this virtuous thing. You know, the Nazis held rallies in Madison
Well, no,
Square Garden,
no,
right?
I didn't say that it was a virtuous thing, so don't turn it around.
No, but okay, but you did say, well, how did liberals feel about the war effort? And I guess what you're alluding to is the fact that liberal-minded people back then would have wanted to get involved in the European theater of World War II to like liberate the Jewish people. And what I'm telling you is that there was not at all a consensus about what we should do during World War II in America whatsoever. And that's the reason we didn't enter the war until we were attacked.
In fact, the huge anti-war movement.
We did, but our government support the British.
We
supported through aid and material weapons.
But we also hosted
the Union. When you say we supported Nazis, we didn't send weapons. We didn't send material goods to the Nazis.
Companies in America did business.
I'm going to mute myself again because this is just going totally off of where they are trying to speak. They're just going. They're freaking going like
American businesses to do business with
way
Nazi
off.
Germany and did nothing to stop it. Well, that's what I'm trying to say. It's
Even
like
if
there's
our
no
motives aren't correct, even if it leads to the good outcome, we should still
you
support.
guys want to attribute moral purity to America, and it's just as dishonest as what you accuse Russian supporters of doing.
I do not believe that the United States is a morally pure nation. It is engaged in genocide against Native Americans. Slavery was a horrific institution. It needed to be brought down. And you want to know what?
First in Russia.
And if I was alive during the Civil War, I'd be posting memes about beating the Confederates at Antietam and all these battles. I would be posting whatever the Civil War.
I tell you, it'd be nicer if they gave each of us a chance to speak, you know, like each of us had a few minutes to speak. And just rotate around, but you just let one person dominate the whole thing. Yeah, most of the shit he's talking is just like reciting fucking incidents of violence from the past. You know, he's not accomplishing fucking anything.
That does not mean that us as individuals should not ask nation states to get involved in conflicts where it can have a positive impact. Like us supporting this war. I am positive supporting the Ukrainian defense against the Russian invasion. I am positive that the amount of aid that we have given Ukraine would not be this immense if it wasn't for the very overwhelming American.
He sees everything in black and white. You're correct.
I think we would have sent aid no matter what, but I think that the American perception of the war has had a.
I think it's possible that we, as moral individuals,
He fucking think he's goddamn Captain America, you know?
In their own desires or whatever, that our moral feelings about things are being used against us in order for us to end up supporting these.
What do you mean, like I don't think it's against America. I believe it's within American interests. Yes. I believe it's within our economic interests, and I believe it's within our moral interests.
What?
What the heck?
I don't know, man. I always feel like
our country's crumbling before our eyes, but you still say
what do you mean our country's crumbling? People talk about America like it's the fall of Rome concept. We've been doing it for the last 20 years. We're still standing. And if you compare the Russian invasion of Ukraine to the American invasion of Iraq, the efficiency of our two militaries isn't even comparable.
Yeah, because the Americans had no qualms about destroying civilians in Iraq.
Right,
the Russians don't have any qualms about annihilating civilians
Bro,
in Ukraine.
500,000 children died in the Middle East.
Yeah,
wait,
what are you even saying?
500,000 children did not die in the 28 days of the invasion of Iraq. The occupation of Iraq is a different story. I don't know if you're talking about sanctions, but in 28 days, we don't even have the logistical capability to kill. The war was 28 days. The occupation.
How many people did we kill with a nuclear bomb in Japan? 2 of them. In one day.
What does this have to do with Iraq?
We have the capability. I'm just saying, we don't have. Of course, we could kill everyone on this planet in 20 minutes.
So did we do Iraq? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that Americans killed a shitload of civilians in Iraq, way more than Russia is in Ukraine.
Yeah, do you guys not remember?
I don't actually know that. I actually don't agree.
Do you not remember shock and awe? Were you still in diapers at the time?
Well, I was in diapers, but I was still not a Russian. But the thing is,
he's in diapers.
If you look at the American war in Iraq, the war was 28 occupation afterwards. The amount of people who died during the war, that's disputed, but it's not nowhere near 500,000. There's the occupation.
So you're arguing for the state that occupied a sovereign nation for 19 years as the moral arbiter of the planet?
You're not letting me finish anything. You're just concluding things I don't believe and just saying it out loud with an outrage.
Literally said that he didn't believe it was the moral arbiter.
I don't believe the United States is the perfect nation state on earth. I believe nation states act within their own interests, and sometimes those interests intersect with what is the morally correct thing to do.
You know how Germany paid?
I'm done. I'm done. I feel like to move on.
He's muted. He's muted.
I believe that when we're talking about the invasion of Ukraine, this is 260, 5 days now, right? Where they haven't even achieved the capturing of territory that they wanted to do, occupy the country. When they advanced on Kiev, their intention was to see the government collapse and then they take over the country. Either replace Zelensky with Yanukovych or do an occupation. America was able to achieve that in 28 days in Iraq. And then afterwards, that's when the majority of people died, during the occupation. The Russians haven't even gotten to that point where there's nobody that can just their power and fight back. And then
The Russians have already achieved all their objectives.
So the Russians haven't even gotten to the point we were during the invasion of Iraq. If we wanted to compare
Right.
the invasion of Iraq and Ukraine, actually, like on its
I'm muted in there, guys. I muted myself.
If you were to do that, you would have to wait until the Russians actually took over the whole fucking country, and then during that occupation, what exactly do they do? How do they treat civilians? We can see from their occupation in Izium, Lyman, that they've made mass graves, they filled mass graves.
Oh my God! All the just more atrocities, acts of violence, atrocities, acts of violence. It's all he talks about. It's like justification for this war. It's all he thinks of is this is justification for war.
We're gonna wrap it up. Somebody online, go.
Appreciate it, Alexa. Again, the distinction that I want to make between the Iraq war
And this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
in Ukraine right now, the most important distinction is the United States wasn't trying to annex Iraq or Afghanistan. On the other hand, Russia is currently trying to the size of the borders of Ukraine. They're trying to invade a sovereign nation and take territory away from them. They're not trying to stop any bad actions from occurring within these nations. They're not trying to.
They are trying. Come on, man.
They're not going through the proper procedures through the UN.
They're not trying to stop that. They're just trying to stop. They're just trying to stop the Donbass bombing, you know. But stop them from shelling the Donbass region. And this guy with the hat and glasses on, he's a freaking quack.
Throw around like ideas like, well, this is how many civilians have been killed by this side or that side. Like in an active war zone, when we're talking about an active conflict, like both sides are responsible.
He thinks he's Father Guido Sarducci from fucking Saturday Night Live from the 70s, you know.
To attribute like the responsibility to one side or the other is ridiculous. But again, the UN statement says like you're not allowed to invade other nations. UN will go in and stop people, put people on trial for war crimes, and put an end to humanitarian crises. And at no point does it give Russia the right to go into another territory and go, we're taking this land away from you.
The U.S. was more justified in Iraq than Russia is justified in Ukraine?
100%, because again, the United States did not annex Iraq. Russia is trying to annex parts of Ukraine.
So this is why I know a lot of like libs hate when people talk about like Lenin's definition of imperialism, and honestly, like I don't even believe you have to be that dogmatic about it necessarily. Like his perfect application of that definition all the time, but this is why it's so important to understand that imperialism is not always annexation. You do realize we like set up puppet governments that. You know,
Crazy.
Like, no, we didn't formally annex either Iraq or
Crazy lazy. Crazy lazy.
Turn them into like U.S.
I'm covering my mouth so they can't see I'm talking to you.
Solely for the purpose of distracting.
I'm being sneaky as fuck right now.
Especially in Iraq.
I'm being sneaky as fuck.
So, and in terms of like both sides being, I might have misunderstood you, but are you saying both sides, like, okay, in the case of the U.S. invading Iraq, both the U.S. and Iraq were responsible for the people who died in that conflict? Because
I'm a ninja podcaster, dude. Look at me. Look how slick I am.
Just bombed the fuck out of Baghdad. Like, in an attempt to end the war as quickly as possible. Even if you want to get into Saddam being a bad guy and all that stuff, I don't see how you can look at that as any other thing than.
I'll go like this and talk like that for a second. Talk some shit.
No, I'm not. Again,
I'm gonna talk some shit about Father Guido Sarducci.
Clear, like who's responsible for each situation, because there's a wide disparagement in like the types of armaments that the two different sides have. We're talking about like guerrilla warfare groups versus people with freaking drones and
Okay, now this guy's trying to talk about something he knows nothing about, and he needs to shut the fuck up.
And when we're talking about unverified reports and who's responsible for individual deaths in individual spots, like it's very easy to throw around blame and responsibility as far as like who killed the first person in the conflict and where did the dying first start and who's responsible for deaths in this particular region. It's a little bit grayer and a little bit muddier, and to say that there is a moral righteousness in some way as a result of deaths of civilians, at no point does it give Russia the authority to go in and annex the territory of another nation. If they've committed like humanitarian crimes against their people, the U.S. invaded Afghanistan as a response to attacks in September 11, resulted in 2006. Were they trying to make it the 51st state and make them fly the American flag? And Russia's not trying to make Ukraine the Russian state.
It is kinda. It annexed a lot of territory.
They didn't annex. The territories voted to join.
They did and they didn't. It was a referendum, and the referendum was fake. And you know it's fake. I'm sick of people gaslighting me on it. Like you don't actually.
Bro, you're gaslighting everyone right now.
You don't actually believe it. 96% in here saw it. 96.
You just said that like there was only 10 people that voted, so maybe it was 96%. For fuck's sake, I don't know.
But that's the thing. You think 96% is an accurate depiction of what the people who were living in Yukon pre-invasion wanted?
If you ask people what color is the sky, do you think you get 96% to say that it's blue?
Yeah, but the difference between the color of the sky, which you can look up and see.
If you got a place that's majority ethnically Russian and ask them if they wanted to join Russia and receive protection from their people back like they used to before Ukraine existed, do you think they would approach those numbers? Or it's just impossible?
Do you think the majority of Mexicans?
The majority of Mexicans in Texas are not the majority of Texans.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
The thing is that ethnic Russians are the majority in Donbass.
There is no. We're not talking. I'm talking about Kherson. Kherson, 96%. Kherson. It's a ridiculous number. Kherson is very, very pro-Ukrainian.
Okay, I'm not talking about Kherson.
Well,
I'm talking about Donbass. Kherson's not in Donbass.
Okay, but you're using the referendum as a means of like this justifies because they wanted it. And so if the referendum in Kherson was fraudulent, that seems to indicate that probably all the referendums were fraudulent. They were all organized around the same time by the same people.
That's a huge assumption.
So you would think they would rig one but not the other. They all seem to be.
You have no proof that they rigged every single one, though.
Zero evidence.
I have video of ballot stuffing. And we know
every single
why did the international observers not bring it up?
Evidence of that?
There was no international observer that was going to.
There literally were. That's a lie.
But the problem, okay, who's the international observer that you think is respectable? That was like.
I don't have their individual names.
No, the groups. They don't need to be.
They are individuals. They didn't hire groups to go and do it.
This is very dangerous for democracy.
No, this is just silly because it's like, well, it's the thing is, this is like the North Koreans. They all voted for all of.
They definitely want to be under the control of Kim Jong-un more than they do the American.
But this is like you're accepting state media talking points verbatim with. That's what you're doing. You've decided that the American state media talking point that's your mainstream.
You've decided that the people themselves are not credible.
The Russian state media thing. And I'm saying that there's video evidence of ballot stuffing. They took days to prep it. They told basically no one about it. They had people like soldiers going door to door and knocking. Hey, I need to.
Bro, they had polling people going door to door, and they were escorted with military escorts because it's a war zone, buddy. You know that. You know that. You know that, and you're like gaslighting everyone, bro.
That's the problem.
You are gaslighting everyone, and you know it.
No, you know that if it comes to your home, knocks on the
No one had to answer the door. There's video of people not answering the door. No one was held at gunpoint. You are gaslighting it. It doesn't matter if they're scared or not. They got to choose whether or not they answered the door.
Told them who to vote.
People decided to go and vote, then they left. Or they decided not to. No one forced anyone.
Yeah, with 3 days and they allow the people to vote either, which is wrong.
People who are displaced aren't living there. So.
They are living there.
They're not, because they're displaced. They're not living there.
Okay, if I go into your house, have a vote.
Bro, if I left the United States and I didn't live here anymore, should I vote on what goes on here? Like, I know I, as an American citizen, have
how
the
that
right.
works.
Yes,
yeah, that's how that works.
I know that I, as an American citizen, but does that really make sense? If I spent 50 years living in Indonesia, should I be able to vote on what goes on in Washington, D.C.?
Back from the mic when you're yelling.
Then the war on that other people voted on them, including
it certainly wasn't a majority. Even taking all of your points, absolutely was not a majority. Most people were not displaced. Still live there, and most people.
Do you think it would have been disproportionately pro-Russian crowd?
Why not?
Do you think that's a problem? If
I would be pro-Russian.
Maybe those people, if they don't want to be part of Russia, maybe they can move to Lvov.
Maybe if the Russians, you know, if they want to be part of Russia, they can move to Russia. They can like leave the country that's being
maybe
invaded and go to Russia.
If Ukraine didn't want to lose those territories to Russia, they should not have been bombing them for 8 years.
They weren't bombing Kherson or Zaporozhye or
I'm not talking about Kherson or Zaporozhye. I'm talking about the Donbass.
But that's what we're debating
and
about.
you're gaslighting the fuck out of me, Dylan. Like you gaslight everybody,
maybe
bro.
if the Russians don't want the shelling to happen, maybe they want to send weapons or FSB agents.
Bro,
soldiers into the
he was
Donbass,
just telling me how military people are going door to door forcing people to vote. That is gaslighting because that's not true.
Door to door. That's true. That happened. They went door to door.
Wait a second. When you said that,
and they said the polling station's over there with their guns in tow. And what do you think they're going to do? They're going to
they're protecting the person who's carrying the ballot.
Hello, Mr. Armed Soldier. I'm actually going to tell you no. That is true. It happened. It happened.
You're describing it and making a narrative out of something that's absolutely false. That's
you
not
get
what...
3 days. You think 3 days is enough time to organize a referendum on independence? 3 days with no media coverage, basically, except like the day of.
Yankee.
3 days.
Yankee just.
I can't. Yankee.
I think he said Dylan Burns is a fucking liar, which I agree.
Can we just give Yankee the first second because he barely had any time.
Yankee's fucking big. Oh no.
Nobody can hear him.
I know, but it's the yelling is not helping that.
Okay, but
all right, here. Look, we've been going on this one for 2.5 hours, right? Like it's time that we do wrap this up. It was fucking amazing. But before we do this, Yankee Tanky, give us your last thoughts because we need them. We'll wait.
Well, my last thoughts would be, regardless. Russia.
Yep.
It could be going to help children in Michigan, infrastructure's falling apart, when people are literally starving, you have no right to be in any, regardless side you support. Period. Stop the funding to Ukraine.
So after that take, I'm gonna be pro-Russia. All right.
Priest.
All right. I'm Queen Alexa. This was the Political Show. This show is a year old now. For a fucking year. Insane.
Congratulations.
I know. I doing 1 year today. I didn't even know it.
Awesome.
If you saw, go to discord.gg/politicalstation. Join. That's all I ask. All right. Closing statements. Tell us where we can find you. Give us your final thoughts on this. We'll start with somebody online.
Queen Alexa, again, this has been an absolutely fantastic panel, as always. A very interesting conversation for the most part. There's a couple of folks here and there that, we need to work on conversational skills, but I'm sure we'll get there eventually. Again, I want to stress the importance of sovereign nations and their borders. You can't just go into a region with a bunch of, military soldiers and be like, hey, everybody get the fuck out, and then ask the people that stayed there, hey, do you want to stay as part of this nation, or That's not how this shit works, man. You can't go invading nations. You got to leave those countries alone and let them govern themselves. And you know, you got a problem with them, get with the UN, and we'll get it all sorted out for you. But anyway, I'm somebody online. I run a show on Tuesdays called The Political Annex because for the most part, I noticed that we all agree about the important stuff, especially here in the United States. So now that we all agree, we need to figure out what it is that we want to do once we get power. So everybody, just come on over. Just tell me what it is that you want to do. Find a problem that you want to talk about, and then we'll find a solution for it. And we'll get it all together. We'll put it in the list, and one day we'll conquer the world together, me and you. We'll do it over on my channel. Come on, guys, let's go.
All right, Schlatsky.
The U.S. is not the world. Find me on twitch.tv/. That's all I got.
Alrighty, Nays Garden.
I'm Nays Garden all over the internet. Just look for @Nays Garden everywhere. Thank you for having me on here. This was very interesting and fun for me and my audience. So appreciate it, you guys, all of you.
Yep. All right, Vicky.
I just want to say there's a lot of propaganda on this war right now. So if you want to hear an opposing side, then I think it's a good idea to talk to other people. So please talk to Russian people if you can. And I don't care if people know my Twitch. You can find me. I'm in the politics section. I'm going to say my name. Thank you. And thank you for having me.
Non-smoker.
Hey, I'm at twitch.tv/non-smoker. The second O is a 0. Yeah, I don't know. Look, man, again, I just want to repeat what I said at the beginning, that it really feels like this discourse always goes a certain way. And that is, if you feel like there is any Russian perspective whatsoever, you're automatically a Russia supporter. And, you know, look, I mean, at the end of the day, I try my best to be pragmatic, but ultimately I have the interests of my own country at heart because I'm an American, and I just think we should not be supporting a war that's making life for the American people more difficult. And any, you know, pretense that we have where we're like morally cleansing the world is usually just total bullshit. So look, I mean, if you're interested in a rational, calm, friendly discussion, come and talk to me. I enjoyed it a lot. I like everybody here, so it's good to see everyone, and hopefully we'll talk again soon.
All right, Ginger.
Again, I feel like Russia has no Ukraine, regardless of Ukraine's on themselves, sovereign nation. Russia can away. I am Gingerama. You can find me at twitch.tv/Gingerama with 2 R's. I do cosplay, panels, and video gaming.
Alrighty. Abolition.
Yeah, don't bother looking for me on Twitter or anything. It's dead anyway. You know what? Even beyond that, unfollow everybody here. And you know, people don't understand. This never came out, right? But like, I'm the people that are pro-Russia, where you're like anti-America specifically. Like, I'm with you, right? But I'm so past where you're at right now. I've come all the way around the other side, and I want Mexico. I want America to be Mexico again. All right, it's my greatest dream. I think Mexico should annex America, and that's why I can sympathize with Russia wanting to recreate its former borders. But this is just one of those things where I'm going to go like, no, go fuck yourself. Take a javelin.
All right. Well, I saved the man who fought them all off and got all the questions. Dylan Burns.
I mean, I think people know my position on this. I don't think we should only continue to send weapons and supplies to Ukraine. We should be sending more than we're sending currently, sending longer range missiles, air power to stop the Russian.
I'm gonna make him quiet.
It's actually what caused Russian foreign striking all of Ukraine's power centers.
Because who cares what he's got to say anymore? You know, it's like, you could be like, hey man, thanks for having me. I've had the floor the whole night. I've been a douchebag. And I'm an asshole. I'm a douchebag. I'm an asshole. Can you believe this motherfucker?
Weapons into Ukraine, or the shooting down of civilian airliners, or them lying about their troops on the border and eventually doing this invasion and levering Mariupol to the ground. and the behavior they've engaged in is incredibly disgusting. But it was also immoral for them to invade in the first place. They're in a country they have no right to be in, and the sooner they leave, the sooner this conflict ends. Them leaving Ukraine is not going to lead to Stefan Bandera rising from the grave, going to Moscow and killing all the Muscovites. It's not going to happen. And despite no matter how much Russian state TV tells you the trans, homo, gay, queer Nazis are coming for you, it's just not happening. Also, my chat voted for me to like show my tattoo just to get like a reaction. So like anybody can like see that.
What?
It has a little Z on it. Look at it. It has a little Z on it. It's like a little Z skull.
Dude,
My God,
are you kidding me?
It's pretty based tattoo. Anyway, you guys have a good one. You can get me at Dylan Burns TV. You can also find me, I don't know, at your local CIA headquarters, monitoring your communications.
Wow.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone for coming. Like I said, I'm Queen Alexa. I run the Play Go Shit Show, discord.gg/Play Go Shit Show. Come join us. Thank you all for coming. Get the fuck out of my VC.
Awesome. Have a good one.
Bye, guys.
I like that.
Wait, Alexa, how do you get debate people?
Do what?
Oh, well, I looked.
Off they go. Oh, I didn't even.
Thank you so much for a
Yeah,
wonderful panel. Bye.
Okay. You want to go to general?
All right, we're back at Cybers, Grow Tent, home base. We're back home in the home, getting I'm muted over there, but that's okay. Like number one, let me get this over here. Sorry, see what I'm doing. We don't need that up there. Let's get back on screen here, y'all. So you want my thoughts on what was going on in there? You know, I called him out. I said it one time. I let him know what a little fucking bitch he was, you know, and I said that, you know, for somebody who's not going to do war, you're basically somebody who you're just screaming and crying. You're like Hillary Clinton. You're a fucking cunt that just wants more war. You know, you're just a dumb war cunt. I fucking hate people like you. And the problem with that debate was I couldn't really tell that motherfucker what I really thought of him. You know, and I wanted to. But out of respect for RLA, you know, respect for the family, I gotta respect her, you know. Twitch needs a neutral ground debate conversation channel.
Лезими. No need everyone with at least 2 brain cells sees what he is.
Yeah, exactly. You know, if you saw what I said when he was talking at the end, I was shocked that we were all saying goodbye. They gave us an opportunity to just say a couple of words, and that motherfucker just pontificated on everything he'd already been talking about, instead of just saying like I did, hey man, thanks for having me, thanks everybody, I had a good time, you know, it was interesting. I said, you know, just be tolerable at least, man, you know, at the end like that.
Maybe he has salary for that. LUL.
He's a little fucking putz bitch though, wasn't he? Dude, Slotsky fucking ripped his ass up, bro, the whole night. I was like, I don't have to say shit because I don't want to walk on Slotsky. You know, Slotsky's fucking doing my job for me. So I didn't really have to say too much. But at one point, I think it was necessary to let the guy know he was a little bitch and that he was sounding like a little bitch. Like I said, like Hillary Clinton. And non-smoker makes a lot of sense, dude. You know? I don't know where non-smoker found me from. But, you know, you want to put me on a panel like that, I'll go on. I love that RLA opened up on that motherfucker too. You know, everybody, you know, we should from my live stream go in and take cuts every time one of us jumped on that motherfucker and put him fucking down, dude, you know, with a quick little, just, you know, and just play a highlight reel of that, shutting that guy up. That'd be great. Dude, I went off on that motherfucker. Did you hear me, dude? I went off on him. So, for those of you who came in late, what I said to him was, you know, you seem to bring up a lot of instances of violence to justify your own violence. And, you know, it was exactly what Non-Smoker was telling him too.
I think there were of much more serious counter arguments to Chia's words, but Shulatsky did at least something LUL.
Yeah, there probably were plenty of counter arguments that, you know, I'm not equipped to address, you know, because I just don't have I don't have the chops, man. You know, I'm not as up on the history of what transpired. I just know the basics, and you know, you always hear two sides to every story. So I basically just wanted to really hear from other people and see where people were at, and then just call people where they were just completely off base. Like, we started talking about things that had no bearing on the conversation at all. People would start, and he said that's common for people to do in the chat. He's like, people will do that. They'll just like, they'll use a reference from something that's completely irrelevant to what we're talking about. I'm like, that's okay. I'm cool with that. What I'm not cool with is having a format where you just let one guy fucking ramble, basically, and you know, when Slosky and I both got muted by the moderator in there. Can you believe that?
Lazy me.
When we tried to push back?
Yeah, you are right.
So it made me not even want to push back. I'm like, you're gonna fucking mute me? They motherfucking muted me, dude. I don't know if you guys caught that or not. But cheers, everybody. No law regarding cannabis. Yeah, man, they fucking muted me when I was making sense, you know? It wasn't that often that I spoke in there, you know?
Lazy me. Instead of debate, they sort of give him place to spread EGS opinion instead. Steven Running. Cheers.
Steve Running, cheers, buddy. Did you enjoy the debate?
Lazy me. But I'm happy you совет, you are brain cells who are not debating our sin and Bismarck boy LUL.
Well,
Steven Running.
Oh,
Yes.
right on, Lazy. Thank you.
Lazy me.
Thank you, Lazy.
Gonna go sleep, it's very late here. Lazy me. Have a nice weekend.
There was nothing to debate that guy on, really. It was basically just listening to what his platform was and then just taking the legs off his platform, which was sweep the leg, one move. I checkmated that motherfucker so quick. You know, when you can sit there and talk and talk and talk and talk for 2 hours in a debate, have one guy say, hey man, you know, everything you say is completely just a justification for you to just be a violent person and to just satisfy your own need for more violence, it's pretty fucking lame. And he had no fucking answer to me. He had no answer. Never addressed it again after that. And when he started going back to it, I mentioned it again several times. You know, you could see me shaking my head, disagreeing, and, you know, giving my support for the people I was agreeing with.
He just said so much lies. Give me screen to show materials and mute ECS microphone to let me speak counter arguments. And all ECS followers gonna donate to Russian army in 1 hour.
Those followers gonna donate to Russian
Lazy me.
army.
Give me screen звездочку.
Give me screen. Right. Token Tony Z, you did great. They were just pulling things up as they were being talked about.
JK, but you got my point.
Yeah, I get your point. I wish you could stay, man. Could you subscribe to my channels and show up when I go live, man? 3 times a day on Twitch. If that's your preferred place. You came over from Radical Leftist Agenda, right? She changed her. Did she change the name of her channel to Nikki something? Did she change the name of her channel? Keeping it quiet. I mean, I could probably talk louder than this without worrying about waking up my mom. I'm in a really quiet little room right here. It's nice. It's nice, man. I built this shit out of this thing that I'm in. Look at this. Look at that roof right there. Isn't that nice? These are sound panels up here. These are all sound panels that you're looking at. All of this. These are sand panels. There's no sound getting through there. Isn't that great? Got my mom roses today. Roses and chocolates. Ooh, that reminds me I should go get into them chocolates, man. Damn. I'm gonna go have some of that shit. Get all jacked up on some fucking. I have a chocolate strawberry and a glass of milk. Fuck you. I do what I want. I live life in the fast lane. That means no stop signs, no speed limits. Back off, chicklet. Did you hear this man right here? What's up? He's my co-pilot on this magic carpet ride. So get out of the way and don't get fucking run over by the wakeboard maneuver. Oh, man. Guys, up to, man? It says there's 20 people here and nobody's chatting. Are there really 20 people watching? Should I refresh the chat? Less Bones. Nikki Chica. Nikki Chica. Dude, I don't want to delete all these chats, man. I know a secret way. It says there's 20 people watching here, and that there's 8 people watching on Rumble. It means there's 18 people watching. I mean, my math is so bad. There's 28 people watching. There's 28 people here right now, and none of you are saying anything in the chat. Not one of you. Is everything all right? Is it 20? Now it's 29 people watching. And Token Tony Z said if he wants the continuous support of the United States and the weapons they're giving, maybe he should join the Ukrainian army. He should put up or shut up. Such an asshole. Says Token Tony Z in the Rumble. You guys, I'm on Rumble at Nays Garden too. I'm just kind of wondering why nobody's saying anything in the chat, so maybe I should refresh it. I think the chat got disconnected. Shit, it says 20 people, man. It says there's 20 people in the chat. I'm not kidding about that shit. And nobody's saying anything. So is this that that group of 30 people that tunes into me every once in a while? You're all sitting around a boardroom table and y'all got little devices tuned in. You're all talking about me. It's 4. You're like, dude, it's 4:20 in Newfoundland. Is he gonna say anything? Yeah, man, it's 4:20 in Newfoundland. Cheers. How about you now? I got chocolate strawberries in the fucking fridge. Okay, there's Steve Running. Cool, Steve Running's here. Anybody else? Who else is here? Steve Running's here. I got 15 out of 15 channels. You see it? It's right there on the... It's right here, man. 15 out of 15 channels. 20 people watching. 30 people, man. There's 10 people watching on Rumble. Top of the hour is Token Tony Z. Dude, Big Merc is here. He said he made a clip. What did you clip, Big Merc? What did you clip, bro? Life in the fast lane. 55 seconds ago. Oh. No speed limits. Back off, chicklet. You hear this man right here? What's up? Co-pilot on this magic carpet. Get out of the way. Run over by the gate. I live life in the fast lane. There's no stop signs, no speed limits. Fuck you, I do what I want. That's so funny. I can't believe you clipped that. So Merc is here and Steve Running is here. We got Token Tony Z is here. Okay, so, and Notlin was here before. So, I mean, y'all kept it open. I mean, I can't complain that you're not chatting. But now I'm down to 16 and 9. I'm not complaining, guys. I mean, I'd love for you to talk to me. You know, tell me what you thought of the debate. I thought it was enlightening. You know, to hear that war perspective from people, you know, to listen to somebody who's convincing themselves they're just straw manning themselves with so many pieces of straw. Well, this country did that, so that justifies this. Got another piece of straw, got another piece of straw, got another piece of straw. War is wrong. I just took a lighter and burned all of your straw. War is wrong, man. You're trying to justify war. That was my argument. You know, I was surprised more people didn't want to pick that up.
Michael Goldsmith.
Ooh, shit, that's loud.
He need just tuning in.
That was loud all of a sudden. Hey, Michael Goldsmith, what's up, buddy?
Michael Goldsmith. Agreed.
Agreed. Hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah. We had 20 people here a second ago here, and we had 10 people on Rumble. It was 30 people. Now there's 16 and 11. It's 27 people watching, man. There's 27 people watching the show right now.
Tula Rosie.
Tula.
Hi, Ney.
Hi, Tula. How's it going? I'm so glad you're here.
Michael Goldsmith.
I know, Michael.
War is never the answer.
War's never the answer, Michael. You're right. War's never the answer, bro. War's never the answer, bro. We're indoctrinated to think that war is glorified. We're, you know, some kind of glorifying act of valor, killing other people, claiming other people's territory or reclaiming your territory or whatever the fuck. We're so in, if we had open borders, man.
Tula Rosie.
Change your attitude.
Yes, we see you, Bob.
Every single thing we argued about in there was over land. Did you guys realize that? And borders.
Tula Rosie. Looks great.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. appreciate that, Tula. If coming from you, it's a huge compliment. So thank you so much. I really like having it short, and you have no idea how much I like it. I didn't think I was gonna like it this much, but I was thinking about cutting it a little shorter too next time on the top and in the back. Getting rid of all this back here. Getting rid of all this back here.
Светидал номер 2241.
I don't think I need all that.
Well, was the debate? Притихат isn't.
Yeah, you know, Sergeant Dornan, 2241. Radical leftist agenda ripped the fuck out of that dude. And I did too. You know, I just said, we just took the air out of his tires.
Тюля Рози.
You had no argument.
You are still Utah.
Yeah, I am still me. Hell yeah, I am. Hell yeah, I am still me. No beard, no hair. Told you guys it was gonna happen one of these days. So easy to take a shower now. Oh my god. Worry about that fucking. No more of that shit. Oh my god.
Тюля Рози. Better for the humidity.
Yeah. Well, it's cold out now, so. It's really cold out. It's like 48 degrees this morning, man. I gotta take my dog outside. I bet my mom put the alarm. Where's my dog? Uh-oh. Shit. Maybe he's in the bed. Dude, it's been 4 hours, bro. I haven't taken my dog out. But, you know, I have a hard time leaving 24 people. You know, I love 24 people in my chat. 25 people in my chat. It's a big deal. Who knows, people might start coming around, you know? Start seeing these big numbers.
Светидал номер 2241.
Sergeant Dornan.
Идти с 5 часов утра
Please
in
subscribe.
MY living place.
Sergeant Dornan, please
Go to
subscribe.
sleep. Seer. Is
Sergeant Dornan,
Тюля
22.
Рози. TKM out, we can wait.
Sergeant
Bitmer
Dornan,
83.
2241, please subscribe to my channel.
G and Great
And
Show
sign up
me.
for notifications. I'm on Twitch, I'm on YouTube, I'm all over the internet.
Светидал номер 2241.
Alright.
EV subscribed
So
already.
thank you for that. Look forward to seeing you here. It's awesome. In the meantime,
Michael Goldsmith. No carver
I did a whole cup of coffee, bro. You know, I've been sitting here for 4.5 hours. I don't think I've gotten up 4.5 hours. And I drank a whole cup of coffee at the beginning of this show. No law regarding cannabis. Cheers, everybody in the chat. In both the Rumble and the chat show. Oops.
Michael Goldsmith. Cheers.
About Blue Jaws. Blue Jaws. Cheers, buddy. I've been live for 4 hours and 30 9 minutes, 4 hours and 43 minutes on the Rumble, man. What do you think about that, bro? We did a 2-hour, like at least a 2-hour debate. It was so stupid, man. That guy was just like so obnoxious. What a fucking child. Just preaching war and shit, dude. Talking about all these acts of violence committed by Russians that justify war against them, you know? And I told him, I was like, dude, you sounds like you're just fucking come up with a whole bunch of reasons so you can be violent, you know? He had no response. And then they muted me twice. But I think I got my point across. And RLA got her point across. It was pretty good. You know, I was impressed with her, man. And he tried to attack her. He acted like a little pussy because he obviously has some kind of a problem with women. It's hilarious, bro. I was like, I wanted to say something to him about it, but she could take care of herself, you know, and she did. I think I did say something, actually. I have to go back and watch. I definitely said something in my head, dude, if I didn't say something out loud. Despite the children fussing, it felt like old times, Yeah, you were watching? Yeah, it's too late for coffee, son, but I'm gonna have me a chocolate-covered strawberry. What? Some milk, it's gonna be nice, man. I wouldn't mind eating it right here. Chocolate-covered strawberry, oh my god, with the drizzle on it. Oh, forget about it. He was a hateful person. She handled it like a pro. Yeah, you were there? Yeah. That's pretty cool, man.
Michael Goldsmith. Eating some tortilla chips and salsa right now.
Oh, nice, man. Sounds good. Eating some chips and salsa. Eating some chips and salsa. Right now. It's hilarious. Oh, hell yeah, man. So I built this little sound studio thing. I took some pictures and video of it. It's pretty cool. Put them up on Twitter. At Nate's Garden on Twitter. But, I post a lot of shit on Twitter, so you're going to have to scroll down or go to my media section and see the photographs of this studio. But this roof, man, this roof that I built, this is a roof, man. This is bad as fuck. I just realized there's an opening up here I have to fix. And when I fix it, it's going to be even badder. Yeah. I'll probably fix that tonight, because if I don't do it tonight, but I want it to be straight.
Perfect. Child Hinking. I listened to Dylan Channel and TCS moderator after the debate and they insulted, personal attacked and belittled all the people. Initiative Child Hinking. On the panel against TCS evil war narrative, while you all were not there. He should be thanking you all for giving you a time.
All the people, they personally attacked me because I barely said anything. I bet they personally attacked RLA, didn't they? Whatever. The moderator of that debate is obviously a fan of Dylan's. You could tell. You know? But listen, man, there's a lot of you here, man. I love you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. sit here and pack bowls and hang out all night. It's not that late on a, what is it, a Saturday night, man? I got fucking 22 people here still, man. Are you kidding me, man? 22 people? Why would I want to leave with 22 people, man, watching my show? We got crypto going on. You want me to make that screen a little bigger? I'm looking at Polygon. It's 87 cents.
Steven Ronin.
It's right there.
Keep it open.
Yeah, keep it open. Keep it open. Keep it open. I like to say, keep it open. What's number one? Is it still storage? Storage is up there in the top four. Or four. Blocky, WaxP, OMG Storage, FTM, Engine, 1, XRP, XTZ, Litecoin, MC, Elon, ADA,
Michael Goldsmith.
EFI, Sushi.
Решетка keep it open.
I got me some sushi, man. It's a little bit of sushi. It's got one of the best avatars. One of the best symbols. It's it says sushi, and it's like a cylinder cut of mai. You know, it's like you could tell it's a piece of sushi, man. It's fucking awesome. It's great. If you haven't seen it, it's worth checking out. Just go into Google and type sushi coin logo, and you'll be like, oh, that's badass. It's totally a piece of sushi, man. It's great. Anything happen in the news while we were spent 4 hours with our heads up our asses wasting our time talking about why we should continue fucking war? A bunch of fucking idiots. Let's see.
Юля Рози.
FTX investor calls crypto exchange decline. Big lesson. Says, oh man, I hope my dog doesn't start barking at a bear. Says lawmakers should return funds to victims. My dog's freaking out. I might have to go. So there's a bear outside probably. Okay. You guys. Hey, Rogan. Don't do that. Man, I'm gonna go calm him down. God, I hate to leave all of you people, man. Okay, just hang out. All right. Hang out. I leave you hanging after 4 hours and 47 minutes, man. It's a Saturday night. I'll be right back.
Юля Рози. Дайндго. Yenitz child thinking. He said you contributed nothing, and what was the point of you being there? You may be able to listen for yourself if he uploads the vote. Griffin. No way, there was barely even room for him to talk. Hard to contribute from that point.
Got the strawberries. I had to take Rogie out for a walk, man. God, look at you guys. You're all still here. What's up, everybody? I got these chocolate-covered strawberries. Chocolate. Then white chocolate. I'm going to eat first. This is white chocolate strawberry.
Michael Goldsmith.
Michael.
Yes, sir. Юля Рози. Irm.
Tula, yeah. Thank you for waiting, everybody. I really appreciate that. Okay.
Майкл Голдсмит. Решетка блазин губ.
That is unbelievably good. $42,000 for a Taylor Swift concert ticket. $42,000.
Юля Рози. I love making chocolate dipped strawberries with a white chocolate syrup.
You love making chocolate dipped strawberries and white chocolate syrup? That's exactly what this is.
Griffin. Enjoying a fine Italiana pizza. Юля Рози. Да yes, you mom, no you drinking out of the milk dog.
Yes, she does. She's also got chocolate covered pretzels. from my sister. And they're fucking awesome. They're like addicting. Oh my God. Little chocolate covered pretzels. Ugh, forget about it.
Гриффин. Она войница. Гриффин. The White Chocolate.
What a stupid report. He said nothing in there. Assholes. And douchebags. Fuck off. Crypto.com recovers 400 million after misplaced Ethereum transfer. Yeah, I'm sending $400 million to the wrong fucking wallet. Oops. The error comes after Crypto.com mistakenly sent about $10.5 million Australian or $7 million American to a woman in Melbourne last year when an account number was accidentally entered into the payment field. We worked with Gate team and the funds were subsequently returned to our cold storage. New process and features were implemented to prevent this from reoccurring. Gate.io founder said on Twitter that its own proof of reserves audit was based on a snapshot taken days before. Dude, it's based out of the fucking Cayman Islands. Gate.io, so you know they're corrupt as fuck. It's crazy. It operates a separate U.S. exchange.
Гриффин. Резку горл.
Listen, guys, I love y'all, but I'm out of here. This has been a great night. I hope you guys enjoyed the 5-hour show. Go back, watch it, take clips, man. I'm going to try to get some clips from that debate when I interacted a little bit, and just make something short for everybody to enjoy. I love you guys. Thank you once again. Thanks again for watching, guys. Follow me on Twitter, please, at Nays Garden. At Nays Garden on Twitter, guys. Come on over.